Bam. My peoples. If there are peoples.
If there are peoples, hey. Hello.
I do not have my YouTube itself open. I have the chat popped out, but I don't have the page open because I knew it would echo as soon as it went from waiting to actually live. So, hey, guess what? You just went live.
Apparently so.
And the notification actually showed up on time. What do you know?
I know, it's so weird to have it actually show up on time.
Mm-hmm.
Very seldom does it do that.
Yep. I did give you my thumbs up before I shut down my YouTube, shut off the YouTube thing. So one of those thumbs ups is me.
Cool. So.
Bling.
Yep. Because I have it streaming on the Book of Faces as well.
Oh. Hi, Facebook people.
I thought I would try double platforms and see what happens.
There you go. I look so pale because of the lighting. Like, it's Ghost Bear. Woo.
So, hello, friends.
I'll say people because I don't know who's here.
My friends that are on Facebook. This is my friend Cody.
Hi, Tina's friends.
Nobody has typed anything yet over here on the Facebook side.
Nobody's typed anything on the YouTube side either.
I know. I got 4 over here, and I've got 2 over here. Okay.
Lurkers. Don't be scared.
Hi, Steve.
Don't be scared. It's okay. A lot of people are probably at Victoria's playing over there.
Probably.
Because she got that marathon thing going. Oh, shit. If you're on Facebook, that means I have to watch my mouth, doesn't it?
Not really.
I'm like, oh, censorship. What is it Callie always said? I know my rights.
Yeah. Anybody who has a YouTube account, you want to come and chat?
Yeah, pop over to YouTube. Pop right now. Do it.
You can pop over here and pop onto my screen in StreamYard and say hi for a few minutes if you want. I dropped in the StreamYard link.
There you go. You're getting all technical and stuff over there, Tina. I'm impressed.
Hey.
Me, I'm like, what button do I push? How does this thing work?
Right?
Yeah, whenever I get eventually to do my first live, I'll be like, I have no idea what I'm doing. Hi, Tim. Tim's always good as a greeter.
Yeah.
He's like our Walmart greeter.
The weather back here, well, Steve, it's cold. I wish I was in Vegas with you guys.
Oh, he's in Vegas?
Yep.
Nice. Very nice. I'm in South Carolina. And I have no idea what it's like outside because I haven't been outside. I could look up the temperature, but I do not feel like it.
Right?
It doesn't affect me. My room is hot. That's all I know.
Let's see. Weatherbug says
25.
Well, if it loads.
Weatherbug says it doesn't feel like telling you the temperature.
Right? Mid-40s? Well, mid-40s is warmer than here. It's 25. And it feels like 25.
You can keep it. I'll keep my 40s. I'm good.
Oh. No, we haven't been having the warmest of weather, I'll tell you, Steve.
Well, I mean, it's winter. Oh, and just for a full disclaimer for your Facebook people, you can ask me anything. Just be prepared. Be prepared. You'll get an honest answer, so it might not be the answer that you actually want to know.
Yeah, very honest answer.
And I'm an open book. I answer any and all questions.
That she does.
Yeah. John once told me I was too honest. I was like, how is that possible? I was like, I don't understand that concept.
Uh-oh. You lost sound?
Fix it.
I'm trying to figure out how we lost sound.
I can still hear us.
And they lost sound on Facebook.
Oh, well, I guess that's just a sign they have to come over to StreamYard to, YouTube. I do not know how any of that works.
Bear with me.
You have a bear with you.
The other kind of bear.
Oh. No, getting naked, that's a whole different channel type thing.
Yeah, that is definitely another kind of channel.
I could do this all day. Yep. And this is the awkward silence we hear about that never happens when Cody's on a channel, but here it is. I don't want to break Tina's concentration. Mana. Do they have sound back yet? Because if so, they're not going to know because nobody's saying anything.
I just typed up. I don't know.
They might have to refresh their Facebook.
Maybe.
And it should reset it.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. Refresh their Facebook. I heard me.
Yep.
It sounds so weird. It doesn't sound like that in my ear, and I don't sound like that to myself. Ow. Cat.
I don't know what's going on with it. It's acting all weird.
I don't know. I don't know anything about going live on Facebook.
I don't know. This is my first time doing it where it's both platforms.
Yeah. Well, time for the Facebook people to come to YouTube.
There's not that many.
Expand your mind.
Expand your horizons. I do appreciate anybody that stops by and says hello.
Yeah. We might even let you stay. I'm kidding. Of course you can stay. Unless you're a jerk. Then you gotta go.
If anybody wants to, they are welcome to come visit me over on YouTube.
Just visit you, huh?
There's my YouTube channel.
Because, yeah, you're the only one here. Hey, Simpsons. Simia's crushed that you left her out. Her poor little puppy dog heart is broken.
Have I not? I didn't see Semi. Where's she at?
She was just behind me, and she laid down directly behind me, so you can't see her face.
Aw.
She's there she is. See?
There's my Sim Sim.
Sometimes.
I see a tail go swish, 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 swish.
Yeah. Yeah. Come up and let everybody see you. This way. Go turn this way.
There's the Simmy puppers.
Good girl. She's and this is why I don't come near Mom when she's on lives, because I get all molested and she
hello, everybody. Thanks for popping in. Even if you don't chat, thanks for hanging out in the rafters. I always appreciate it.
Back up. Thank you.
Hi, welcome back, Steve.
Welcome back, Steve.
And if you're still not able to hear me, there's
you're missing
my
out.
YouTube channel. Yeah. Feel free to pop onto YouTube.
Just go to YouTube, dude.
Because everything is set up. Volume, mic, all sounds are on.
You know you want to do it. He's over in Vegas going, no, the fuck I don't.
So how's Angie doing, Steve? Takes a while when typing, I understand.
Type faster.
So what's Junior doing? Sleeping? Because I don't hear gaming.
Yeah, probably. I haven't heard any movement out from the living room, so that's why I don't know if he got up while I was sleeping and put the dog out or not. She keeps looking at the door, so it's doubtful. Which means she hasn't gone out since last night. You know.
I understand that, Steve.
Me too. Not really, because I have no idea what he said.
I'm trying to figure out how you can show one conversation to the other.
You have to do it on your screen, pop-up type of thing. You know how they show the comments at the bottom of the screen?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that either.
I said, I'm trying to learn that one.
This is something probably should have practiced before this.
Hey, this is practice.
I said before this.
Nah.
Don't be jumping my shit. Too early for that. Wait until later.
He says everyone's a little under the weather.
That sucks. course, technically, we're all under the weather because the weather is.
Well,
Hey, TG.
Steve, with Steve's area.
Toilet Girl is in the house.
Hey, Scarlett. But yeah, in Steve's area, he's like, here, everybody's got something that's not quite right, and everybody's got ailments.
I'm sorry. Pretty good, TG. How are you? How's things in England?
Hey, Tim.
Sorry. Yes.
Did
Steve
Tim fall asleep?
Hello, as in Mr. Carmine.
Oh, howdy.
And TG, Scarlett's just in the house.
Howdy, 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 howdy.
Yeah, we figured a lot of people are over there, TG.
Yeah, I figure a lot of folks are over there. I hung out for the entire 9 hours or whatever it was yesterday.
I popped in, but then I got tired, so I took a nap.
Yeah, we're kind of uneventful around here. This is just a hangout. Anybody wants to come and just say whatever, or even if they don't talk and they just hang out in the rafters. Mostly we just sit and bullshit with each other. Yes, Steve, Tim's behaving himself. He's got
No,
no
he's
other
not.
choice.
No, he's not.
Okay, so he can still be ornery somewhat. But he has no real way of getting into too much trouble.
I can think of a lot of ways Tim could get into trouble. Being good is kind of relative, TG. I'm good at it. Does that count?
I said, if you can't be good at it.
That's
Exactly.
right. I never start trouble, but I always finish it. That's not true. I start trouble too. Usually not on purpose. It just happens.
Exactly.
The fates play craps with my life. They're like, oh, look, something positive happened with Cody. Let's see how we can fix that and roll the dice, you know? People think I'm joking.
You're not.
That's Tina.
You're
True
not.
story. True story.
Because I love it when you send me a text in the morning. You're all chipper, and I can read the sarcasm, and I'm like, oh, shit.
Another true story. My boss for loss prevention told me if it wasn't for bad luck, I'd have none at all. I was like, well, there are a few people that have worse luck than me. And he said, who? I said, the people that I arrest for shoplifting. He goes, that is true. Over 600 in 2 years. Bam.
Oh, goodness.
And it wasn't even one of the super centers. It was just how Walmart started, the smaller ones. Yeah. It's made it easier for me to walk around all day.
So what are the plans for today? Scarlett, I know you're like,
She's
almost halfway through your day.
They were on lockdown. Not too much you can do.
And what about you, Steve? Your day's just starting.
I'm just here. I actually have to do a trash run today.
Ooh. What's Mom fixing good for dinner, Scarlett? Or is it a surprise? Hello to all who have just joined over here
No idea
on
yet.
the Facebook.
Wow. But it's food that TG doesn't have to cook, so she's good with that.
Yeah, I'm always good with that when there's somebody else cooking.
Yep. Well, it depends on who's cooking. Like Issa, none of us wanted to die, so we wouldn't eat her cooking. John was a good cook. My son's actually a good cook, but he doesn't throw it in cooking.
Oh, working on the derby car with the son on his car. Gotcha.
I miss cooking. I read that wrong. So wrong. Thought you said your boyfriend was your breakfast in bed sometimes. Whoops. Boop.
Oh, looky here.
Who's booping?
Hi, Willow.
I'm booping.
Oh, Willow.
Hi, honey. How are you girls today?
I know, TG. I'm okay. I got actually restful sleep. I shut the overhead light off last night, and
Oh, that helps. Yeah.
it wasn't long. I mean, it was about 5 hours, and then I was up enough to smoke half a cigarette and to go to the bathroom, and I went back to sleep for another 3 hours. So
I
without
dozed
the
in
light
sofa
on,
last night, literally almost sliding off, and yeah. As usual, everybody shuts down, don't want to be where some of them are live.
yeah.
So I watch monkeys and started dozing again about 3:30 this morning. Thought, going to bed.
I was like,
Thanks, Scarlett.
which YouTube channel monkeys were you watching?
Oh,
It's watching cats.
It was my first thought.
Well, we're at the end of birthing season, so there's all these adorable little babies.
If anyone wants to come over and join us over in YouTube, there's my YouTube channel.
She's double dipping, Willow. She's on Facebook Live. She's on Facebook Live as well as StreamYard.
Hello, Facebookers.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Hi, Facebook people.
It jumps up and down. It goes between Steve saying hello and talking to. Oh, you got a derby in April in Utah?
So who's over on Facebook?
Toilet Girl said, "Hi, Facebook." There you go. You figured it out.
Yeah, but I wish there was a way I could share the ones from Facebook here.
Robin does it.
I know.
Generally, the only way you can do that is share screen on that, and then you're just double living yourself.
Robin does it the same way you do it in StreamYard. The little comments pop up at the bottom. You'll have to ask her how she does it. Well, you just had the free version too, right?
No, I pay for mine.
Oh, did you? Cheater. So you should be able to do it, but I don't know how to capture comments like that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm doing good just to get on.
Thanks for stopping by, Steve. Have a good day.
Bye, Steve.
Bye, Steve.
Take care.
TG, you leaving too? Damn, the two people we were having conversations with, they both left at the same time.
Still doing my wake up ruminations. I have to take my before food pills and then wait a few minutes before I can actually eat. But I usually forget about them until I start getting hungry. Then I'm like, oh, I got to do that first. That sucks.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I got to run away. Spelunk.
No, like I said, I figured what the heck, I'd try the double platforms and see what happens.
Yeah. And what happened was his Facebook lost sound.
Well, he got it back, got his sound back when he left and then came back. So
Yeah, Facebook's messed up that way.
Wonder where everybody else is at.
Victoria, Nina, and marathon thing.
Oh, yeah.
And Victoria and Larry.
Yeah, I popped in once or twice during the day, just, lurked for 10 minutes and then, hit the thumbs up kind of thing.
Yeah, there are like 40 people in there, so.
Well, like I said, I did the whole 9-hour marathon with them yesterday just so that they could get the hours, the watch time. And I'm like,
Hey, Susanna.
Hey, Susanna.
Hi,
Well,
Susanna.
it's Nana that needs the watch hours, and it's Victoria and Larry that needs subscribers. So
Yeah,
Well, I'm subbed to both, so I can't help there.
yeah,
that's
And-
me. I'm subbed to everybody, it seems like.
and people have been saying that they've been leaving Tink's, shows on and like the background, just letting it run. You would think that she would have close to the hours she needs by now if all these people were doing that. But I don't know how YouTube calculates them. So
I don't do that because I'm usually having to do something else and wear and tear on the computer, and I got to make it last as long as possible. Refilling cat bowls. So if it sounds like
Oh,
there's
yeah,
an
I got-
avalanche, it's just cat food.
I got seriously squeaked at this morning because usually I only sleep for about an hour and a half, and then I put the cat's food back down on the floor. Well, I went 5 hours, and Marty was not happy.
Aw.
She squeaked angrily at me.
Mine don't squeak. Sable, she will come in and somehow she's perfected just lining it up just right and ramming a whisker up my nose. And then just there ain't no squeak. It's just full on.
It's how Marty meows. She squeaks.
Yeah, Marty doesn't have a very strong meow.
No, she squeaks. I'm like, what is that? She's like a Harley Davidson with the little horn. It's like meet. Yeah.
Harley Davidson with a little Woody Woodpecker.
Well, if you ever listen to Harleys when they come right off the showroom floor, the horn they come with is absolutely ridiculous. It's like meet. It's like, no, you would expect an air horn on a Harley, you know what I mean? But no, it's beep beep. It's like, yeah.
Hello, whoever's popping by to visit on the Facebook.
So yeah, Marty is the Harley Davidson of cats.
Or at least the Harley Davidson horn of cats.
Well, no, she's destructive too, and loud. Every other way about her is loud. She trumps through all my stuff. I don't even know where she is right now.
Well, she could be doing that to make up for the fact that, her voice box is a meat.
Well, she got a big old chip on her shoulder too because of that one blind eye, So apparently she thinks she has things to. I do not know where that cat is. That kind of freaks me out when I don't know where Marty is. She's not in her usual spot.
Yeah.
I'll bet she's behind there by the curtain, by the window.
Yeah, she's probably in the window.
Because that's her other favorite spot.
Especially when the sun's out.
Uh-huh.
I got Sable at the window, and I got Aspen laying right here behind me, and I got Callie down here on the floor, and Winnie Sue must be back in Sis's bedroom.
Onyx is next to me.
Food noise should be out here screeching.
Onyx is in her usual spot next to my leg, and Simi is currently behind me.
Okay. Sissy Puss is not behind me per se, but she is behind me. She's over in my spot on the love seat.
She keeping your spot warm.
Yes, she is.
No, she's just taking advantage of butt dent. That's what mine do.
So yeah, I said she's not behind me per se, but she is behind me. So
Hmm.
She's just outside of your bubble currently.
Yeah.
Which is unusual.
but no,
Sorry.
how are you feeling
Yeah, I was
today,
doing that the
Will?
other night.
Like you're good.
Do what? Tina,
I
you
said,
froze there for a second.
I said, how are you doing, Willow? You sound pretty good.
Oh, I'm doing all right. You know, I get my shot, and I'm doing a list of things around the house and what have you before my back craps out again for another 3 weeks. So I take advantage of what time I can, and yeah, been sorting and shuffling, and still got a heap back here to go to donation. And
Yeah, I hurt my back doing what I was doing yesterday when I was in the wheelchair.
oh, yuck.
I pulled muscles. Not
Yeah,
pulled bad,
mine's
pulled like they're sore. Like I know if I do too much today, I'm not going to be having a good time at all.
yeah. So what I've been the past couple of days. From doing my utility closet. The door is one of those little narrow trailer, you know,
Yeah.
so I have to go in and to go that way, you know, because I've got shelving on both sides, and then a hang strip for my like brooms and stuff on the little back wall. It's not very deep, you know. I step into it and my tits bounce off the other wall, but
That
you
happens when
know,
you
so
sit
it's
in your
tight
bedroom.
contortion and trying to get in and out of it. Plus, we've got on that little door one of those hang racks with the little basket trays.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's tight going in and out, and you do that, you know, like 100 times when you're cleaning out, you know. And yeah, but I think I'm just about past that now. A little twingy today, but that's it. Past couple of days, it's been a bit grumpy, but right now it's talking because I just got done washing my hair in the bathroom sink, and that bending over position to do that, it hits right on the zone where I've got that disc protruding, and so, and then it also sets off spasms in my lower back. I'm just sitting up waiting for that to pass, and then I can sit back.
Look who's not on her spot over on the end of the couch beside you.
There's actually the base to a glider rocker on its side right back here behind my little table, and they sit on that. That's going to go in my bedroom once I can get the desk for the office moved around to opposite wall into the dining room, because I'm modifying the dining room into an office.
Right.
And that will allow me to get 2 side-by-side chest drawers underneath a wall cabinet that when I hung it to the size for those to go under. That gets that. There's the one is right there. The matching one is still in my bedroom. Once that one's out and those are in place, then I can move. I'm not sure what kind of cabinet it is, kind of thing that's in my bedroom, but I'm moving it over where my chest of drawer would be, or not my chest of drawer, the dresser would be. And then I've got 2 more bookshelves to put together on that wall, and then that whole wall will be nothing but bookshelves.
Mm-hmm.
The old rocker that's in my room now is going to go into the library, and this one will go in my bedroom. But until then, she sits on it, lays on it, lounges on it. But yeah, it's when your house is like this, it's quite the process just to move like and put together one thing and put it where it goes, because you got to do 10 other things first.
But it was just weird because I saw her over there, and I'm like, man, she's usually on the other side of the sofa beside you.
Yeah, she's just kind of bouncing, waiting for Sissy to clank the bowls for breakfast. because she's refilling waters, filling the kitty food bowls, and doing all those other little things in there right now, getting that stuff taken care of, and then she'll feed them, and they're all waiting for that moment. You know, when the little stainless bowls go clink, clink, then they know, yeah, chow's on.
Yep.
Well, when we were doing all of that fostering, they have these little stainless bowls out at Walmart. I don't know,
Uh-huh.
early 2000s.
Well, I had a couple of them.
Well, I've got like 24 of them, because when we were doing fostering, and we still do, every animal gets their own food bowl when we do soft food feeds.
Yeah.
Because of medications.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and they learn you don't try to sneak into another bowl or anything like that, you know. Of course, we do have we've had a couple along the way, and one of them right now is Sable that likes to troll. But we do that so that we can medicate the kitties with whatever they need, you know, and make sure they get it. Everybody has their specific spot where they eat. We don't move around. So we know exactly, you know, who's gotten what. And yeah, I would stand in there and stand guard over all the bowls to make sure nobody got medication that they didn't need.
Right.
But yeah, now I have the stack of bowls, and I ain't getting rid of them, because we have days, there'll be times where it's a scramble, you know, and they're little 2 meals a day. And when he sees little extras, you know, we'll go through a majority of them, you know. And so, yeah, it was an investment. We were really tight at the time. I think we were buying like 2 or 4 at a time each time we went shopping out there until we got what we wanted. Took a while, but we got there. But yeah, they're sturdy and they're flat bottomed and they behave. And yeah, I ain't getting rid of them just because we got less cats now, because we do tend to go through them.
Yeah, we had several at one point, and I ended up donating them to the pet rescue.
Yeah, that's what I do with that kind of stuff. I had a huge tote and a half of towels, and they were doing a drive, and I took them. The drop zone was the local pet store down on Main Street. I took them in there. They said, "Are you moving or something?" Like, no, just culling. You know, because we had all of the towels from Mom's house, but some of them, you know, pretty rough looking, you know.
Oh, yeah.
So I hit auctions and got bundles of towels and kept from them for the pantry or the linen closet what ones I wanted from the bundles, because you know, you get like, you know, a bundle yay thick of towels, and you know, less than half of them you want to put into your linen closet. The rest of them went into rag totes.
Yep.
And we had a lot of stuff we were doing around here at the time, working on stuff where, you know, sometimes you use a towel on a project and it just goes in the bin. It's not, you know, especially if it ends up working on a car or something. But that toned way down, so I minimized down into a more reasonable sized tote of spares. And yeah, they did that drive, and I took them all up there, and I said, just don't need them, and hope they can use them. And turned around and walked away. Don't want them back. But they were thrilled. So.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, food bowls, free offers for bags of food. I'll claim it and drop it off. So yeah.
We were driving through town to go do something one day, and there was one of those wire shelving units, metal, not wire, but metal shelving units on the curbside. I told Tim, I says, stop, back up. He's like, why? I said, go back and grab that wire rack, shelf unit. He says, why? I said, just go get it. So he backed up. We went and picked it up, and I said, we'll go take it to the animal shelter. We'll go take it to Lisa at Paws. That's our rescue. She's like, yeah, I'll take it. No problem. Can always use extra shelving.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, in an animal rescue, an abundance of towels, shelving, dishes, critter
Blankets.
beds, leashes, even so that they can hand them. Put a leash and a collar or a harness on a dog when they give it out. But yeah, we took the towels and I went through we have 2 pet cabinets. We've got a shelf in the top of my coat closet where we keep leashes and coats and things.
Uh-huh.
Went through that, and then one in the kitchen that has pet food bowls, medication. Their canned food is in there and all that. It's actually an old microwave cabinet.
Uh-huh.
And we went through. I culled through that, and anything else that I had that I thought they might be able to use. And I filled up the other half of that big tote of stuff.
Yep.
Dishes, whatever, and just took it all down there.
Yeah, I've donated blankets and stuffed animals and all kinds of stuff. Just, it's like, honestly, they always say you can't ever have too many blankets. I honestly had too many blankets.
Yeah,
at one point.
I could have put some of those in there too.
Something wrong there?
Just got really tired all of a sudden.
It's the sunshine.
Yeah, my energy level just went. It's too bright in here. Don't like.
Grab some Pepsi and Pringles, girl.
I have Pepsi.
And you
I'm
have
not hungry. I'm not hungry.
chocolate,
Tired.
cookies, sugar rush. Why'd you? I'm trying to figure it out. It's 1 o'clock. And well, it is getting close to one of your nap times.
Yeah.
And it is quiet there right now.
Yeah. But it's so weird.
So it's all right. You finish your cigarette and then you can go get a nap. That's where she's supposed to be.
It's like your cat was out of place, dude. Fix it.
So she's just so beautiful.
She is.
I call her my Who Kitty because her meow is it's one of those tones that's just very whimsical.
But yeah, that's where I'm used to seeing her. And when she was up behind you on that footrest, it's like, you don't belong there. What are you doing there?
What is wrong with this picture?
Yeah. I love it when she's in it. I want to play. I'll bay. I'll play with you.
She goes into full-on cutesy-wootsy mode. And
Mine was being, I want to be in your bubble last night while on live.
Yeah, she was.
I'm like, seriously?
she's a sweet girl.
Hello to whoever's hanging out in the rafters. Thanks for coming.
Hello, rafter folk.
What's up, lurkers?
Come in and say hello. We don't bite.
I do.
Well, not unless you ask.
Of course, it doesn't hurt much because, lack of teeth.
Yeah.
Used to.
Rudy.
At this point, it would hurt me more than it would hurt them.
Yeah.
But it was a happy thought. Hi, Tim.
Hey, y'all.
Hello, Tim.
Howdy, howdies. Just had to say howdies.
But no.
Food's being passed out, so I got abandoned.
Yep.
Don't hear.
I think another thing is it was just so hot in my room, and now all of a sudden the heat's like shut itself off. So I'm like, oh, it's cooling off. It's good temperature to sleep. I can't sleep when I'm hot. I don't like being sweaty.
You wouldn't want to live in my world, then.
Nope.
I'll say I'm right there with Cody. I keep the temperature down low. I keep it at about 69, 70, somewhere in that
Oh,
neighborhood.
God, no.
Well, I double checked the thermostat, and it is set at 69. The problem is that because that room out there is like basically two rooms that make one big room for one whole side of the house. That's where the thermostat is. It takes longer to heat up that room. So I end up with a huge amount of heat in my room while that's working on getting to that temperature. So it might be 69 out there, but it's like 85 in here.
Too bad there isn't like a transom up above the door or something that you could open up to let some of that out.
I know.
It'd be nice. Be right back. I need to get me some more tea.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
You're a heifer.
She's
A little
wound up.
dog.
She heard
A little
movement.
dog. Yeah, somebody came in or out the door, whatever. The door opened, the front door.
Timmy.
That's all it takes.
Woof, woof.
Yeah, she wasn't paying any attention to the computer. Hi. Penny. She's like, stop fucking with me.
I'm busy, Mom.
She hasn't been outside yet. She hasn't been outside since about 10 o'clock last night.
Jeez.
So any movement was triggering her to want to go, you know? So
So how bad was it after your son woke up the other night after medication from the doctor?
yeah, he woke up about 1 and they went out, but it was too late to feed her, so she had to go without dinner, which she was very happy to have breakfast. He did get her out in the morning, but then the meds knocked him through a loop again. Apparently it's long lasting. And so then he put them out around 10 last night because he was going to crash again before it completely wore off because he could feel it wearing off. And he said before he got into too much pain, he was going to put them out and go to bed. And I'm like, okay. And that was the last time I heard from him, although I think he's up now because I just heard a soda bottle open.
Mm.
It's amazing the sounds you start being able to distinguish when you're trapped, and that's the only way to identify what's happening in your house.
Yeah. You become
It's like, what was
hypersensitive.
that? It's like, what was that? Oh, someone opened a book, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So
Somebody must have ate her belch.
well, I can tell when someone uses a microwave, and you know.
Yeah.
But the dog
That's what I'm
rodeo
saying, though. Just every little thing, you become hypersensitive to the sounds.
Yep. So the dog rodeo should be starting soon, which is good. Because I can't feed her until she goes outside.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't put more in until what's in there goes out.
Right.
Yeah.
Front door again. I don't know who.
Need to have like cameras out there so you can
I know, right? Oh,
all-seeing eye.
I finally got my invoice. I got my invoice from Devin this morning, so I got that paid. So now I don't owe anybody money. Yay!
Yay!
And I just got an email from PayPal saying your package is on its way. Woohoo!
Cool.
Devin is very prompt when she. Of course, that could mean she just printed the label and she get it to the post office tomorrow or pick up or whatever tomorrow. But whichever, it'll go out. They're very prompt. Kelly was the same way. The garden finds.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as the invoice got paid, I got the notification that it got sent. So.
Hey, Callie.
She's wafting by.
I expect to see her come across the front of the camera anytime.
So the two things that I broke week and got are paid for, and I'm not buying any more. Nope. Because that was like $150, so I'm done.
That was like,
Yeah. Yep, my son's awake.
Yep.
Yes, he is.
Even we heard that.
Oh. Man, what a day.
See, this is why when people are like, so is your son awake? And I say, well, I haven't heard anything yet. This is why I say that, because
Yeah.
I usually know when he wakes
You know it.
Those of us that know, we know.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Be right back. I'm
Okay.
gonna get some food.
Yay, food. I ate a little while before we started, so that could be another reason too. I'm like, I couldn't help it. I was hungry. But you know what happens? I eat and then I want to sleep.
Yeah. We get the food babies, which make food coma.
Boom. Not really a food baby, though. It was only 2 pieces of pizza, but it was enough to want me to do the food coma thing because I had something in my system.
Starchy carbs will do that to us every time.
Yeah, I have 2 pieces left and that's it. No more pizza. Unless someone else buys it for me. But I'm not spending
I don't
it.
know what we're going to do today. It's only 25 after 12, roughly. So I'm not sure what we're going to do for a late lunch and then figure out. I have no idea what's for dinner. Not a clue, one. We haven't discussed it. I know we've got some, what I call cardboard pizzas. We got some Jack's pizzas in there. And we've got a frozen lasagna. I know we've got groceries. I just don't know what we're gonna have.
Yeah, I have groceries too, which is I really need to eat the things that I actually bought for food for me. Although my ice cream is kind of calling me. I might have that today. Later, because I'm not hungry right now.
We've got ice cream still. I don't think the boys ate it all.
Well, I only bought a pint of it, so. I have learned not to get half gallons of anything anymore because people get into my stuff.
Right?
And by people, I mean my son. Go girl, Sammy. You tell that kitty to stop scratching. Yes, the dog rodeo has begun.
I see the Simmy, swish, 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 swish. I just love the little swishy tail. Door. She's waiting.
She's now laying down, facing the door. She's like, I'm waiting.
Yeah, I know. She's such a hoot.
But I think Princess just went out, so that means that Rogue and Miha still have to go out. And then Simi.
That's unfair. She always goes out last.
Simi has the least problems holding it the longest, so
It's still not fair.
I know. Miha is, well, Princess is the youngest because she's still under about 6 months old, I guess. And then Rogue is 3 years old. And Miha is 11. And then Simi is 8.
I mean, I can see taking the old lady out first.
Yeah. But Rogue has issues. Like, if she doesn't get out, she'll pee on my son's bed. So.
Well, that's just improper training.
Well, no, she's just always done that. And there was no, because she was crate trained.
Don't know them.
I don't know. It's just like with her barking at everybody under the sun. It's just a thing she does. And
I wonder if she would bark at me.
probably. She barks at
I don't
everybody.
know. I'm a dog whisperer.
Yeah, she would probably bark at you initially.
There's always the initial.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a given.
She barks at everybody except me and my son. Still think the funniest thing is her getting under my wheelchair, facing outward, like between my feet, and barking at people from under the chair. I'm like, I'm kind of confused on whether or not she's protecting me or I'm protecting her. You know what I mean?
Right? That's hilarious.
But it makes for me not being able to move with the wheelchair because I'm afraid I'll run her over, you know? I'm like, get out from under the chair. Silly dog. So attractive. Ugh.
Well, they're semi-quiet. I mean, they're not super loud. There it goes. I was waiting.
That would be Jason walking through the living room to go out the front door. I always know when either they come home or my son comes home or vice versa because my dog Rogue and Miha make no sound when my son comes home.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as that truck starts up, gets close enough to the house, Rogue starts barking. I'm like, what? Roommate's back. Yeah.
And it's hilarious.
So, dog bell.
Right?
Oh, so tired. Oh, the cat got out of my way. I can lean back now.
There you go.
Usually she's right where I have to put this hand. And I'm like, ugh. So I'm either like, or I'm too far forward. And I'm like, no, go away.
Yeah. Or that, and you don't have the uber loud purr behind you, so when you lean back, it's not going purr, purr, purr.
Yeah. Well, she does that when I go to lean way back. She'll be like behind me on the blanket or something. I'm like, oh, cat. Okay. She's over by the door harassing the dog. It's like she has to do what Cindy does. She's over there by the door, like waiting for it to open, yet she never runs out the door. Marty does. Marty has gotten chased back by Rogue quite a few times because Marty has started running out that door now. And I'm like, if Miha gets a hold of you, cat, you're done. Rogue is Marty's friend, so Rogue tries to play, but Marty's not used to having Rogue at ground level.
Uh-huh.
So she's like, she comes flying back into the room.
That's funny.
It works for me. So I don't know how to chase the damn cat. It's when Marty gets into their room that I can't get her out.
Yeah, that's true. Too many places for Marty to hide.
And she always goes right under their bed. And there's no way to reach her there. I can't.
Nope.
So, yeah. So, now that Cindy's been triggered, she wants to go out really bad.
Uh-huh.
I need to stay awake long enough to feed my dog. Because I can't even get her food until after she's out of the room. Because otherwise she won't go out. She won't go to the bathroom outside. She'll be like, no, I know there's food waiting for me. I'm just going to run out here and make it look like I did something and come back in. Ah. Bright light.
Yep. That's better.
And they're gone. Hopefully for a while. Ow. You know, that leg is tender, right? Do you care?
No, I owe you money. You yawned earlier, and I looked up. It was just you yawning, but it was like Darth Vader moment.
Yeah. Well, ladies,
What's
it's
up?
been a very quiet afternoon for the last hour, even on
Yeah.
both things.
Well, there's a lot of people over at Victoria's.
I know.
Ooh,
Well, we're here, so it's obvious we just weren't into a big crowd.
man. Ooh. Can I help you?
Or the level of boisterousness.
I have no energy. I'm not up for boist or anything.
I know the feeling.
All right, get off me. Thank you. Claws in the boobs are foreboding. Ow.
I
No.
grant myself 6. If you want 6, you can have 6 if there's 6 left. Jeesh.
Stop headbutting me.
Just 8 pancakes.
Oh, but I like pancakes.
The boy made himself pancakes for breakfast. Now he's belly aching. I want some Oreos. They're not even Oreos, they're just the vanilla creams.
Yeah.
I want,
With 6 left.
I want cookies. I want pancakes.
You're like an earthquake with paws. What is wrong with you?
She knows. She's waiting. As patiently as possible.
She is so close to that door, she's going to get smacked in the face with it. Let me tell you.
Mhm.
It is like this far away from her nose. Thank you, baby. Hi.
Relax.
He's acting human again. It's kind of frightening.
Uh-oh.
But I'll enjoy it while I can.
Yeah. But he's also starting to get really fed the hell up.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he is. And it took him long enough.
Yeah, really. 2 months?
Yeah. I think it wasn't until he really needed them to help him with something after everything he's done for them and them not coming through that showed their true colors. Although all you have to do is really look around and you'll see their true colors. So.
Yeah, but he's had little rose-colored glasses on about the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, you should have known he was going to backfire because, I mean, he flaked on him about his job and everything else, and he was still, oh, it's all right, no big deal. What? Q. No, Q.
You can only turn a blind eye for so long. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna shut my camera off so I can get the dog's food ready, so she doesn't have to wait too much longer because poor dog has been waiting all morning to eat.
Well, it'll be ready for when she comes back with an empty hose pipes.
Yeah.
Hello, whoever came in. Thanks for popping by.
Hello.
Ow.
What the?
You're not supposed to do that, Cody.
Stupid freaking container.
Be very, very careful, girlfriend.
Shit. I just dumped dog food on my head. That was fun.
Oh,
It's a very awkward position I had to get into to get the damn dog food.
My TV came in.
Hold on one sec. Sit. Sit. Sit in parts of the pass.
I love it when you tell her by her own name.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
even Kitty got the last word in.
Oh, goodness. So how's sister doing?
Puttering around in the kitchen. She went and did a supply run yesterday. She got the babies fed, so I think she's feeding herself now.
Is she back to work from break?
Oh, yeah, she has been. Yeah, she went back second, third, fourth, somewhere in there. It was that first Monday in January, I think.
Okay. No, so I can't keep track sometimes. But
Yeah, the fourth. Monday the 4th.
so all colleges are different when they go back, it seems.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure why they brought them back. I mean, they're still closed. They just don't want them to get admin leave. So they have them come in and do stupid shit. And then, of course, the daycare is still open.
Really?
It's the Babyland mosh pit of COVID. And the persons that normally do that keep calling in. So she gets stuck going over there and doing the daycare. Instead of her nice, quiet, closed building.
Wow. Which keeps putting you and her at risk.
Mm-hmm. But we take all precautions that we can. That's all we can do.
I know.
Thing is at-risk family, they don't have admin leave for at-risk family now.
Mm.
They're doing everything they can to not provide admin leave for necessary situations. And they are hiding the numbers of cases on campus.
Mhm.
And just being the total jerks that they are.
Ridiculous.
Hmm.
I said it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
I'm going back.
It's weird when Junior says, "Mom, I need to talk to you."
Mm.
We'll save it for off screen.
No, he was just his TV came in, the monitor that he got. You know, the $350 one, $380 one.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, that is rent. But he again went, but it's an LG. Okay. Hope it's tasty. Yeah. But yeah, he said he almost wishes that the desk and the monitor hadn't come in until it said it was supposed to. Apparently, it got here early. Because with his ear infection, it's going to be very painful to do what he needs to do because he has to clean and reorganize his whole room in order to put the desk where he wants it and set everything up. And that is going to be very painful with no pain medication and no antibiotics even working on getting his ear better. So it's going to be painful. But I have a feeling he's going to do it anyway.
Maybe he
He
should have
wants,
waited to order until after he got feeling better.
yeah, he wants his setup done. So
I was going to say, leave it in the box and don't do it until you get your medicine.
yeah, well, you would think
Impatience of youth.
that would be the logical recourse, but he wants this stuff set up so bad that he will end up doing it while he's hurting. So, and that's on him. He can do that.
The impatience of youth.
Yep.
Instant gratification. Walks in the door, it better be just set up and ready. Just poof.
I gotta turn on the radio. I need some music, kids.
Are we not entertaining enough for you?
Apparently, Sis's bowl clacking isn't enough.
And Simi's crunching.
Mm-hmm. And my chewing.
And me talking. None of it is enough to satisfy Tina. I see how it is.
I gotta have music. That is the one thing that drives me the craziest with this crap with YouTube is the music thing. I'm like, you can listen to the radio, and that's what I do is I listen to the radio. It's not like anything else. It's like, okay, you got all these other people that are playing video games and crap. I see her.
It's alive. It's alive.
And there's music playing for these video games and shit.
She's a heifer, I'm telling you. She does not look that heavy, but good God, she is a solid cat.
It's not like we're trying to make money off of music or anything. It's not like we're selling it. Bootleg copies.
I can take or leave music. It depends on my mood. I'm not a big music person.
Well, it's not like I've got Lord of the Rings playing in the background, or Star Wars, or
I like Star Wars.
It's not like I've got book readings playing in the background,
I hate book reading. I like to read the books. I don't want somebody reading it to me. I'm not in kindergarten. I'll read it myself. Thank you.
Book readings or movies playing in the background. Just some music. Right?
I always had movies. I always had movies playing. I always had movies playing in the background. Movies or TV shows. Always.
Well,
Yeah, well,
video phone calls. I've always got something playing on the TV.
I can't have any noise when I'm on the phone. Like Cindy right now is distracting me. Too much noise interference in my head. I don't like it. Willow, the book that I said I had something to do, I was like, I have something to do for the weekend.
Done.
Almost. Almost done. It's a good book.
Yeah, when I sink my teeth into a book, it doesn't last long. But I haven't been sinking my teeth into books lately. I've just got one on my Kindle by my bed that I read a little bit before I go to bed. And I've been on the same book now for like a month. Because, I keep having to reread the same page because I fell asleep reading it.
Stop that. Hey. Stop it.
Or I will fall asleep reading it. There it is. And it slipped out of my hand. It's laying on the bed. And for whatever reason, Sable has learned how to swipe pages. So then I have to go back and I end up rereading a couple of pages because I'm trying to figure out where I was.
Mm-hmm.
Because she has managed to change my page by, however many number of pages. And
Marty, leave her alone. Leave her be. Quit picking on the dog.
I see her.
See her?
I see her.
She's now standing on the dog food container, and Simmy doesn't like that at all. She's like, "Get off my food." She's looking at me like, "Make her get off my food." I thought Simmy was gonna bite Rogue's face last night because my son was like, "Rogue, you want to come in and say hi?" And Rogue come in and running in the room, not thinking because the food is in a stored container. Rogue was standing right next to it, and Simmy went absolutely crazy. I'm like, "What is? Oh, her food." And Johnny was like, "Shit." So we had to get Rogue out of the room.
No shit.
See, Simmy is very protective of her food when it comes to animals. People not so much. Any person can touch her food, and she won't react to it. She'll sit down and wait for you to finish molesting her food. But if an animal comes within 2 feet of her food, she freaks out. Apparently, this is also applying to the dog food container. Weirdo. You're getting to be a grumpy old lady. With a chunky butt.
That's all right, Simmy. I'll be
She's
a
like,
grumpy
"Right
old
back at you,
lady
Mom."
with you with the chunky butt.
Yeah, she's like, "Right back at you, Mom."
That's because she knows that the people aren't going to eat the food. It's
Mhm.
just the animals that'll eat food. That's why
Well, no, when I first got her, she was food aggressive with people too.
Mm.
Because whenever I get a puppy, I always test them for that. And I put my hand near her food, and she started like growling and covered her food and kind of baring her teeth at me. I went, "Oh hell no!" So I backed her up and took her food away. And she's looking at me like, "What'd you do that for?" We had to go through this about 3 or 4 times before she realized, don't growl at mommy when she puts her hand near your food. Well, there was a 2-year-old that was coming to the house, and just on the off chance that 2-year-old was around when I fed Simmy, 2-year-olds got to touch everything, and I did not want the dog, biting the 2-year-old. So
yeah, I get
because
it.
my daughter Desiree, when she was 3, and my Cocker Spaniel was eating, Desiree went down to pat the dog. The dog didn't know what she was doing. We had never tested. She was never food aggressive with us, so we didn't think about it. We just put her food down and she ate, and for some reason that day, Desiree decided to pat the dog, and she decided to pat her on the head while she was eating. My daughter's entire arm, all the way halfway up her forearm, disappeared down the dog's throat.
Mm-hmm.
And we all freaked out. She's crying, and I was like, wait, because my dad was ready to kick the dog in the head. I'm like, hold on. And I checked my daughter, and there wasn't a scratch on her. The dog had not touched her with her teeth at all. It was a warning, and that's it. And I told them that. I said, you kick my dog, I'm going to kick you. I was like, it's your own fault. You were the 2 in the kitchen. Neither one of you kept the child away from the dog food. Common sense, So after that, I had to work with the Cocker Spaniel, who was 6 years old at the time. So it was a little slow going to teach the dog that people can touch her while she's eating and it's okay. But I made sure that wasn't going to happen again. And we taught the child not to touch the dog while she's eating.
Yeah.
Because, But I mean, it goes both ways. You have to teach children and the dog. You know, it's not just train the dog.
Yeah, it's definitely not a one-way street.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
and a lot of people don't understand that. There are some people that think dogs should automatically know all the commands when they're born. This does not happen. So,
You make me make the funny face.
yeah, they look at you like, what drugs are you on? Because I smell something funny. And, oh, wait, that's bullshit. But,
Well, I mean, there's people that raise kids, you know, that have kids that seem to think the kids are supposed to be the same way.
yeah,
They're just supposed to be born with knowing all that. No, it don't work that way.
yeah, no. It's, yeah, that's why we have what's called teachers.
Mm-hmm.
And why there's an expression called teach your children. So, the best thing I ever saw was, I think she was three or five or something. She was real little. And she walks into the room and she pours a bunch of food in these bowls and she puts them all around the room. And then like 7 pit bulls come in the room and she gets them all to sit down and wait to eat until she gives the command. And this is a small child commanding all of these dogs. And I was like, now that is both a well-trained child and well-trained dogs.
Yeah,
Kudos to those parents.
very
You know?
much.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty
It's on. I think it's on a YouTube video somewhere. I think I saw it on Facebook, but I think it's a YouTube video somewhere. But it was just, you know,
impressive.
yeah, it was very impressive. Because a lot of times dogs won't react to a child's voice like that, especially a large group of them, because they're not authoritative. You have to be alpha in order to get, you know, train your dog, especially a group of them. But this little girl was like,
You have to
sit.
establish the fact that you're alpha before much else is going to work.
And this little woman, she's in the room and she goes, sit. I was like, with the finger and everything, I was like, you go, girl. And one of them started to move and she went, eh. And I was like, yes, that is good training. Because you use a sound to get their attention to know that they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
It works on cats too. Just ask Marty.
What's that? Does that? If I give her the signal and the sound, she's like,
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was impressed. I was like, I want to shake the hands of those parents. I do. Because they did an excellent job with both the children and their animals, you know?
They had a little girl on AGT last season that had like a bunch of dogs, all sizes and shapes, and you know, that she had them doing tricks and things like that, and she commanded those dogs, you know, stop to start. I mean, they were spot on.
cool.
She was so professional, and she was, I don't know, maybe 6, 7.
Yeah.
She may have been a year or two older. I can't remember, but she'd been doing it for a while. And it was astounding that the way that those animals all commanded. But yeah, around food, that amps it up even more because,
Yeah.
you know, food
They
is
need to
usually,
feed.
can't think of the term. You know, they're responsive to commands if there's food involved. What is that term? But anyways, she just did a really good job. You know, she got pretty far. She got pretty far in it.
Yeah, it's amazing what young kids can do, you know, if they're given the chance and they're taught the right way to do it, because there's no way that child figured that out on her own. You know what I mean? One of her parents has to be some kind of trainer that she picked up on it, or she said she wanted to do that and they helped her learn how to do that. But for her to be able to do it on her own is awesome, you know?
Yeah, there wasn't. Yeah, the no adult, you know, it's just her. You know, there's no adult hovering kind of thing. Yeah.
So, I mean, and it showed because and the reason they did that video is because there's so much stigma on the pit bull breed. That they shouldn't be around small children. They shouldn't be anywhere, you know what I mean? And for this little girl to command, there were like 6 or 7 of them. And they weren't small pitties. They were big pitties, you know?
Yeah, pack mentality could overwhelm in a split second if they aren't well trained.
Yep. I mean, obviously there was a parent there filming, but the parent never said anything. So and the dogs never looked at the adult. They focused on the child because the child was the one in charge of letting them eat.
The child was the alpha in their eyes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
I said, pit bulls are
snuggle bugs.
they are.
They're the most lovable critters.
They're
I love
wiggly love on paws is what they are.
I mean, sweet babies. They really are.
Simi has that pity wiggle. She does. She's got that pity wiggle. Man, I thought if we could have lifted her vertically, she would have launched herself into space when she meets people because her whole system, all of her from head to toe, is just, it's always in motion when she meets someone. She just loves meeting people.
If they have the pity wiggle and they have a tail, it's like a freaking propeller. You know.
Oh, yeah.
You're surprised they just don't lift off.
She does.
Yeah.
She does. Her tail is constantly.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's a good girl. She's such a sweet dog. I got so lucky with her, and she trains so fast. Pitties are so smart, and they are actually really good with children. I mean, people used to use them as guard dogs for their children when they had their kids go out and play back in Victorian ages, and all that. The dog was to guard their kids. That's what their job was. And now it's like, oh, don't let pit bulls near your kids. No, train the dog and the kids, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly.
The breed of dog that not many people talk about anymore, it happens to be one of my favorite breeds, is the Doberman. Love Dobies.
Dobies are good dogs. There is a problem sometimes with Dobies if they get that thing where their brain keeps growing that their skulls don't. And they can have a problem with that, but it's rare. And the only other dog that has an innate problem that's congenital is English Springer Spaniels and Brittany Spaniels. They have what's called instant rage, but it's like 1 out of every 50 dogs or something can possibly get that. So most of 1 out of 50, 49 out of 50, you're fine.
Yeah.
We did have a guy that came into the pet store looking for a Brittany Spaniel when I worked there, and he had these like really bad scars on his face and his chest. And I'm like, well, we do have one Brittany, and he came in originally looking for an English, and I was like, well, we don't have an English, but we have a Brittany. And he goes, oh, that'll do, because he's like, I got another Brittany. He goes, I had 2 of each, because he was a bird hunter. And he goes, but my Brittany turned on me. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, Brittany's can get instant rage, and they can just turn on you in a heartbeat. And his Brittany Spaniel turned on him, and the other 3 dogs took down the Brittany and killed it. And I was like, oh my God, I actually looked it up to see if he was telling me the truth. And he was telling me the truth. I'm like, oh shit. So they're beautiful dogs though. And usually, like any Spaniel, they have really good temperaments, but just for some reason, some kind of switch flips in their brain and boom,
Yeah.
We had a Springer that we rescued. He was elderly, named him Trevor. Took him to the vet straight from pickup. Because he needed assessed. He had massive matting. I'm talking 12 to 14 inches of fur matted down to about 2 inches. Yeah. And he was so hot because it was the heat of the summer that he was jumping in the creek. So he ended up with limbs and twigs and stuff woven into it. One of them creating an injury on a rib where it was protruding. It was poking in. He had skin injury there and was touch sensitive there for a while, so I think the rib was bruised.
Probably.
But he was elderly, and upon assessment at the vet, a critical cardiac, major infection in the ears, of course, because they hadn't been keeping trimmed and stuff. Deafness from that. And severe cataracts, so he was pretty much blind. And we had him for about 5 years, and he passed from the heart, but he was treated, medicated from day one. Thankfully, he did not have heartworm, though. It was just a bad heart because of poor nourishment and serious lack of care. But he And we had him, they scanned him for a chip because once he was groomed, you could tell he was probably papered.
Yeah.
Wow.
That quality. And we had him checked, no chip. I mean, they went over everything just in case because of his age, in case it moved.
Wow.
But yeah, no chip. But he was a really good dog, and you could tell that he was prime stock. And we'd let him out. We'd always let him out the front door of the house. They had the whole range of the yard, which was a huge yard. I mean, huge yard. Took like 4 hours just to do the basic mow without trim. And
Damn it, Marty. Leave the
but
bowl
he was out in
alone.
the front yard. Pickup trucks would stop, just dead stop in the street, and be gawping at the dog. And a couple times people came up, I want your dog. And I said, you're not getting my dog. Well, he's a beautiful dog. And I'm like, yeah, but he's my dog. Well, I hunt, and he would be a perfect. And I'm like, he's deaf and blind, dumbass. Oh, okay, thanks. And they turn around and like, if he would have been full, healthy, and young, he would have been stolen. We would have been having to guard dog the dog.
We had a couple of people try and get Max from us. The dog that I had gotten, John, the one that tried to kill me after he had some brain trauma. But Max was a Rottweiler Bloodhound mix, and he wasn't overly large, but he was burly, and he was. Let me tell you, this dog kept coming at me when it attacked me, and it was a freight train. He was about 80 pounds, and people would see him out in the yard wrestle with the Great Dane, and they'd be like, "Hey, I want that brown dog." And we're like, "No," because they wanted to use him for fighting, and I'm like, "Get off my property before I shoot you."
No, these were goat rovers.
But we did have people that would be like, "Hey, how much you want for that dog?" I said, "What is wrong with you that you think you could just walk up and ask a total stranger how much they want for their dog?"
Yeah, exactly.
Daniel's
but no, these were hunters. They had the gun rack in the window behind them in the cab, and total hunter. I mean, some of them even had.
I'm in South Carolina. Everybody has a gun rack in the back of their pickup truck.
Well, I'm in Kansas, but not everybody does. Just
Just about everybody does here.
One of them that stopped even had the little boxes with the doors in the back of the truck for dogs, but which we don't see much around here. It's the plains, But there's not a lot for bird stuff. I mean, I think there's probably some kind of birds, but I've never seen a quail. And I've been in the boondocks all over the place. Never seen a quail. So I don't even know if we have them. We probably do, but I don't know. It was.
I did try to buy my neighbor's dog, Chrissy. You remember Diddy, the dog that I used to go and help and untangle, and I'd feed him when the guy wasn't. I'd be watching on my window. The guy wouldn't feed the dog for like 3 days, and I'd go out there with food. Yeah, I did try to buy Diddy. When I got my stimulus or money that John paid me back, I had like $500, and I offered him $200 for that dog, and he wouldn't take it. But I did try to buy him, and then my next plan was to try and steal him. But I think he would have known it was me at that point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
I don't know. It was just creepy having him coming up. Hi, Christy. Yeah. It was just creepy having him coming up. Oogling my dog.
Yeah.
And
my Cocker Spaniel got ear infections a lot too. It's their ears because they flap over close to their head. They don't have the airflow to keep their ears.
You got to keep that fur trimmed.
We never had to trim Chrissy.
Trevor, we had to constantly trim.
Yeah, her inner ear, it was all clear of hair, but it's just her outer ear was so hairy, and it just and I could tell as soon as she started getting an ear infection, I could smell it, and I was like, get her drops,
See, we trimmed the inside hair on the ear, and then we trimmed the underside of the flap. I just run the shaver up over it so that hair was gone, and it allowed the airflow. And after his initial infection was treated and resolved, he never reinfected because I kept that, which is what you're supposed to do with them to prevent infection,
Yeah.
But a lot of people don't realize that, You do that,
I
and
did
they
learn
just
how to groom a Cocker Spaniel. I did learn how to do the trimming and the clipping and all of that with the Cocker Spaniel because that's the dog twice that dog groomers injured her, and I was having none of that. I was 14, and I was like, they're not getting anywhere near my dog again. And at the time, of course, there was no YouTube. So I had to get a book on grooming,
Mhm.
and I read the book
Yeah, I've
and looked
trimmed
at all
our
the
dogs and
pictures.
cats for years.
I
Because
looked at all the
here,
pictures,
they
and
don't trim a cat when it's conscious. They knock it out.
I
They
would
use
too.
sedation to trim a cat. And Inanna, my ticked blue, long hair, she was too sensitive to anesthesia, and they would oversedate, and there was too much of a risk of her not waking up. And I said, no more. You guys can't seem to get it right. So, because I kept telling them, and I would tell them, even when I dropped her off, light sedation, because she's super sensitive. They wouldn't
Yeah.
listen. They'd oversedate, and I'm like, you're not killing my cat because you don't listen. So I
Well,
just quit taking her, and I
they let my
figured out how to
dog
groom her.
they let my dog jump off the table at one groomer's, and she pinched a disc in her neck,
Hmm.
and the other groomer gouged her in the chest. She had a $half size scab on her chest wound, and I
Hmm.
went no more. So I read the books, and my mom got me the clippers, and I told him they needed to give me the clippers. I was going to use my dad's, and he was like, "You are not touching my clippers." So they got me the clippers, and I was in the basement. We had like a partially finished basement, and I sat down there on the floor, and I should have put something down. Didn't think about it. Shaved the Cocker Spaniel, who was in full growth, so her hair was touching the floor. And I shaved the dog. The dog was not happy, and she looked kind of choppy because it was my first time. But after that, I was able to smooth it out, and
Yeah.
she went running up the stairs like, help me, the woman's crazy. But she felt so much better without all that hair on her in the summer.
Yeah, that's the
And so,
thing. They hate being groomed, but
yeah.
once you groom them, bathe them, and everything, they come out and they got the zoomies because they feel so good.
And my mother came downstairs and saw the extra dog that I had laying around on the floor with all the hair and went, you better clean that up. I'm like, shit. She goes, and you're not using the vacuum. I'm like, crap.
You know what I always did? I have one of those. It's not a bath towel; it's a bath sheet, one of the big ones
Mm-hmm.
that I picked up in the thrift store, and we still have it. We still use it. That's the dog grooming towel,
Mm.
and we lay them out on that and pile the hair, and then I take it and shake it out in the yard, and the birds use the hair as nest weave, and it's natural. So
We take Mijas whenever Mijas start shedding and it's coming out in clumps. We take them and we throw them off the porch. Well, we did throw them off the porch. Now we have to throw them somewhere else because if we throw them off the porch, they're just going to go on the ramp, and that wouldn't be good because I'm not sliding on dog hair. But we can throw them off the other end of the porch. But yeah, so I mean, I learned how to do it myself when I was 14 years old, and
Okay. Christy,
You know.
why are you cat?
human pee repels deer.
if they're eating your
I
bush,
don't know
go pee
about.
on the bush.
I don't think hair does because I shed a lot of hair when I lived in the woods, and there were deer bedding down in our backyard. So I don't think hair does it, but urine will.
I'll say,
Sometimes.
oh,
Sometimes it will.
she hates being groomed, but after she's happy. Gotcha.
Human urine will repel predators more than it will repel prey animals, because John experimented because we had coyote and bobcat and all that were in the woods, and because we had deer bedding down the backyard, he didn't want the deer getting bothered, so he got jugs and did the whole
Saved
pee
it
in
up.
the jug and leave the jugs out, and the deer kept coming, but we didn't see any coyotes or bobcats get close to the house, so I guess it worked. I don't know. Of course, they were probably all drunk, smelling that urine. You never know.
Well,
John's
yeah.
alcohol blood count was always higher on the alcohol side than the blood side, anyway.
Well, peeing on the bush isn't going to repel the deer from coming in your yard. They just won't eat the bush.
I didn't say anything about a bush.
Well, I said earlier, if
Oh.
you got deer eating your bush, eating a bush, a shrub, flowers, plants, whatever, pee on them, and they won't eat them. It doesn't stop them from coming in your yard, but they won't eat it.
Hmm.
You know, they're not going to eat your flowers. But yeah, predators, yeah. Pee the perimeter of your
flowers
house,
don't-
and yeah,
Flowers
you
don't
know,
do real well if you pee on them anyway, so the flowers would end up dying. I wouldn't pee on your flowers. Don't pee on your flowers, people.
no,
Be
you pee
nice
on the
to
dirt
flowers.
around the flowers, and they won't.
It still gets in their roots. You're
Yes, I
better off
know.
using containers.
I've done it before. It doesn't kill the flowers.
Okay.
You
I
don't
know
pee on
that.
the plant. You know, on the dirt around the bed.
I know what you're saying. I have good comprehension skills. What I'm saying is it gets in the roots if you pee on the dirt. So it still can harm the flower.
Not if you pee
Perimeter.
on the parameter, not inside, outside the bed. If you've got blocking on your bed, then it's not going to bypass. You know, if you've hammered in the blocking.
Hmm. That's not what you said, though. You just said pee on the dirt around the flower. So that's what I was
You were
basing it off
being
of.
literal, Cody. Stop it.
Sorry. My bad. Yeah, what I found fascinating, right, is when I was in North Carolina, the woman I was staying with, her daughter wanted to grow peppers, right? So she got one of those long rectangular planters and she planted jalapenos. Then she left it on the ground next to the porch. The male dogs kept pissing on it. I watched the male dogs piss on it and I was like, you might not want to eat those. Just saying, because the dogs are peeing on that plant,
Yeah.
and when they grow, that's going to be gross. She's like, oh, it's fine. I'm really glad I don't like jalapenos and didn't have to eat any of them, because when they got ripe, they grabbed them right off the bush and started eating them. And they were like, why do these taste funny? I'm like, because the dogs have all been peeing on the plants. Yeah, I've never seen jalapenos get spit out so fast in my life. It was funny as fuck.
You told them.
I did.
Wasn't registering, apparently.
And I mean, they could have moved it up onto the porch. There was plenty of room, but once that got peed on the first time, I would have been done. I would have dumped those and, replanted. But
Yeah, I put
yeah.
a garden in, you know, the railroad ties, the little raised bed garden.
Uh-huh.
It was 2 or 3 long and then 2 wide, you know, just a small garden. And, you know, we were always having problems with the squirrels and the bunnies and stuff like that. I planted nasturtiums
Never heard
or
of it.
green onions between the rows, and the squirrels didn't like it. The bunnies didn't like it. The worms, grubs, and stuff wouldn't. Yeah, they moved out. And yeah, I had a great garden that year, and for
Well,
several years after.
I can honestly say by the reaction that I saw that pea jalapeno peppers are not good.
Yeah,
I
and
would have
you
loved
and I
to.
and us 3 would have known that from the get-go, but yeah, apparently they didn't. That's kind of hilarious.
You would have thought that my friend, well, she was supposed to be pagan. She wasn't a very good one. But you would have thought, having that, I'm in a nature and I know how it works, she would have understood the absorption type of. I'm like, really?
Mm.
You're on your own. Enjoy your peppers. And she took a big old bite of that jalapeno pepper, man. I'm just sitting there laughing my ass off. Her son, whom I actually liked, and the 13-year-old who I liked a lot, they were each at this. They were sitting on either side of me, and they were each reaching the pepper, and I just grabbed them and went down. I said, "Wait for it." And my friend and her older daughter took big old bites of those jalapenos, and they were like, "It tastes funny." And I told them why, and they went, "Bleh." I'm like, and I looked at the two next to me. I said, "And that's why." And they were like, "Oh my god!" And they both threw the peppers, and I was like,
And I
It's
missed
like-
that whole best part because it roboted through the whole damn thing.
They, the two of them thanked me later for saving them from eating the pea peppers. I'm like, "You're welcome."
Yeah, pea peppers. I like certain
But-
flavors in my foods, but that is not one
That
of
would
them.
have been so bad. So bad.
I mean, Karma kind of had a little helping hand in that because, when I left Simi with my friend for 6 hours, my dog ended up getting injured, and then my friend lied to me about it. So, Karma, enjoy your pea pepper. The oldest daughter, I told her not to put Simi out on the chain, one of those, square chain link things, because it scared the crap out of her. She was only 8 weeks old. It scared her. The noise scared her. I said, don't put her on that. I was like, use the leash.
Yeah.
I came back from that 6-hour trip and my dog was on the chain. So, little girl, enjoy your pea peppers.
Oh, that's funny.
You shouldn't fuck with me. I will get them for what they do, especially if it's to my dog.
Oh, hilarious.
Now, her son was always pretty cool, and he liked Simi and played with her all the time. The younger daughter actually helped me train Simi, and the younger daughter would go get Simi whenever Simi was like, bye, see you later, and she was on a run, because the youngest one would just get on her those twisty board things, like skateboards, but they're twisty, and she'd track my dog down and bring her back. So she straightened my hair for me, so yeah, she was on my good side. So yeah, I saved them from the pea peppers.
Looks like they're still at Nana's. I was just popping around to see who's where. Looks like they're
No,
still hanging out at Nana.
For Victoria's here in a few. Probably like 1:30 or something. One of those unit notification things.
Yeah. Well,
That it
I'm
popped
not.
up like 15 minutes ago.
I don't get pop-ups on my computer.
I do. Yeah, they'll be going on. They're on Tink's channel right now. They'll be going on to Victoria's channel in about 10 minutes.
I don't have them set on my desktop, but I have them set on this laptop because I'm doing more YouTube.
Oh, look,
the
live craft
notifications.
jewelry selling hobby supplies auction. No. I'll end up spending money. No, not going.
Where is that?
Jewelry nurse.
Oh.
They're live now. I refuse to spend any more money on YouTube. I need to save it just because I don't know what the job situation is with other people in the house.
Need to save.
Yeah, I can't even get my gem tester because I would be too paranoid.
You were going to get yourself your gem tester.
I was.
And I was excited.
I was too.
It's on Jewelry Nurse's channel, you say?
Yeah.
Because I'm getting nothing that she is live.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jesus. I don't know why I said flipping crazy. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
My bad.
I'm looking, I'm going, I don't got anything for Jewelry Nurse. What are you
I'm so
talking about?
sorry. I'm sorry. I get all my jewelry people mixed up. Too many people.
I don't have Flippin' Crazy. How come I don't have Flippin' Crazy?
I don't know. Do you want me to put the link to our auction in the chat?
Sure.
Okay.
That way I can
I'm on it here. I can grab it. I've already got
All
it.
right.
That way I can at least sub.
Yeah.
This is the link to the auction. Oops, well, that ain't it. Try that again.
I'm like, where?
My mouse didn't pick it up for some reason. It, come on. It's still got gem information from where I dropped information in a, a chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it didn't pick it up for some reason. Okay, try again. Hopefully I did it right this time. Okay, this is her channel.
Are you putting it? Oh, there it is. Okay. There was a delay.
Not too much of a delay.
Well, part of that was when I said it, it was 2 or 3 seconds later before my hand finally cooperated and did it. So I think it was more my delay than YouTube delay. My hands are grumpy moments.
Yeah, I know this feeling. My hands don't like to cooperate, or they hurt too bad. Speaking of which, I need to take my meds.
There.
Well, degenerative joints, the fibro, and osteoarthritis. And I think I might have some bursitis sitting in
No,
there.
Lordy.
I've got bursitis in the body, so it's just, I think it's finally moving in. Because I know I've got bursitis on one hip and one shoulder.
You need to quit. We all got too much shit going on. I'm telling you.
Right?
It is what it is. I mean, I ache more in the winter anyways, but yeah, my hands. That's why you haven't seen me stitching and stuff here lately, because it's been so cold, my hands don't cooperate. So.
Did we fill you in on what's going on with Tim Willow?
He just said the shaking continues, but I haven't gotten an update lately.
Okay. Last week on Wednesday, he went to the occupational therapist.
Mm-hmm.
Occupational therapist looked at him and said that essentially there's not much that she can really do for him. I have no idea why the neurologist sent him to her, because he functions.
He just shakes when he does it.
He just shakes.
And there's no way to stop it, so he's
And
already
then-
working with it.
Also, he told the occupational therapist that our primary doctor ordered him a CT scan. The CT scan has provided information that there's something that resembles a aneurysm going on up here. And that is probably causing pressure on something or
Triggering
triggering the shakes. But now they have to figure out how and where to order a CTA so that they can get the CTA done and get it done proper. The neurologist should be ordering all these CAT scans, not our primary care.
Yeah, they have to do a deeper brain scan to see exactly what the situation is. See if they can. I mean, because there are some that are treatable.
This is neurological. This is not, and this is exactly what the occupational therapist said. This is neurological.
Yeah.
Why is the neurologist not dealing with this? Why is your primary care?
The neurologist thought he should go to a psychiatrist, that it was stemming from some childhood trauma.
Yeah.
It's like,
You need to get a different neurologist, and you need to do it quick if there's a possibility of an aneurysm.
We've seen two in the same building.
That's sad.
yeah. So, I mean, there are a lot of different things that can occur with aneurysms. Some of them are treatable without any kind of intrusion. Some of them, they have to do a surgery. Some of them, they can't treat. I mean, it can go either way, but it's very scary not knowing what's going on.
But, and that's what I told him. I said, brain aneurysm is fucking scary.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, I'm scared to death. I lost an uncle to a brain aneurysm. He was 40-some years old. He had a major headache, and he pulled over to take some Tylenol and kind of catch a grip. He was driving his delivery truck, and the next thing you know, he was dead in his truck.
Hey, Punisher. Yeah.
Hey, Peter.
It's
Hey,
very
Pete.
scary. Well, that's what happened to my neighbor, the one that goes to the store for me. Is he had a brain aneurysm that ruptured, and they were able to get him into the hospital and get him into surgery. They did brain surgery, And it took him a while. He had to do the occupational therapy because after that he had to relearn how to do everything. But that's when it comes in, what it's for. And he's back up to pretty much, I'd say, about 95% functional, which is amazing, but yeah.
Well, one thing that I recommend is having the CTA done in a facility that does do brain surgery, for the reason that with a CTA, they do use a dye. It causes the vessels to expand a little bit, and there is the risk of rupture during the test. By ensuring that he's in a hospital that has that, if something happens, he can be rushed right into surgery. There's no transfer and all that time that is involved there. He's on facility. So when that is scheduled, even if you have to drive a bit, make sure it's in a facility that does do brain surgery stuff, so that he's on site of a place that's going to give him a better chance if something would shit backwards during the test.
Yeah.
It's just, and don't let that freak you out.
Oh, yeah.
Just forewarned, forearmed, better prepared, improves his chances, overall.
Yeah.
If they find something that needs immediate attention. There's no transfers, no waits, blah, blah, blah. They can just admit him, set it up, schedule it, boom, done, Like I said, even if you have to drive a little further to get that, it's worth it. When my dad, he had an aneurysm in his aorta, and we were scheduling the surgery. Kansas City VA wanted to do it. But Kansas City VA does not have heart trauma. And basic requirement with that type of procedure is that it is done in a heart trauma facility. Kansas City wanted to fight it. They were in threat of being closed, so they were trying to grab everybody they could, whether it was good for them or not. I had to fight them on it. I had to override them. I had to use my skills and go around them and schedule it in Columbia, Missouri, which was twice as far as Kansas City. But that's where the surgery was done, because heart trauma was on site, and if he needed it, it was there. Because if Kansas City did it, verbatim, their words, we will flap him shut, put him in a helicopter, and fly him to Columbia. And I'm like, oh, Columbia has a VA, huh? And I'm like, yeah, that's where he's going. He ain't going here. And I was around them. They called, it was about 6 months after he had the surgery, 4 to 6 months. I was like, we need to get him scheduled for that. I'm like, for what? For that aneurysm surgery. And I'm like, it's already been done. He's been home recovering for said number of months. Well, it was supposed to be done here. And I said, you thought it was supposed to be done here. I thought it should be done elsewhere. And that's where I got it done. Stuff it. And it's hard to circumnavigate the VA system because it's government, but I did it.
Yeah.
And that's, I got good enough navigating the medical world that I was able to pull that off. So that, and with the help of somebody with wings that happened to show up near an elevator bank and informed me of a few steps that I needed to take to ensure that the note that she handed me, the ink spread out, was unreadable. I found it in a wallet about 5 years later. Type of ink doesn't do that. When we went back for the one follow-up that we went there for, all the rest were done in Topeka because it was closer. I asked to speak to her because I wanted to thank her, and they had no idea who she was. She didn't exist. And trust me, I went through the various to find her, and she didn't exist.
I'll be dipped.
So, yeah. So I had a little help on that part on a few of the more pertinent steps. Apparently, somebody upstairs wanted to keep him around, too. But
apparently so.
Yeah, that was kind of an interesting kind of thing that you didn't find out, till a little after. And you were like, But yeah.
But no, yeah, these are the things that we have discovered and found out. And it all
Yeah.
stems from, September when he was in the hospital and cardiology was like couldn't find anything. So, okay, if it wasn't anything to do with his heart, why didn't they check to see if it
The
was
brain.
stroke related? At that time, if they just checked for stroke relations, they'd have noticed the CT, something was going on then.
Yeah.
And here we are all these months later.
I know.
And
It's scary when you find out you got a ticking time bomb on your hands. And that's basically what it boils down to.
yeah,
Yeah.
but here we are, and I said all these months later, and our primary care doctor is doing what the specialist is supposed to have been doing
Should have
all
done.
the time.
Well,
See?
when you go to sort that out, talk to your primary and explain that, that you understand the risks with this test in regards to the brain and what have you, and that you would like to have the test done in a facility that has brain trauma surgical team type, um, so that he's on site just in case. You don't want the timeline of transfer and stuff like that involved. You want him on site
Yeah.
just in case.
We go and see our primary on Wednesday.
Well, I'm sure if you explain that and share that with him and that you're aware of that concern and that you want to take the steps, he'll make sure it happens.
Oh, yeah.
Because it sounds like he's the one stepping up where the others are just a bunch of friggin' flakes, which I've run onto numerous times.
We've seen 2 neuros in the same office, 2 different ones.
That's probably part of the problem. They're in the same office. So the same mentality tends to cluster in that little bubble of an office. You might try one in a different place out of that bubble because they tend to, the bad habits in an office tend to spread to all the doctors and stuff. And you get out of that bubble and go into a different bubble and you'll get a totally different dynamic.
I mean, because we even told him, this second neuro, we even told him that our primary ordered a CT scan and he hadn't even looked at it.
That's a good sign. That's not a good office to be in. You need to change offices. I mean, my doctor changed 2 floors different, same building, but 2 floors different practice, but all under the same master umbrella. They're all Cotton O'Neill, but the one down on the second floor is where I had my doctor before I had moved to 4th to begin with.
Right.
One was like internal medicine. The other one was, I think it was called medical arts back in the day, but now it's all Cotton O'Neill. But totally different dynamic from one. I'm so glad to be back on the 4th because my health did so much better there than downstairs. And downstairs, their practice is their methodology, their the moral standard that they, raise their hand and swear to. They don't seem to follow that down there,
Yeah.
Up there, they do. And he's listened far more in the one visit and a couple of emails to their office than they ever did downstairs. So I'm so glad.
Our problem is, Christy, is we have public aid medical card, and finding physicians that take our medical card is the problem.
Yeah. The different bubbles that you have in your town and like surrounding towns, go online, look at their website. There's usually a list of doctors, stuff like that. Check reviews on them, that kind of thing. Do the research. They're there and they are covered with your insurance. It's just finding them. And for us with the Medicaid card, you got to do your research. And I have been learning that more and more in recent years, because the moral fiber of doctors has changed. This new generation of doctors coming in is different. And you got to do your research and find one that has very high ratings and gives a shit and takes Medicaid. They're there. You just got to find them. And you can also contact Medicaid, and they can give you a list. There's usually a PDF that you can get, of doctors for all the various practices, specialties, blah, blah, blah. But they don't update that as well. And, so contact them. They can send that to you, but have them update it before they send it to you. And, and then just do your research. That's the big thing. Research. Checking ratings on doctors. And
here we have like 3 different insurance companies through the Medicare system.
Mm-hmm.
Or Medicaid, rather, not Medicare, but Medicaid.
Well, they're kind of the same, but yeah, there is a fork in them at a point.
And we have Aetna. So, yeah.
Aetna is what was put in to replace that one that totally went debunk. And some of the practices are skeptical. You should be in your change-up window right now where you can change. I would recommend switching out of Aetna into a different one while that window's open. Just to because there's places that aren't taking Aetna. At least around here, I know they are. I mean, you can do the research on your end, but I have a feeling it's nationwide. Where they're the replacement for the debunk one.
Yeah.
People are skeptical and they're slow to sign on. I've been with United Healthcare the whole time, and they've done well. I've had to bicker with them here and there and put up a fight here and there, but they've always come through in the end. And they're well established, and pretty much everybody that takes Medicaid takes them. Sunflower is another one we have here. I don't know if it's nationwide or not, but it's more family oriented and not older people or single adults. But United Health is more, single adult and stuff. So their benefits, their rewards, that kind of stuff is more focused on older people.
We have the Aetna, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and one other. And the one that's in the middle, that's the one that's in the middle, because there's Aetna, the one in the middle, and then Blue Cross Blue Shield. And the one that's in the middle tends to be the better one.
I pick whichever one's the best that best suits. Like, you don't have children, little children.
Well,
babies.
Don't have small children. I've got the teen.
Yeah, but the teen is closer to adult than not.
Yeah.
So he would benefit more from the adult stuff than, the baby stuff, like WIC and stuff. He's far beyond WIC kind of things.
I don't have nerves for babies no more. When the grandbaby comes over, I'm good for a little bit, and I'm like, okay, go back to mommy.
do your research on the other two, but don't look at, and same with your doctors, don't look at the professional ratings through, the medical blah, blah, blah association. Look for blogs of patient reviews. Hear what the patients have to say.
Yeah.
Because the professional medical reviews are always padded and they're bullshit.
Yeah.
But the patients, they're going to put it out there. And a blog is a doctor review blog is the best place to get it, because that's the vent stream. Mm-hmm. That's where they go to lay, unload their spleen on all the bullshit, they just lay it out. And that's where you're going to find out. And then just kind of use your spidey sense and go with the one that, with the insurance and with doctors, go with your spidey sense on the one that just feels right. That's what I do. And Christy, I'm knowledgeable because I was a caregiver for over 30 years. And I have dealt with VA, I've dealt with Medicaid, I've dealt with the general allopathic world of medicine. Do I want to get a side income on that? No. Am I more than willing to share what I've learned? Hell yeah. But I don't want to get paid for it. That's just me giving back. So.
But yeah, I gotta figure. I just gotta figure shit out.
Yep. Shake off the fear. Shake off all that. Go into the caregiver advocate mom mode. Tough love mom mode. And do the research and find your way. If you need help, you know where to reach me.
No, yeah, I got all your numbers.
Yep. So I'm more than happy to help. We're going to get him through this, and he's going to be fine. But a house full of fear and a house full of stress from that fear is not going to help you or him. Shake it off. Sage the house. Do whatever you got to do. Peaceful environment. Mind clear. Dig in.
I do need to get some sage.
This has just become like a mission or a quest. As of this moment, the fear's gone. This is a quest. The goal at the other end of that maze is he's okay, he's healthy, and life goes on.
But as I said, other than that, everything with him seems to be good.
Keep it that way.
You know, in all honesty, everything else other than that with him seems to be very good.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. Just keep it that way. Sage the house. Get rid of the fear. This was my dad. You know?
Yeah.
There's a different feel with a husband versus your dad. I made it. He made it.
Yeah.
And you will find little wings wafting in now and then, guiding you
Yeah.
on a quest of this magnitude. But let them help. Ow. Cramp.
No, knee kind of got caught in the bend.
Oh. Yeah, I had that happen. I've got one that if I walk out the door, there's a steel hinged brace on it because the patella is luxated.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see me reach kind of in that vicinity and get a look on my face. That's because I've just popped the kneecap back in place because my leg strapped over it, bonked it just right, knocked it out. Yeah, that's painful. But yeah, I just deal. If it gets too grumpy, I tape it. That way I can still sit comfortably, but it's taped and supported and it's staying in place because the tape don't allow it to move.
Yeah, I've got braces for both knees. Some days I wear both of them. Some days I don't.
Yeah, I've got milder ones
Barbara.
for the left, but the right one, yeah, it has to have the steel hinged hundreds and hundreds of dollars knee brace.
Yes, Cody.
Hello, Barbara.
It was my mommy.
Ooh.
I was like, wow, my mom's psychic. I was going to call her today.
Well, you're smiling, so it must have been a decent visit.
Yeah, me and my mom get along fine now, unless she starts complaining about stuff that she has the control to change, unlike me, and it frustrates me. And then she's like, okay, well, gotta go, bye then. I'm like, love you, bye.
Yeah. Escape.
Because she don't want to listen to it. My mom wants to be the victim all the time.
Yeah.
And me, I think of all the scenarios. Huh?
That's not a good thing to be. Who wants to be the victim all the time?
I don't know. She just has always seen, like, the grandkids not picking up their stuff. She's like, well, I had to pick up the living room again today. I'm like, they're 14 and 15 years old. Tell them to pick up their crap themselves. She goes, well, yeah, but then they complain. I'm like, I don't care if they complain.
You know what?
complain more when you
Once I
take all their
pick it
shit
up,
away.
I don't care how old you are. I will pick it up. I will put it either in a box, a tote, a bag, or whatever. If you want it back, you're going to do something to earn that back. Or I will throw it away or give it away.
Yeah, I know. I've given her the offer. I've given her the information. I've told her what to do, but she won't do it. Which is why when she complains the next time, I'm like, okay.
Football widow today, huh?
So yeah, but she said she was going to come over Friday, but the weather was bad, which I pretty much figured because we had really thick fog Friday, and it was all rainy and icky, and my mom doesn't drive in any kind of weather except clear. So I said, well, maybe this coming Friday. She's like, yeah, if it's nice out. Okay.
Football widow. I'm assuming that means he's watching football and you have disappeared, and he can make his own hot wings and what have you, and you've just kind of vacated.
That's
Thankfully,
usually about it.
my ex wasn't a big sports fan, so
Yeah, John wasn't either. Football
Well,
widow means you're concentrating on the TV and they don't know you're alive.
Yeah.
it was kind of funny because he was all, this team, but he never watched them.
Oh yeah, John knew about the teams and all that, but unless it was Washington State, because he did like the Huskies and all that.
Well, I'm talking, he was all gung ho. These teams, if you seen a hat with the name, you had to have it, that kind of thing. But actually watching the game, of course, part of that could have been because we didn't have cable, but and there wasn't computer then. Home PCs didn't happen till about the time I got divorced.
Oops. My trash bag is full. Stuff is spontaneously rolling out of it now. I'm like, really got to take that out of my room today.
I was going to say, is that going to be your chore for today?
I'm maybe.
The trash landslide.
That doesn't make any sense, though.
Oh, I see, Barbara.
Real not watching football.
So you're not a football widow if you don't have a husband that's watching football. Because that's what that term means.
Yeah, but she could use it because she is a widow and she's avoiding football. So in a technical sense, she can still pull it off.
No.
Well, in her world, that's what it is. Leave it be. It's her world. Her
Okay.
bubble.
Your bubble is wrong. So yeah, my mom asked how things were going. I'm like, oh, okay. She goes, is that a good okay or a bad okay? I'm like, well.
Yeah, well, things are a little bit better than they were, but they're also not as good as they could be.
Well, I explained because, nobody had told her. I hadn't talked to her, and it hadn't occurred to me, but we forgot to tell her that my son had the ear infection. Mm-hmm. And, of course, she's like, did he get fired? I'm like, we don't really know. We're not really sure.
As long as he got paperwork from the doctor?
No, Jack in the Box doesn't care. They have a policy. If you call in, you're fired. That's what they say. Of course, Jason quit, and he quit for 3 days, and then they called him and be like, dude, are you coming into work? So, we don't know. But he is going to try and get the job at Wendy's where he worked before because he can walk there. He's done it. He knows he can do it. So that will be healthier for him anyway to walk. But that way you won't have to rely on anybody for a ride. And, explained a little bit about temper tantrums and things. And she's like, you need to get rid of them. I'm like, and how would you like me to do that? She goes, well, you'll have to evict them. I'm like, do you know what that entails? It means I have to go to the courthouse and file paperwork, and it costs money. 2 things wrong with that. I can't get to the courthouse, and I don't have the money. So, I was like, besides, Genius Boy said that if he got evicted, he was going to wreck some shit. So, sorry. He's already threatened to do damage in the house.
Oh,
Hello, Tim.
Hey, well,
Hi, Tim. So
Ted,
yeah,
we
I
have a
mean,
joke for you.
oh shit.
what?
You have 30 cows, 28 chickens. How many didn't?
I only heard half of that.
30 cows in the field, 28 chickens. How many didn't?
How many what?
Didn't.
Didn't?
Yeah.
You have 30
I
cows.
know. They're cows and chickens. I'm not a cow or a chicken, so I don't think like them.
You have 30 cows, 28 chickens. How many do you have? Or how many didn't, rather?
How many didn't what?
It's a play on words. You have 30 cows, 28 chickens. How many didn't?
I'm not getting it.
10 didn't eat chicken. It's just a play on words. Silly thing. Sorry. I'll leave you alone on that.
Sorry, Tim. Rotten dead joke.
I love you anyway, Tim.
Yep, we love you.
It's a bad joke.
Yeah.
Don't let him tell those jokes again.
What in the fuck is a pickled herring?
Ew, yeah.
It's a herring that's pickled. It's a fish.
Okay. You can do the cow. You can do the leg joke.
Ugh. I don't even
So they
remember.
pickled fish?
Yeah, pickled fish.
Considering I don't like fish, the sound of pickled fish.
And a
I
cat.
won't eat a herring. I don't eat things that look back at me. Except lobster. I'll eat those all day long.
Yeah, they
Pickled
don't
herring are
look
like
at you. They just kind
sardines.
of scream in the pot.
Pickled herrings are like sardines, except they're herrings, and their process is a little different.
Either way, it's gross.
And they smell.
So they're like a big guppy or something?
Yeah, something.
You're talking to somebody that don't like to eat fish. And
They're like
I've only
bait
ever
fish.
fished in fresh water.
They're like bait fish. They're just whales like them.
I'll just put it like this. Willow and I, fish are friends, not food.
No, they aren't even my friend. I just ain't eating them because I don't like fish that much. I eat canned tuna and fish
John
with
used to
fish
eat
sticks. That's the extent of fish for me.
John used to eat sardines and pickled herring, and he loved it. He would eat it right out of the little tins outside because I wouldn't let him eat that stinky shit in the house. So he would be outside, and every cat in the neighborhood would be sitting on our porch staring at him. And he's like, I feel like I'm going to die. I'm like, well, you're doing it on your own. I'm not going to be around you while you eat those things. And I'd go inside and I'd watch from the window, and there'd be like 15 cats just staring at him.
The only time that ever happened was when I had, I'd accidentally bought a can of tuna and oil, and I thought, okay, it can't be that bad. I was a teenager, but I was married, out of the house. So I drained it and I ate it, and came down with a stomach flu like 4 hours later, and I was hurling oily tuna for like 2 days.
Oh,
How do you
And
come down with it?
every
That's
cat, every cat in the neighborhood had showed up at the door of this little studio apartment, yowling and screaming and crying, wanting that tuna, but it wasn't happening because Tiny Bowl Man got it instead.
How do you come down with the flu in 4 hours?
That's when it hit me.
No, it sounds
Like
more like
4
you got
hours
food
after
poisoning.
eating this stuff.
Sounds
all
more
of a
like you
sudden-
got food poisoning.
No, it was healthy. It was fresh tuna. Date was good, blah blah blah. But no, it was a flu because I ended up going to the doctor and the stomach flu, blah blah blah. But it just happened to hit 4 hours after I had tuna. And
Well, it didn't even take 5 minutes outside, and there were cats showing up. That's how strong this odor was, because there was barely any wind that day, and we were out in the boonies. So I don't know where all these cats came from, but
this was in the house, door closed, dead of winter, and they showed up at the door because the smell emanated so bad. You can imagine how bad it was in the apartment if they're smelling it outside. I mean, everybody wanted to leave.
I popped my head out the window and I looked at him and I said, "I don't." Huh?
I'm sorry, I was talking to Tim.
I popped my head out the window, right, as he's sitting out on the deck surrounded by strange cats. I said, "Oh, and by the way, I don't care how cute the cats are that showed up. None of them are staying." Because he was famous for going, look what I found, and bringing home furry things. No.
It's got to be.
No.
John was bad as children. My kids were famous for bringing home a critter.
Oh, I was too. But the things I brought home were like turtles and salamanders. I tried to bring home a snake. My mom wouldn't let me in the door with it. Things like that. This man brings home things that get bigger and eat a lot of food. I mean, he brought home 2 puppies once when I sent him out for cigarettes. Not the thing to do when I'm out of cigarettes. I'm like, I can't smoke that. Go get my cigarettes, and comes back with another puppy. I'm like,
that is not a thing.
I was like, bitch, if you come back with one more puppy, I'm smoking you. Okay, go get my freaking cigarettes. And he was like, okay, and put the puppy down and ran back out the door. I'm like, puppies are looking at me like, we didn't do it. One of those puppies would be Mihao, whom we still have. We got a cat named Shy, who actually, I think that's why he emanated towards Marty so much, is because Shy was black and white. And pretty much acted like Marty does. But Shy, our dogs found Shy in our yard, on our fenced-in front yard. She was sitting on top of the little, it wasn't really a doghouse, but it had been a doghouse at one point, started falling apart, so John just kind of pieced it back together so they'd have shelter. It started raining while they were out there. She was up on top of it with 4 dogs surrounding her. And then this cat just jumps down off of the thing, walks calmly across the front yard, sits in the middle of the yard, and stares at the house. And Kayla was like, oh, Mommy, Daddy, look at the pretty kitty in our yard. And I'm like, oh, no. And John went, I better go make sure she's okay. I'm like, oh, crap. I knew as soon as he got near that cat was going to live in our house. And sure enough, it did. He would sit on the porch here. And, of course, this is Catopia in my neighborhood. The lady over there feeds the outside cats, and they breed. Like all year long, winter, summer, fall, doesn't matter, breed. And so there are always kittens, right? And he's like, oh, look at those cute little kittens. I went, no. He goes, but no. He goes, but that's no. And he's like, you're not my boss. I'm like, I will kill you slowly. He's like, okay, never mind. I'm like, we already have enough animals. We're all pretty much low income. We cannot afford more animals. It's not a good life for them. If you care about the kittens that much, call animal control to pick them up, put them in the shelter so they can get adopted. They would get fixed when they get adopted. No more kittens in the wild.
Yeah. Barbara, no. That's all I can say to that. I'm done.
I've never actually had pickled fish. Fried fish, baked fish. I won't eat raw fish. That's the name of it. I will not eat raw fish. I won't eat raw. I won't eat any kind of raw protein like that, meats and things.
Just not.
My system is way too sensitive. My system is way too. What?
Go ahead.
My system is way too sensitive. If there is even a hint of any kind of bacteria, whatever, salmonella, anything on raw food, I will end up sick. So, no.
I love the fish, Barbara. I'll catch them, kill them, clean them, cook them. And I cook great fish, but I won't eat it. Or let's say I used to. I haven't cooked a fish in a long time. But
I got to finally, when I was in Florida, make the fish that I make. I mean, it's nothing fancy. It's tilapia. So it's, because it's an inexpensive fish. Leave me alone. But it's just self-rising flour with the Weber herb and garlic seasoning and an egg wash. And then I fry it. Not a big deal, but it tastes really good. And I finally, the first place I lived, she wouldn't let me cook it because she couldn't stand the smell of fish. So I couldn't make my food, She didn't want me to cook at all. So then when I moved in with Michelle and Stuart, I was like, they called me to let me know they were on their way home. They'd be home in a couple of hours. And I was like, well, just for shits and giggles, I have the means to make it. So I made them dinner. So when they came home, they didn't have to make anything. And they were like, oh my God, this is awesome. Because I make it with jasmine rice and peas. And they were absolutely thrilled. They were like, this is delicious. And you're making this for us again. I'm like, okay. So it was a little bit of boost to my ego there, because my son doesn't really like fried fish. He loves shrimp, but he doesn't like fish.
Yeah.
So, but considering, I have one person who can't stand the smell of fish. Of course, she also said her son was allergic to mushrooms, but he ate tons of them at one point and didn't die. So no, he's not. But I don't like the smell of fish. She just didn't want me to cook anything because they would find out I was a better cook than her. Can't have that.
I'm not that fond of oregano. Even when I do Italian cooking, I'm low on the oregano, higher on the basil. Oregano is too strong.
Yeah, I use very little oregano when I cook.
Oregano.
I like rosemary and basil and thyme are my go-tos, and garlic powder.
Mm-hmm.
Or if I have if I have to mix it and coat something, I use the garlic powder. If I just need the garlic in it, I get the jars of diced garlic because chopping up garlic's too hard on my hands. So I just get the jar and I'll grab like a forkful and into the food.
Yeah.
So
It's like he doesn't know how to use a knife.
I heard that. Yeah, Christy, that happens because your gallbladder produces bile, which helps break down food. And if you don't have that, it right through you. Food is a short-term rental.
Yep.
There's no long-term lease. It's short-term rental.
I've always had a sensitive stomach, and after gallbladder, even more so.
Yep.
And when Crohn's disease and irritable bowel syndrome runs heavy in your family, food definitely has short-term rental.
I got the irritable bowel, but I don't have the Crohn's.
Crohn's runs heavy in my family.
John's dad had Crohn's.
Great-grandmother.
His dad had to have a section of his intestine removed because of Crohn's.
Aunt and my sister.
They're back.
I wouldn't mind 3 backbones. That way, the one that I've got going to crap, I'd have 2 spares.
Right? I was really hoping they'd be gone longer.
I don't have a problem with cocoa. I've never liked coffee.
I don't like coffee.
It ain't happening.
Sasha told me
that mocha thing that they add to stuff, that coffee flavor they add to, like chocolate, or add to this or add to that. No. I can smell it shit a mile away.
Cha-Cha told me I was drinking coffee the wrong way. I was like, I drink it with my mouth like everybody else, and I still don't like it. How am I drinking it the wrong way?
Oh, yes, cream and sugar.
No,
I tried all that. It didn't work. So
I love coffee ice cream. I do love coffee ice cream, but the flavor of coffee is so faint that I can handle it. I love the smell of coffee. The smell of coffee brewing, I love that smell.
Yeah,
but I
there
don't like
was
drinking
a
coffee.
store in the mall. It was called Gloria Jeans. Loved walking past there and going in when it was there. Oh, it was. They had nothing. They had coffees. It was a coffee shop, and loved going to Gloria Jeans. Loved it. The smell, the aroma of coffee.
Christy, even with all of the thousands of hours that I spent in ERs, VAs, the hospitals, the doctor's offices, all that with my dad, all the free coffee that was available in all of those facilities, I still don't like coffee. So yeah, not even that worked.
And I've tried making it. I've tried making it so it's more cream than coffee, and a ton of sugar. No, I don't like it.
Tried all that.
I've tried the flavored coffees, like international coffees. Don't like them. John got me a caramel mocha, whatever, from Krispy Kreme's frozen drink, and he's like, "It's good salted caramel. You'll love it." And I'm like, It's got coffee in it. I won't love it. He goes, you can't even taste the coffee. Yeah, maybe if you're used to drinking your coffee black like he was, you couldn't taste it with all that crap in it. But the first sip, as soon as it got close to me, I could smell the coffee in it. And I took one sip and I'm like, duh. I couldn't taste any of the other good stuff in it. All I could taste was coffee. I'm like, I called him back in the room and he's like, what's up? And I'm like, get this crap away from me. And he's like, ah, shit. So, yeah.
No, all those hours in the ERs and all that and stuff, I walked right by the coffee bank to the vending machine and got me a Pepsi.
Yeah. I just don't like it.
Of course,
Now,
I
my
can't
mom
do that
does make a
anymore.
really good, my mom makes this mocha cake that is absolutely fantastic. And I don't know why I like that and I don't like other mocha things, but she makes it with instant coffee. One tablespoon of instant coffee in the cake mix. And then there's like 1 or 2 tablespoons of instant coffee in the frosting, which you have to cook on the stove and stir it for 20 minutes straight, which is why I don't make this cake. But it is so rich and so good. The cake is it's crack on a plate. It's so good. I don't know why I like that, but I don't like other mocha things. I don't know. Maybe because
I can see that.
the chocolate is so strong and so rich in that cake because you actually make it from scratch and put in like the cocoa and the bittersweet cocoa and sugar, all that stuff. So it's good. I need my mommy to make me one of those.
Chocolate, and you're killing me, Smalls.
We have
Sorry.
chocolate. We have Hershey.
There's certain places that I don't even get milkshakes because they taste like they've got a little coffee in them.
Hmm.
Even if, and I don't know if they actually put something in it or it's just that, they use like the same glasses, the same cups that they use for like, I guess, iced coffee kind of stuff. I don't know if it's just like contamination along the way somewhere because it's the same station or what. I don't know what it is, but yeah, I don't get them there because I don't want coffee in a milkshake. If I want a milkshake, I want a milkshake.
Now I want a milkshake. Thanks, Willow.
You're welcome. Hey, I'm weird though. I don't want a chocolate. I want a hot fudge milkshake. So if they don't have hot fudge, I'll settle for chocolate on rare occasion, but usually I will drive further to get the hot fudge one. And then I can't just scarf it because I'm diabetic. So I get one and then there's like 6 servings in a small because I just kind of nibble at it. I stick it in the freezer and let it harden and eat it like ice cream out of a pint for like 2 weeks.
Man, no, not me.
Now I want my ice cream.
I am diabetic. Don't get me wrong, but there's no.
I'm not, and I want my chocolate peanut butter ice cream now. Damn it. Y'all suck. The diabetics made me hungry.
I said, I'm diabetic. I take my medicine. My blood sugars stay actually very good. My A1Cs are great.
Mine were, but now with antibiotics and steroids and all that crap that they keep having to put into me, yeah, my numbers are a struggle. So then they want me to do these once weekly injections, and they bind me up really, really, really bad. I'm like the 1% that gets constipation instead of diarrhea from them. Compacted bowel's not a good thing.
No, it's not.
I've been struggling to try to do those with that because I keep having to go off them because I can get too bound up, and I'm on Ducasot and the whole, I'm running the gamut here and it's still not working. So, yeah, I think we're going to have a discussion about something different.
Did you ever take your dog out?
And if they keep egging on about it, I'm just going to say screw it. So my numbers are going to be a clusterfuck. Oh well, my lungs are going to take me out first anyway. So
I'm not. I just got a quick little video of the grandbaby. She's so cute.
That sucks.
I had a diabetic cat, Barbara, and she was insulin dependent. And yeah, been there, done that.
I'm getting Marty kisses.
Well, you can share it on Facebook. You can.
Marty just actually, it's not like I'm getting a Marty bath. Marty is cleaning my hand. Very weird.
Had to turn the brightness down as per normal.
Make
She's now
yourself
gotten
big
up
if
to my
you're going to
wrist.
show it.
Marty is being very weird. Oh, she's so cute. That's right, eat the fish.
Listen,
I made out part of it. It's too small.
she's just,
Looked like she was like on her tummy playing with a toy, maybe.
she's in one of those bouncy seat things.
Oh, there she is. Oh, she's just a tiny one.
See, she likes fish.
Yeah, Nemo or somebody
Ow!
will never be the same again.
It's just a fishy on her walker thing.
Apparently, the kisses are a taste test because Marty just chomped down on my finger.
I said, I got this one. I got this video the other day. If it,
That blades.
Yeah, I really can't see that.
yeah, I can't. It doesn't show very well. It's tiny.
Yeah, I was seeing a reflection of a fish tank better than the
I
video.
don't have a fish tank. I don't know what the hell that reflection.
I don't know, but there was a reflection of like a fish tank or something in the.
I know. I was like, what the hell is
What
that?
is this?
Might have been.
Oh, we're toddling. The real fun is about to begin.
She'd be. She just did turn a year old in December.
Mm.
That was born in November.
So yeah, I mean,
As soon as they're on their feet and they figure out running, balance, and stuff, then yeah, the nightmare begins. Terrible twos.
My son went from standing to running.
That was me. I pretty much potty trained myself. I kept taking my diaper off, so Mom got the porta pot out of the garage and put it in the bathroom.
You know,
I over my head a couple times, and after that, I was
sorry
good
for
to
all
go.
the crinkle rattling. Timmy's over here in the kitchen.
cheese, crackers, and meat.
I was so tiny when I learned how to walk. I was walking by 10 months. I could walk under the dining room table or the kitchen table, you know. And yeah, once I got old enough where I hit it, took me a little while to figure out can't do that no more. Because I would just be streaking along, all of a sudden, whack. So, yeah.
When did I start walking?
I don't know. But once you finally started talking, you never shut the hell up.
Yeah.
Your worst mistake was giving me the ability to talk.
I mean, that one's the first and only truth is that, you know,
Well, talking, you know, if you're capable, it's kind of required in life. But yeah, if it's annoying, then that's when you invest in the roll of duct tape.
oh, Cody, package does have purple on it, so you'll know it.
Of course it does. I never doubted you.
Yeah, I don't think I color coordinated packaging. It was mostly clear tubes.
When I send Cody packages via any shipping method, there's at least a strip of purple packing tape, duct tape stuff on it, so she knows that it's from me.
I don't signature my packages. I just pack them and go. Yeah. Never thought of that kind of thing. I send so few packages in my world that, yeah, it's just a package. What's inside is more important than a little tape. I'm just not that detailed on packages.
Seeing the
Anal
purple cheers
retentive on a
me
lot
up.
of things, but not packaging.
Seeing the purple tape cheers me up.
Ah,
I like purple.
well, mine didn't have purple tape, and you still cheered up.
Well, yeah.
So
But I get to cheer up twice with Tina's. Once when I see it and once when I open it.
well, I'm sure you were quite happy when you seen it because you knew what was going to be in it.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I didn't have to buy a roll of purple tape.
Oh, now I'm starting yawn. What the heck?
I didn't do it.
She's contagious.
I'm glad I looked away when you got
I am not. I've had my shots.
I don't know. We're not been too bad. It's only been 2 hours and 45 minutes.
And 40 seconds.
nothing. I went on a call for about 6 hours once.
But we're just hanging out. Nothing else really to do. We just keep each other company.
Yep.
Exactly.
Does Mom have a big pan of chicken in the biscuits?
I forgot to put some over there.
I wasn't sure if I had. Sorry.
I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
All right.
Already. Oh.
Whew. And we'll all just go bubble for a little bit. Oh, shoot.
I agree. Oh. Oh, dog. Hi, dog.
Yeah. I'm stretching back and knocking the cat off the back of the chair.
I stretched back and landed on my dog. Where did I sit? Oh, dear God.
I agree.
The heat's back on in my room. I'm sweating to death. It's too hot.
It's too hot.
It is too hot. Too hot. Too hot to handle.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, for the record, the dog didn't move. She just went, ugh. And then waited for me to get off her. I'm like, alrighty then.
Man, Marlboro sent me coupons.
I'm sure they did me too because I had a notification that I was getting some from Marlboro in the mail. But of course, that mail never reached me.
$2 off pack. 2 coupons.
Which doesn't really do me any good anyway because Marlboros are so freaking expensive. $2 off is nothing. You know, they want to give me $4 off. Then I can afford the other 3 for the pack of cigarettes. But Marlboros are too damn expensive here. Well, not as expensive in New York, but they're still expensive here. Comparative.
Okay. Approximately how much per pack are Marlboro there?
I don't know. I haven't bought any in years.
Okay, at last check.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Because here, you're looking at about $7, $8 a pack.
$9.
Oh, Marlboros are 9?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Marlboros are 9, Tim says.
Marlboros are $9 here. for almost 9. And
Okay, so if you round up, they're $9 a pack.
because the palm oils and stuff are almost 8.
Jesus Christ.
Let's see. Let's see. South Carolina cigarette prices in South Carolina stand at a reasonable $5.42 per pack. That was in July. And then another thing that says average in South Carolina for Marlboros is $5 a pack.
I don't know.
Oh,
I
that's-
haven't looked.
The ones I smoke are $4.60 something a pack, or 46 something a carton.
Mine are about $3.60, $3.70 a pack, or $36 and some change for a carton.
Mm.
But I'm still saving money by rolling my own.
Yeah.
So that is why I started rolling my own. The only reason I have cigarettes now is because I ran out of tubes. I had to buy. Yeah, I know they are. I had to buy cigarettes because I have tobacco, no tubes. So
But no,
Yeah, but you probably got your tubes ordered.
yeah, oh yeah, I've got tobacco and tubes on the way. Actually, they're in transit.
But
My own.
no, I had made mention I got coupons from Marlboro, $2 off a pack. And I asked her about approximately how much Marlboros were there. Because here that's actually a pretty good savings here. Just based on last I remember them being here. Tim said they're like $9 a pack if you round them up to even dollar.
Yeah.
Because last I knew they were like $6 or $7 a pack. He's like, no, they're 9 now. I'm like, oh fuck.
Yeah, almost 9. And
Yeah, they're pushing 10 here. 99 or something, I think, was the last sign I saw.
It depends on where you go, but it's apparently the average is between $5 and $6 here.
So even then, if $2 off, that's still not bad.
Yeah, no, with a $2 off coupon for one pack, that would be great. But the process.
Hello to those who have joined us.
So
Hello, rafter lurkers.
yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, background voices.
Yeah, they're sitting in the entryway talking, so that's why you can hear them more.
I wasn't sure whose it was.
Roommates. Talking to my son. And there goes Rob.
Yep.
God.
Right?
Yeah, really. It's like, damn.
I can't stand giggle girls. They get on my last nerve.
It's like you can't grow out of that.
Apparently not.
I mean, I may have had a bit of a giggle when I was like 5, but I've always been a pretty stoic kid. And, yeah, you didn't get a lot of giggling out of me.
I haven't giggled. I don't think I've giggled since I was 10. Okay.
I do get occasionally giggles every now and again, but most of the time, I have what I call the cackles.
Yeah.
You know, witch
And she's not talking chickens.
No, I'm talking witch giggles. Yes, those.
Yeah, that's kind of where I get.
Yeah, every now and then some mad scientists too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I gotta have some of that. Trying to get an address label off of a magazine. Why do they put those on there? I hate that. I mean, they couldn't use the easy to remove goober gooey things. No, they had to just slap a sticker on my magazine. I hate that. It faces my magazine. Paying enough for the damn thing, they better not sticker it all over it.
They're in the doorway. They need to just walk through it and go away.
Pack up your shit and leave.
Ooh,
Ooh, a beadwork magazine.
I have a lot of those. Old ones. Yeah, I have boxes and boxes, and actually one of my boxes got destroyed because my son left it outside on the other house and refused to bring it in because it was heavy and his puppy tore it apart, and my magazines all had to get thrown away. I was pissed.
I break them down and keep the patterns that I want
I wanted them all.
and get rid of the rest. That gets rid of all the advertisements and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
And then I organize them by the type of pattern into my huge,
She makes her own books.
huge file of bead
They're
patterns.
leaving. Yay. Hopefully he's going to work and they won't be home at all. That'd be great.
Gem Mall and Holodome, Tucson, 2021.
I am just about to fade out though, so
Get your afternoon nap on, girl.
it is way past my nap time.
I know, I've kept you up for a change.
You
Woozy,
did.
woozy.
No, that's Susie. Susie is woozy, not me.
I said snoozy, not Susie.
Bye. Stay away. Hope the truck doesn't break down. Have a good night. Did I say that out loud?
Kind of like
Didn't hear
you're
a thing.
not with my eyes out loud.
Oh, those could be fun.
It's funny how they leave and the whole atmosphere in the house is just lifted.
It's these little tube things you can get at Goodies Beads that you bead weave peyote around.
Yeah,
And
it is peyote, by the way.
earrings.
Oh, hold on. Because I couldn't see that very well.
They're these little
Other side. There you go.
tube things that you can get. They're like a blank and you can bead weave over them. And yeah, there's some earrings. I've actually done something almost identical to that with the little tubes that used to be the little silica gel things that they would put in vitamin bottles.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
They were little canisters. I've emptied those, took the label off, emptied them, scrubbed them out, everything, and I've bead woven over those before and put a little bit of cotton ball in one with like lavender scent on it, and you have a scented necklace. Huh. I've done that.
I've used fish tubing.
Mhm. I just
done
liked this because it was a canister and you could seal a cotton ball in, you know.
I've used both done beads on the inside of the tubing and done it so that the beading was on the outside of the tubing. And both.
Yeah. That'd make great ornaments.
Yeah.
Use
cool.
use transparent and make them where you can put them over a Christmas light.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be cool. Got my mind going.
Look at you, too. All crafty and shit.
I know, right? And there goes Princess, starting her wine.
Yep, that's your cue.
Because after the wine comes the howling, and nobody wants to hear that. Trust me.
In the jewelry bead category, here is the winner of Interweave's new Jewelry Bead and Gem Arts Awards. Look at that.
Sometimes
Yeah, not anything I'd wear.
Yeah, I mean, it goes like clear down to her girls. I mean, the thing is huge.
Yeah. That's not
But
functional in my eyes. It's,
the hours beating that.
yeah, I don't
Oh,
like
it's
stuff
nothing
like
I would
that.
never wear, and I see it as a waste of beads too. Because I mean, unless you're like a runway model, this is about all it's good for. But the work, the hours, the money for all those beads, because this is done with Miyuki, Delica's, Swarovski. All the gems are Swarovskis.
Swarovski.
Yeah, there you go. I can't pronounce today. Get over it. Oh my God, the money that they put into weaving and the hours and oh my God. But yeah, I like the 3-dimensional stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this octopi.
Cool.
It's like an octopi on one shoulder and then it drapes around. It's a necklace. And here's a pufferfish on some coral. It just blows my mind, the hours. I mean, even though I do the stuff and I know what it takes, it still blows my mind seeing other people's creations.
I love you. I'm not even going to correct you over the fact that octopi is an incorrect word.
I was trying to avoid saying, you know. I know octopi has multiples.
No, actually, the multiple of octopus is octopuses. I looked it up. Because that's what I thought too. Nope. Been wrong
Well, it
all
might be
these
wrong,
years.
but I'm sticking with it because it sounds better.
Yeah. No.
alrighty then.
Good arguing, girls.
What did he say?
I believe he said, "Quit arguing, girls."
The
Quit
Merriam-Webster
arguing. We're having
Dictionary.
an intense discussion about beads. Important shit.
The Merriam-Webster Dictionary points out people use 3 different terms. However, octopi, octopuses, and octopodes. While octopi has become popular in modern usage, it is wrong. So there you go.
All
I kind of
right.
like octopodes.
Yeah, in 10 years from now, they'll change it and it's right and the other's wrong.
Yeah.
I'm
I
ahead of the
like
times.
octopodes. I've never heard octopodes. I like that.
Yeah.
Octopodes.
Never heard octopode before.
Is
Yeah.
it does it say octopode or octopods? How's it pronounced?
Well, whatever it is, apparently it's wrong. Well, I'm a fucking hick, so it can be as wrong as I want it to be.
It's octopussy.
Shut up, Mark.
I typed it in the chat. Octopodes. Oh, Christy, sign me up for that if they're beating magazines or any kind of metal work. Any kind of metal smithing. I'll take those.
Yeah, I don't do metal smithing, but bead weaving, anything bead weaving, cross stitch, felt
Yeah,
work,
I do bead. I do
miniatures, like dollhouse miniatures. Love all that stuff.
I do bead weaving. I do metal smithing. Polymer clay.
Yeah, I do polymer clay, but I've kind of got the books that I want on that one. I don't know if the magazine's really. I don't know. Are there still even polymer clay magazines? I don't know.
Probably. Put me on your mailing list, Christy. I'll be right back. Maybe.
This is one that Tina would probably like because it's the pastels.
Ooh, yes, I do like that.
And it's on like a rosy pink silk ribbon.
No, look, Christy dropped her eBay.
Oh, I'll have to go look. Open in a new tab. There we go. Yeah, but Christy, you're trying to make money on these. I don't want you to. Yeah, that's crochet. I don't crochet. Let me go see other items. There it is. I'll go have a looky, Lou, and just see what kind of goodies you got in there. I don't give a crap if it came out of a dumpster or not.
Be the reason someone smiles today, or the reason they drink whatever works best.
Yeah.
American Girl doll, Willy Wishers, Camille, Cheerful Carriage, Mega Blocks. Well, I love Willy Wishers, but I'm not really interested in Mega Blocks. Oh, hardware for one of those hanging chairs.
That was a curb find?
Us big girls, yeah. I've never trusted a chair suspended from the ceiling. Because did they hit the wood or not to properly anchor it? Well, that takes me back. A vintage Cabbage Patch fanny pack. Rugrats, Tommy's World. Oh, that's kind of cool.
Chair parts was from Pier 1 dumpster, she thinks.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. A dumpster find at the store, yeah. So, Better Homes and Gardens, Handwork Happiness. I actually have that. Good magazine. I do a lot of handwork, embroidery, cross stitch, that kind of thing. So if they have a magazine on the rack for anything like that, I usually snag it up. Lots of sewing patterns, of which I have running out my ass, and I'm fixing to cull.
Is it nap time for Cody yet?
Just about.
You say that, and I stop at this little Hug-A-Bear thing that Christy has on her eBay. You know, Sleepy Time Snuggle-Bear kind of thing.
Uh-huh.
Into Kobe now. This must be like a magazine series or something. That's kind of interesting. be right back. Hold on.
Let's see, because it's all quiet now, except for Princess.
Yeah. I don't know what my son's doing. I messaged him and asked him if Jason was working, but he hasn't. Nope. I heard him put down his controller. No. Okay, I asked him if Jason's working, and he sends me back LOL. Irresponsibility. There was no reason for Jason to stay out of work. Said he just wanted to get high. And this is why I can't get my gem tester, but my son can get a $400 monitor.
Well, if he paid you back the $150 out of the stimulus that he owes you,
Yeah, he didn't.
like he should have, then you would have had it.
But he didn't. So.
I know, but that doesn't mean I can't bitch about it.
And if I had bought my gem tester when I first thought about it, I'd already have it, and then I wouldn't have the decision to not get it. You know what I mean? Because I definitely would not send it back. Once I have it, it's mine. But
He didn't care. He still should have, in that opportunity, paid you back. That's all I have to say on it. He should have done that. He didn't.
I know.
Dark mark.
His stimulus hit and he spent it. And I mean, if he hadn't spent it and he still had the money, then yeah, he would not spend it to make sure that we were able to have rent and all that. But it's already gone, so. Whereas I debated with myself on whether or not to spend that amount of money. Now I can't spend it because otherwise my anxiety will it'll kill me. So.
It will drive you bonky.
Yeah.
I just think under the circumstances with everything that's happened and stuff that, he should have at least, first thing, paid you back that. But
I know. But he ended up paying $145 for Jason's part of the rent that Jason didn't pay because he owed his weed dealer $500. So that took precedence, apparently. Well, if he fobs off on the rent again, I'm going to tell the landlord. I'm going to ask the landlord if he can go through procedures and get him out of here because this is ridiculous. I'm not going to have him in the house using the utilities and not fucking paying for them, especially boosting up the power like he did. $140 boost in 1 month is crazy.
Yeah, he should have at least been responsible about his usage.
He's not responsible about anything.
I know.
So.
That's kind of cool.
Dragonfly?
Yep. I could see Cody doing something like that in purples. Because this is like teal, coral, and ivory, or white. And a little bit of gold. I could see her do it in purples and silvers.
I might choose a teal. I like teal and purple together. They're pretty.
Yeah.
I was going to do my bedroom in a dark purple with a teal trim and then like a little silver decorative trim around the top of the walls. When we owned our own house, the trailer that we owned, and I could paint it whatever I wanted.
Yeah.
I started doing it. Actually, on the ceiling of my bedroom was "I love you, Mom" and a handprint.
Cool.
Because guess what I had doing the top of the wall?
Mm-hmm.
I come walking in the room and there's my son with purple paint all over his hand. I'm like, "What are you doing?" He goes, "Look up." And I'm like, I wasn't going to paint the ceiling, child. He goes, "Oh." So I had "I love you, Mom" and a handprint on my ceiling. It's the thought that counts, right?
Yep.
He was only 14 at the time, so. Craziness. Oh, this is insulting to add injury. Darlene, car insurance made for you. Fuck off, people.
I'll tell you one. It's an advert that's been being run on YouTube. Is the auto insurance? You know, you can get your insurance for like $29 a month, and I'm like, I pay less than that. And there's 2 people on the coverage, so
It's more insult to me because I had to get rid of my car.
yeah. Well, I don't have one now either, and I can't get one, so
Please send me car insurance ads because, you know.
well, Christy, it looks like you're finding some pretty neat stuff.
Yep.
But honestly, I don't see anything that I either don't already have or something similar. So make your money on them. Keep them. If something else comes along, I'll let you know. But for now, I'm good. But thank you. Cobblestone magazines. Believe it or not, I have a whole heap of those that Sis got from the garbage of the uni. So they're interesting, but they're old, like 70s, 50s to 70s, something like that. I think there might be a few 90s, 80s in there, but most of them are like 60s, 70s.
All recipes. I used to get all recipe magazines. I loved those things. But they kept decreasing the amount of magazines you would get, but the price was either staying the same or increasing. And I'm like, what in the hell?
Yeah. That's what's happened with a lot of places. My favorite magazines are Beadwork, Just Cross Stitch, and there's a European cross stitch one. And since the local bookstore closed, you can't even get the European cross stitch one. And the others, I used to be able to get in the grocery store, and they've pulled them this year. They're not carrying them anymore. So I had to subscribe, and even the European one I'm only going to be able to get it for a year because I got it for an introductory price, and then I'll have to cancel it. But, you know, I'll get what I can get while I can. But, yeah, I had to subscribe to them all because I can't get them in the stores anymore.
That sucks.
But, well, this way they come to my door. I don't have to go looking for them.
True.
And, you know, where I'm not doing the majority of the shopping at this point, makes it easier on Sis because, you know, this way they just show up. But the beadwork just started. So I got, you know, like one issue one week, one issue the next to get me caught up. Because when the thing went in, it was on the previous issue, and then boom, the new issue comes out. So that's how it ended up getting stacked so close together. But it worked out because when I sent the thing in, I requested them start this specific one because I'd had, you know, and I wasn't sure where they were because they're usually in the mail a month or two ahead. I didn't want to end up with a duplicate, so I told them which issue to start it at.
Yeah.
It's worth, you know, the stamp. Well, it's worth the stamp to put it in an envelope and go ahead and send the check and put a note in there, please start this issue. Then getting a duplicate issue. The 59-cent stamp is cheaper than, you know, the $10 magazine. I don't want a duplicate. I'm picky that way.
Sorry, had to have some late lunch.
But Well, like I said, Christy, I'm subscribed to them now, and those 3 magazines I've been buying for years. So I probably already got it. But like Better Homes and Gardens, Cross Stitch and Country Crafts is no longer made. Those in Cross Stitch, I would definitely be interested in because I've just been getting what I can where I can, like at book sales, and they aren't even having those right now. So book sales, rummage sales, church sales.
This
Because
is
I'm
why
not paying out of my
not
prices on
why.
eBay. Can't afford it.
Goddamn stupid kid. Jason quit. He didn't get fired. Jason quit.
He quit. He didn't get fired. What a fucking idiot. He's got to go. You can't afford to keep him.
No. And his girlfriend, and his 3 pets, or however many they got now. You guys are barely making ends meet on your own. You know. Yeah, you definitely cannot afford them.
Technically, Junior didn't quit either. As far as he knows, he still has a job. He just doesn't have reliable transportation to get to work.
I said, what a fucking idiot. He better have full rent for February. We can't afford to support them. This is
No.
ridiculous. And I mean, partial rent's not going to cut it because utilities.
Mm-hmm.
That, and they've only bought 20 pounds of dog food because it was a 17 pound bag or 15 pound bag and then like 20% more. So it's 20 pound bag of dog food. We've gone through 200 pounds of dog food in 2 months because of the way they feed that dog. They bought 20 pounds of dog food.
That's why she now has dog food container in her room for Simi.
Yeah, I knew that.
I mean, if my son wants to support him, I'm all for it. You want to support your friend? You pay his bills. I'm not doing it.
Nope.
So if he doesn't have the full amount, my son takes on his third too.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not responsible for these people, and I'm not doing it. It was
It
enough
was
that
his
I
idea to
didn't.
move him in. You're having to listen to them bellow and bitch and grope and whine and scream and all that crap.
It was enough that I did that for my kid because he's my kid. You know, when he didn't have the money, I covered his part, even though I never get paid back. But I'm not doing it for them because they're not my kids.
But there's a catch-22. If you don't pay the bill,
And they know it.
Well, the bills will get paid. The bills will get paid in full. It's the rent that's going to get fucked up. If my son doesn't pay their part of the rent will get fucked up. And then I'm going to tell the landlord, you need to boot them because they're not paying their part. I'm not supporting them. So, I mean, we will probably end up having to catch the charges for evicting them. You know, it's like $120 or something to file. We will probably have to pay that, but we can spread it out over time. He'll do that.
it's crazy.
Yeah, moving in and expecting to live off of you guys and subject you to all their bullshit.
Yep.
I mean,
It
Jesus
is.
Christ, people.
It's insane.
Yeah, there's no logic to it whatsoever because it's illogical as hell.
When your weed habit takes precedence over your place to live, you have a problem.
Mm-hmm. And then you weren't consulted. It just happened.
Yeah.
So
No,
it falls on your son, not you.
He handed my son $200 and said, "Well, I got to pay my weed dealer $500. That's all I got. My paycheck was $700. He got more than that, but whatever. That might have been all he got for that paycheck. What about the paycheck before that? So, no.
We discussed that.
Yep. But I can't force anybody to do anything. I'm simply going to tell my son that money's not coming out of my pocket. So that's on my son.
Hello to whomever has popped in, hanging out in the rafters.
Barkers.
Hello, lurkers.
Oh, them's my rafter dwellers. I like the vampires or bats, whatever you want to be. Don't care.
Shadow crawlers.
Owl.
Yep, owls.
Bing.
I might be bat shit, but yeah, gotta be an owl. There's a difference. And there's the cat call.
Aww.
One happy baby.
Oh yeah, she's a mommy's baby, but she's deaf.
That's little Miss Grabby Hands. That's what the cat has named her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That cat was not happy at all that day. Tina was sitting on her bed, and their daughter brought the baby in, and the baby beelined right for the big fat black cat.
Mm-hmm.
And the cat was like, "Oh shit!"
Kitty was not having it.
The poor cat kept getting up and moving, and the baby just kept beelining for him, like reaching for her. The cat's like, "Ah!" Yeah, it was funny.
It was hilarious.
And I was like, "That's a definite nope cat." And the cat's like, "No part of that."
See, her kitties at home are fine. Kitties are like, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Yours isn't programmed that way.
Yeah. Sake and Puff are just like, okay, yeah, it's the baby time, no problem. But mine's going, hell no.
Yeah, the kitten was raised around a baby.
Yeah, she did.
But
she
it's not.
She's like, grrr.
Yeah, mine don't know what to do with babies either. Not at all.
I have an item of cloth sticking under my door again. Because they just throw this shit on the floor and it ends up against my door, and the cat grabs it and tries to drag it into my room.
The cat will have it in here before long.
Yeah. I don't know what it is, but I'm sure I'll find out when it ends up in my room. Still got her shirt in here. It's under the baker's rack now.
Yeah.
She never came and got it, so when I'm able to get over there and get things out, it's getting thrown away. Not my problem. I told you to come get your damn shirt.
Come get your shit. If you don't, it becomes my garbage.
Yep. Because unlike them, I don't have, I do have clothes on my floor, but that's because I can't reach it yet to put it in the laundry basket. And there are cookies in my laundry basket, so I ran out of room for things.
Usually the only thing I have on my floor is cat toys.
I think I have one of those too. They found one of those crinkly balls that I had gotten them. But...
Well, if I go take a bath or I go to run errands or go to the doctor or anything like that, it upsets Callie. She gets toys and she talks to them through the house, and then she drops them, comes get another one, and they end up scattered all hither and yon, and I'm out with the grabber collecting up cat toys.
Mm-hmm.
She has separation anxiety.
The difference is their clothes are where they walk, where anybody has to walk. It's all over the floor. The cat tree in there is completely covered in trash and clothes. My cat's cat tree, they're using it as a laundry basket or something. They're just throwing shit on it. And you can't walk in there without walking on socks, underwear, blah, 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 which I can't roll over. Hello. Mine, I have stuff thrown over away from me, and so I don't have it. I can't roll over that shit. It makes it harder for me to move the wheelchair. So I do have things on the floor, but it's out of the way. It's not. Yeah, their room is a disgusting mess.
Yeah, they're pigs.
Yeah.
Plain and simple.
Whew. I've got to chill.
My son sent me a jack-o'-lantern face. Look. Our chat is still set on Halloween, so the jack-o'-lantern face. I'm like, what the hell?
I still have a gnome sitting on a hoarfrost-covered tree limb. as my wallpaper on my laptop.
I left John's stuff on there that he put on there.
Yeah.
This is his laptop.
I change it fairly frequently, but yeah, I put this up. Actually,
Well,
I think I've done
the
that.
picture that's on there, the picture that's on there now for the desktop is it's kind of a tattooed out earring Cheshire cat type of thing. And I'm the one that showed him that picture originally. He's like, "Oops, send me that," and it ended up as this wallpaper. So I kept it. I was like, I sent him the picture in the first place, and he liked it enough to put it as his wallpaper. So I'm leaving it there.
There you go.
Hey, that's what
And
makes you happy. You roll with it.
The picture he has set up for Google, like you know how you can pick a picture for your Google background when you do a search or whatever. The picture he has set up for that is it's all blue and it's like an angel and the guy is like this and you can see the wings. It's pretty cool. So I left that too. Considering how appropriate that would be at this point, although which direction he went in is kind of debatable at this point. So I guess I'll find out when it's my time whether I have to go up or down to go visit him. You know? But John, you never know. Could go either way. So I asked my son, I said, "What does that mean?" And I sent a jack-o'-lantern face. I'm like, "I don't understand." I tell him Jason needs to pay the full amount of rent for February, and because we can't afford to support them. And he sends me a jack-o'-lantern face. This doesn't mean anything to me. I don't understand. And now, too, I have to be concerned with they move out, whether or not they're going to take my stuff with them, because my son has given them all kinds of stuff that belong to me or John. So are they going to try and take all that with them? You know, this is why I didn't want him to give them things. Because...
Well, that and the chance that they'll destroy it.
Yeah.
Because they're negligent.
You actually have jury duty? I've been summoned, but never. Every time I call the number, it's always been canceled or whatever.
Settled out of.
Yep.
I was in South Carolina for 2 weeks, and I got nailed for jury duty here. I'm like, the hell? I had jury duty in Massachusetts. I was 8.5 months pregnant. I had to keep asking the person that was, because we all had to go and sit in this room and wait and wait and wait. My tailbone was killing me. My belly was killing me. I was hurting. I kept getting up and going, I need to go to the bathroom. He's like, you can't keep going to the bathroom. I'm like, fine, I'll piss on your foot because I'm pregnant. I'm 8.5 months pregnant. When I say I have to go pee, I have to go pee. So either you let me go or it's going to happen one way or the other. He's like, go. I'm like, thank you. After the 5th time that's happened, because we were in there for like 3 hours, I'm like, he finally got up and went and talked to somebody. He then went and talked to somebody else. And that person came in and came over and talked to me. He goes, you're excused from jury duty. I'm like, well, thank God it took you people long enough. And I left.
I actually got a waiver because it's too uncomfortable for me to sit that long, and I'm not going to be able to keep track of all the information and all of that. Although I did witness a car wreck when I was 16 and was summoned to appear as a witness. And so apparently they, claimed that it wasn't their fault or whatever it was. Mm-hmm. You don't run a motorbike down Suicide Lane and rear end a car in Suicide Lane with their turning indicator on, and it's not your fault. Because, they were ripping down Suicide Lane on a motorbike. But we had already, talked to the lawyers and did the pre-prep and the whole thing, and we were just waiting to go in. And they came out and said it'll probably be like 5-10 minutes. We're just about ready. And they came out like 10 minutes later and said, well, you can go home. And I'm like, what? They settled out of apparently the witnesses that went in prior to us were compulsive enough or convincing enough that they creeped out and asked the judge just to take a guilty plea and wrap it. So they didn't even need us because there was a lot of witnesses to it. It happened like on a Friday or Saturday night. right on the road where all the kids cruised. You know, I was high school age. They were high school age. They were like a year ahead of me. Yeah. So I never had to testify. But at least I got to see my friend because she had
Hey,
been
Annabelle.
shipped off to
Hi,
Missouri.
Annabelle.
Hey, Amville. How you doing, girl? And yes, I got it figured out. You're a girl.
Just occurred to me I had not made Enville Smurfy.
Got a Smurfify. Yep, she's Smurfy now.
You're going. You're being attentioned at there to Mom.
Mm-hmm. What?
I just love her to pieces.
She's a sweetheart.
Mine are brats.
She just showed up on my porch one day, scraggly, meowing at the door, wanting to come in, and was hungry. So I took her out food, and I didn't want to adopt any more cats. We had a house full, and Sis insisted on it. And in she came, and promptly proceeded to bond with me and not her.
I only have one. Enville.
She's our current alpha. She's the boss, or so she thinks.
So she thinks.
I only had one too until, I inherited one. But there was definitely no way in hell that I was letting Asa take this cat.
I know.
Yeah.
What's what, honey? Oh, the cat. I only have one cat. All
Bye,
right,
Christy.
Bye, Christy. Have a good rest. Love you too, girl. Playing a game of solitaire. My hands aren't up to beating. I don't have enough brain cells knocking to do any writing, so solitaire. It's my sanity go-to.
I'm doing my color by number.
That'll
I
work.
like my color by number.
Well, I do a puzzle, but then I have to move the computer to clear the table, and then I have to torque funny to type, and don't know that my back's up to that today. That, and I did one last night, so it took me a while to get it done because I fell asleep. That's when I went on the sofa. But then I woke up, got it finished, in a couple hours. Just one of those little duo box ones that I was telling you about from Dollar Tree.
Well, yeah.
So it wasn't that many pieces. Oh, Lord mercy.
I left Lenny's chat last night, and I passed the heck out in no time. I mean, seriously, no time.
I didn't get to sleep
about
until
3:30 this morning.
I was up until about 1:32, little after 1:30. But like I said earlier, I was telling Tina I shut my overhead light off, which I hardly ever do. But I just felt compelled to shut the overhead light off, and I slept more restful. So I think I'm going to have to do that from now on. See, I couldn't do it before because my son couldn't find the bowl, the dog's bowl, even though I put it where he could see it if he opens my door. So Simi wasn't getting fed when the light was off. So I Now that I have her food in the room and I feed her,
Yeah.
I can shut the light off because I know where the damn bowl is. I can find it in the dark if I have to. But, you know.
Sounds like a plan.
Now I just have to get him to let me know when he puts her out because I can't feed her until she goes out. And he puts her out if I'm sleeping. I don't know she goes out. I can't. I'm like, then he goes to sleep and I'm like, I asked him, I said, message me when you put the dog out to let me know that you put her out. You know, I put the dog out at 9 o'clock. This is not a difficult task. But I still have to message him and go, did you put the dog out? Did you put the dog out? I'm like, and then he gets upset because I test for him and I'm like,
Okay.
it's like people complaining. It's like when people complain I talk too much. Then when I don't talk, they're like, why are you talking? You cannot have it both ways.
So Willow's playing solitaire. Cody was doing her paint by numbers while we're all hanging out. What are you doing on the sidelines, Emville?
What you doing, Enville? What are you doing over there?
You can always come on hang out with us.
Yeah.
You don't have to hide in the chat room or the rafters.
Well, I can drop the link.
Come visit. You don't even have to turn your camera on. Just come visit.
Let's see if I do. Oh,
Got home from work at 3 and laying on the couch.
chilling like a villain.
Hey, that sounds like, comfort nap to me.
Right? We're all like nap time.
Well, not me.
My, I would see if I do my color by numbers while I'm like in a live thing like this, I can still pay attention to what's being said.
Mm-hmm.
If I start reading my book, I'm not going to hear a damn thing any of you say.
Nope.
Exactly.
You could end the live and I wouldn't even know it. Because I zone out. I am in the story when I am reading.
That's me. If I'm reading, I don't know a flipping thing.
Yep.
Same.
I mean, I get so engrossed in the books that, like, in books that they have, like, regular guns or whatever, if they should fire a shot, I can actually smell the gunpowder. I can smell the shot being fired.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird. It's creepy, but it happens. So, yeah.
I'm the same.
I get very absorbed. It's one of the reasons I like to read, because I grew up a single kid, and, I was an only child, and had few people to play with, and as I got older, and it was my way of escaping a very boring situation,
Yeah.
I love to read. I love to watch movies. Those are my things.
Yeah.
I do a lot of things, but yeah, when I read, I'm like Cody. I visualize. I can smell it. It's almost like I time travel into the period of the book and disappear into the story. I'm the story. And
especially if it's a really good writer. Like Sherilyn Kenyon books are so descriptive without being wordy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Without you sitting there eyes glazing over because they're too detailed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sherilyn Kenyon, I love her work. I really do. All of her series, I love them. Well, I won't say all of them because I don't do anime, and she does do an anime series. But everything else, I love her work. And Joanna Lindsay and Jude Devereaux and Larissa Ione, I think that's how you say her name. There's a lot of different ones. Even Yasmin Galinon, I forget how her name is pronounced. Yeah, she does a series of pagan books that I love. And I'm so far behind on all of those books, it makes me cry.
It makes it harder to get her material unless you're doing digital, because she's not mass market anymore. She's indie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she went indie about 3 years ago. And that's why you don't see them on the Walmart shelf or whatever anymore. Because
I haven't been able to get any of her books in like 10 years.
Yeah.
So, I'm so far behind I am in that series.
Well, I signed up for Kindle Unlimited, and I get newsletters. And like her Indigo Court series, I was able to get the whole set for 99 cents a book on digital.
Nice.
their newsletter sales that they have and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, so
There was
it's
another one, and I forget her first name, but her last name is Winston, like Winston Churchill, Winston.
Mhm.
And it was a book about the Fae, and it was a really good series, and I really, really liked it. And
I
had
loved
the series, and I lent it to somebody, and I never got it back.
I loved Dolores Stewart Riccio.
And I've never heard of her.
She did a series about a group of older women. They started a book club, but it ended up becoming a coven. Because in the book club they started studying earth belief and that kind of stuff, women in that and what have you. And yeah, it literally morphed into a coven. But she, even one of her books, I got into them later on in the series, and I was having problems getting one of the earlier titles, and she had some in her closet, and she said if anybody needs one of these copies, just email me, and so I did, and I PayPal'd her the money. She signed the book and sent it to me, and
Nice.
so I was able to get one of the older titles. But a couple of years ago, she died, and the series was cut off, left you hanging, and she didn't have any others written. Some authors, they'll have a dozen books, in the safe waiting to be published kind of deal. She wasn't one of those. So yeah, I ended up getting rid of the books because I hate to be left hanging. And if I know I'm going to be hanging, I'm not going to reread. So
Susan Mom's favorite.
I also really enjoy Angel Fire. That's some of my favorite.
But I also love Mercedes Lackey, her Valdemar series.
Yeah.
They are a bit wordy, but the words draw you in. They don't dry you out. So
No, you're not.
there was also a series wrote. It was like a 6-book series. I gotta think. I don't know if I have this weird case on my sofa. This is my book inventory stuff that I'm doing. These are the ones I'm keeping. And yeah, I have stacked paper like this thick, and there's more in the library, and so I've been putting them in this drawer to keep them safe from hairballs. But I think my fiction list is in the library. I'll go get author title for you.
Trying to see if I can find it doing searches, but so far I'm not having any luck. And I used to have her entire series, and I cannot remember the name of the damn series either. But she it was really good. It was really good books. I'm just not seeing her anywhere. It's driving me crazy.
Let's see. Well, I just went to the library for a minute. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going bye-bye today at all. Okay. If you like ones that are magic oriented, Ilona Andrews, Ilona, Andrews common spelling. Shapeshifters, Patricia Briggs.
I think I read some Patricia Briggs. C.L. Wilson. It was Wilson, not Winston. That's why I couldn't find it. It's called the Terran Soul series by C.L. Wilson.
I've seen those before. Yeah.
They're really good. They're really good books. At least
If you like paranormal, like crime type thing, where they have like an organization that researches paranormal crime. Jess, Jes, Batiste, Battis, has an awesome series called OSI, Investigations kind of thing, which is Otherworld Investigations kind of thing.
Yeah. That's the name of I'll put it in the chat. Really good series. I don't know if she wrote any other books besides there were like 4 or 5 of the original. I don't know if any got added to it, but
fantasticfiction.com. That's where you can go and find a list of author, series, and all the titles for each series. Excellent resource for book research and stuff. It used to be fantasticfiction.co.uk, but there were so many American book readers using that site that they created a site on stateside. An old series.
yeah, she does have other books
about a cat familiar. The series is called Fear Familiar, written by Carolyn Burns. That takes you back into the 90s, that series. Let's see. Native American Mysteries, Margaret Cole, Coel. Excellent.
Yeah, I've read a bunch of stuff on Kindle Unlimited, and I don't remember any of the authors, but they were good.
I worked in a bookstore. I'm programmed. I authored title series, blah, blah, blah. Carol Nelson Douglas did. She was a mystery writer, and she went paranormal. She's got a few titles that are paranormal that are really good. She's a really good writer. A witch series. The series is called Ophelia and Abby. The author is Shirley, Shirley, Damsgard, Damsgard.
None of that is gonna stay with me. Damn, her books are pricey.
If they hit bestseller lists, you don't get $1.99, $2.99 digital. You pay $8, $10, $12, $15.
Yeah, it's $10.98. Well, it's 2 items. It's both books for the series.
Mm-hmm.
Weather Mages of Mistral, or another series that C.L. Wilson did.
Cool. Non-paranormal, but totally hilarious, is Janet Ivanovich's Stephanie Plum series. She decides to become a bounty hunter, and she's a ditz, and it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
I mean,
none of that information is registering in my head right now, just to let you know. I'm like,
Well, if you have a question later and something sticks in your mind, you can always ask, and I can let you know.
Barbara said, do you mind if I come on streamers? I don't know what that means.
I think StreamYard. I think she's wanting to join us. Do you want to come and visit with us, Barbara?
Sorry, I was looking at things on a different screen, Barbara. Sorry.
She's wanting to come on panel. Barbara is Countess.
I know who she is. I know who she is. I've been around. I've been around.
Come on and hang out with us.
Yeah. Damn dog.
Janine Frost is a good author too for paranormal.
Yeah, I've read her.
Not everything I read is paranormal.
And there's another one.
Christine Feehan, everything she's ever wrote.
I love Christine Feehan. Christine Feehan is one of my spirit animals.
Heather Graham is really good at
I like her too.
paranormal suspense.
Yep.
And then, of course, Yasmin Gilnorn.
Yep. Hi, Barbara.
Hi.
Hello, sweetheart.
How you doing, dear?
I've been listening to your whole show while I was making some egg salad and some potato salad. So I'm done with that, and now I can sit and relax a little bit.
There you go.
Awesome.
But
Glad you joined it.
but I was really intrigued by your discussion about books. And
You're a bookworm too, huh? Awesome.
no, I'm a writer.
Well, that'll work.
I started out when I was a kid doing poetry, and then life happened, and I didn't do much of anything. And then after my parents passed away, I inherited this box. My mom said it was a bunch of letters. And so the letters have been sitting in my house for the last 20 years.
Sorry.
And I decided to take a look at them, and they were so interesting that I decided to write a book about them. So I joined a writers group, and now I'm writing a book.
Awesome.
Sounds
So is it going to be kind of like the memoirs of kind of thing, or are you just using that direct fiction?
Okay. It's a box of love letters between my mom and my dad during the last year of World War II.
Oh wow!
But it isn't just it's not just a romance. It's also kind of a psychological story about a family secret that is involved in this whole thing. Because the thing is, he wouldn't have gotten into the predicament that he got into if it hadn't been for this event that had happened when he was a kid. And so
it's kind of a romantic psychological suspense.
Yeah, but it's a historical novel too, because all of the letters are in the book, and the letters have a lot of historical references. So I had to put those in the book.
Of course.
So what's really fun is the fact that my dad only had a 4th grade education, and my mother was educated. So her letters are written quite nicely, but his are a hoot trying to read them.
Yeah.
He doesn't use he uses period only at the end of a paragraph. So
freaking dog.
So, but I've had other writers critique parts of my book. They say that they're eager to read the whole thing, and so that's what I'm working on when I'm not making potato salad. So.
People keep telling me I should write a book because the crazy crap that happens in my life, you can't make up. And I keep telling people, okay, but the problem is people want a happy ending on books, and this doesn't have one so far.
You don't have to have a happy ending.
I had a psychiatrist tell me I should write a book. That's a little depressing. You know what I mean?
No, it's not. It's not. No, like I've got a friend who is publishing his book. He's got his agent, and he has a publisher, And now they're going through the process of getting ready for the final draft. But he does horror based on Nordic witchcraft, and it's called the Sins of the Mother is the name of the book.
So it's fiction.
And, it's definitely fiction.
This is why witches get a bad reputation, is because of books like that.
It's kind of a Stephen King type book. And then he's writing the next in the series is going to be The Sins of the Father. And then he has another book planned after that. So
the next one needs to be The Sins of the Media, who create all this bad publicity for pagans and witches and things.
So, but northern Minnesota has a lot of Norwegians, and so we have a lot of what you might call Nordic folklore and so forth up here, which is kind of interesting. But so I gather that you live quite a ways farther south than me.
Well, currently I'm in South Carolina. I was raised in Massachusetts.
Okay.
Yep.
And I have never lived. I lived for a year out in Idaho, and but most of my life has been in Minnesota. So,
my friend lives in Minnesota. I have a friend of mine from high school, the one that wanted me to get the apartment with her, which was a disaster, that lives in Rochester, Minnesota.
Oh, I know where Rochester is.
Yep.
Yeah. It's that's where Mayo Clinic is.
Yep.
But there's all kinds. If we were all the same, life would be really boring.
Yeah, it would. Well, see, the thing is, I mean, if I wrote a book, most of it is bad crap. So it would, I mean, I don't see where anybody would want to read that. Although I can put things into a humorous slant, because I have a way of writing and talking that, I can be my most depressed and I'll make someone laugh. I love Maggie Shane. But if I was going to write a book, it would take place in outer space, because I don't have to fact check a goddamn thing if I write a book in outer space. And I'm lazy, so. Yeah.
What helped me was becoming a part of a writers group.
Yeah.
And the one that I joined had started in the local library. And there's some really remarkable young writers out there. And
I like her too.
We all learn a lot from each other.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, gone are the days where people hoarded their secrets and their techniques and stuff. It's the same in the jewelry world. I mean, I'm in education, their business group. They have it's Metalsmithing and Beyond is the education businesses group on Facebook. And I moderate in that group. And it used to be that people, if they showed something that they made, you don't ask how it's done. You know what I mean? They're not going to tell you how it's done. But our group is absolutely amazing. And everybody shares what they've done or how they made something. And so other people can make it if they want to. I like Gina Showalter too. But, it used to be everybody would hoard their trade secrets. And now it's more open. Everybody's like, oh, well, this is what you do, So it's pretty cool. I like it better. Because I learned cool shit.
That. I like that too. Because it's not so much sharing trade secrets. It's the thing is, the more you share, the more the better the competition gets, because then you've got instead of 1 or 2 people doing about the same thing, you've got
Yeah.
5 or 6 people doing about the same thing. And so it's competition, which spreads the money. It really does. And monopolies are not a good thing. But anyway, I just wanted to stick my head in. I'm probably I don't sit in one place very long, so so I got another project in mind. I got one of my biggest jobs is decluttering. I am such a pack rat, and I really have to purge myself of all my junk. So,
My mother tried to do that in my room, but this isn't junk. This is the rest, what's left of my life. Everything I own pretty much is in this room. So I'm like, no, we're done. Just move this stuff around, Mom. Don't throw it away. Don't open the box. Just move it.
yeah. Well, I live in it's a small apartment. It's not very big. It's about 800, 700, 800 square feet, something like that. It's not very big. But the rent is based on my income. So I don't make, so the bill.
Yeah.
And I don't pay for any of the utilities.
Yeah, it's all
Right.
included in the base price of the rent, and the rent is done on a slide scale according to your income. Yeah, we have several of those here, but enough with the baby boom or the boomer baby era going into retirement, which is happening all over the country.
Yeah.
The boomer era is reaching Medicare age. The facilities like that, apartment complexes and stuff and different things that are done on slide scale like that for them, there's not enough in the country. There's not anywhere.
Well, aside from my jewelry making supplies, the stuff that's in here is all stuff that I would normally have displayed or have set up somewhere, but
it's
in my room. I don't have any room in here, so I've already downsized three or four times. I'm not doing it anymore. I mean, there's a few things that I can get rid of. Like, for some reason, I collected ballpoint pens. Not really sure why. My Tigger one I'm keeping because he's really cool. It's a white pen and a cap that comes off, and not Tigger, Tasmanian Devil. And the whole pen has the swirlies on it from his, Daredevil, Dervish. And then it has on the cap. So John gave me that one, so I keep that pen because eventually I'll find a refill that fits it. Just random pens that are like a big pen. You can pick up a whole box of them for like $3. I don't know why I have those. So yeah, I can go through those, but it's like 2 Ziploc bags that I have to go through. It's not really going to cut down on space. You know what I mean? Like everything else is stuff. I mean, I have an entire tote with office supplies like printer paper and ledgers so that I can keep track of sales, all kinds of stuff in there. Stapler, different stapler remover, little purple one. Deep, deep, deep.
A lot of it's just basic stuff, hon.
Yeah, it's basic office supply stuff that I know I'll need eventually. I've been carting that crap around for 10 years, So, and literally a quarter of the stuff in this room is jewelry supplies. So.
Yeah, I would be living closer to my daughter, but I just can't find any place else that has this is a good deal here.
Yeah,
where I'm living, and
that's the thing. A lot of those places, there's waiting lists.
Yeah, like I pay less than $300 a month, and I have a whole apartment, and
you have a home,
parking space for my car. I got a car that's paid for, and and I'm, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm living comfortable, and I can do the things that I like. But I really miss I miss my daughter. I miss her so much. And the only time I get to see her is when she's doing an auction.
Mm-hmm.
But just simply watching her and watching her sell her stuff and so forth, makes my day. It really does. So but
I mean, seeing her do
anyway,
that and everything, it's nice, but it's still not quite the same as spending time with her one on one.
that's true. Yeah, I was able to pull it together to take a trip out to see her late this summer. And so I spent 10 days with her, and it was absolutely wonderful. But we both agreed that I was better off staying where I was, because the thing is, her life can change in a heartbeat. And but we're still, but probably, the thing is, the way it is right now, we're close. We're actually close. And so who knows, things might fall apart if we were in each other's hair all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes relationships, a little bit of distance is a good thing. Otherwise, if you're too close, you drive each other nuts.
2,000 miles is a little bit much.
Yeah. I agree.
I wish it was 500. 500, then I could go
I would do the research and look around in an area where you're wanting to go that'll bring you closer, and find a place and get on their waiting list.
Yeah, well, there isn't anything in that state that I've already been looking around, and there's nothing there. There is nothing there. So
she's kind of in a dead zone for that type of setup.
Because I really, really lucked out. This, where I'm living now, is part of a very expensive senior community. And once this COVID is over, then then we get the amenities of that community.
Yeah.
Because when we didn't have COVID, there's a church, there's a restaurant, there's a wellness center, there's a beauty shop.
It's basically a complex. It's got all
and it's
basic stuff that you need.
Plus, we actually made friends with some of the very, very rich people that are on the other side. And I kid you not, they are really rich. I mean, rents over there run $3,000 to $5,000 a month.
Holy Toledo!
They're all retired professors and
posh people and posh careers.
Yeah. But what's nice is that we're all part of the same community. So yeah, some of them put us down, and because we don't make as much money over in this building, but that's their problem, not mine.
Exactly. People are people. It shouldn't matter how much you make and crap like that, but it does. People judge.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're the fodder that is used when they're, as Scrooge says, reducing the surplus population.
Yeah. But I really like this reseller community. I think that all of you are just, it's like any community. You're going to have, you're going to have, you're going to have some bad apples every now and then. Yeah.
Yeah.
But for the most part, the soul of the reseller community is really strong. It's really strong and it's compassionate, and they care about each other.
Yeah.
And that's
And
what's
they're hurt
important.
when one of them passes. We've lost 3 people in the reseller community in just the past few weeks. One of them on the 5th, just 5 days ago. And
Yeah.
they're doing benefits to help with final expenses and all that kind of stuff. You know, how many communities do you see that are like, oh, well, that's needed. Boom, here, let's just throw it together and do it. How many groups of people do you see that are going to do that? You know,
No.
I mean, they take stuff out of their stock that they would make money on, and they sell it, and the money is sent directly to the recipient, and they're fine. No qualms. They're glad to do it. That is a
It
good.
was kind. Yeah, it was kind of when my daughter April was just trying to decide what she was going to do with Becky's stuff. Becky had bought things, but she hadn't paid for them yet, and so she had to make a decision what to do, and so she decided to go ahead and resell all of that inventory that she was holding for Becky.
Becky, yeah.
And to take the money from that resell and send it back to Becky's husband.
To Josh, yeah.
Yeah. And I think it just made I think these efforts have pulled the community closer together as a result of all this.
I think COVID did too, but yeah, the fruits of that are what's happening now with these types of situations above and beyond COVID.
Yeah.
You know, they wouldn't have been such a close-knit group if COVID hadn't drew everybody together, because that became their livelihood and they're supporting each other and not dissing each other and stuff. And then a call comes out like that, like Josh needing final expense assistance, and boom, they're on it. You know, and it's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. Hey, Amy.
And I think that as time goes on, this cohesiveness is not going to go away. It is going to stick with all those involved.
Yeah.
And
I think some of them, as they can go back to work, that kind of stuff, they will, but they're still going to keep that on the side because it's become such a tight-knit community. They're not going to walk away from it. They won't be able to.
Well,
you know.
Yeah.
Because it's so tight, they're going to be calling. Are you okay? We haven't seen you in a while. You know.
Even those that go back to work, they're still going to come back to the community because they're going to know that they can go on and they can buy those one-ons at really, really low prices. And they're going to know the quality that they're getting. And so
it's awesome.
And I am really blown away. I mean, I thought that this COVID was going to literally ruin my life because I had a lot of things going on in the community. But now with this reselling community, it has filled in some of those gaps. And so it's actually helped so much more.
Yeah.
So
I agree. I mean, I started hanging out on YouTube just for social interaction because I can't get out and about. I'm super high risk, so I have to stay in. And I pretty much. It
was really funny today. I was listening listening to T and Donna's live.
Yeah, the
And,
morning show.
Yeah, and they got into a discussion about online romances. And they actually showed a picture of one of the couples, and
Mhm.
that has come together because of
Which one? Which couple?
within the community.
Which couple was it?
Yeah, who was it that they showed?
I think the girl's name was Kimmy, and the guy looked like it was Chris the Goose, but I don't think it was him. But her name was Kimmy. I know that.
Borderline hoarderish.
But the guy looked like, well, if you went onto
I'm pretty sure
onto the
that's who
live,
it was.
she showed a picture of it. Donna
You know
showed a
I'm gonna be
picture of it.
checking that out.
It was toward the end. It was toward the end of the live. It was
Okay.
within the last 10 minutes of the live that she actually had to get the picture from somebody else, because Donna says that she deletes so many things every single day that she had deleted it. So then she was
Yeah.
calling somebody else on the live to email it back to her. And so then she got it back, and then she showed it on live. And it was a real cute picture of that couple. Just a real cute picture. They were in their
Who we think it
30s.
is.
I'd say they were in their 30s. But it was a cute, it was a cute couple. So,
Sometimes it works.
Kenny is absolutely
Yeah.
adorable.
so
Sometimes it works.
But,
sometimes it doesn't. It's the same as taking a chance in any other way.
Yeah.
I mean,
But,
you
you know.
meet somebody in a bar, you're taking the same chance as you are as meeting somebody online these days. So,
Mhm.
sometimes it works out really good. So, if it was borderline hoarderish Kimmy, I hope that she is very happy, because she deserves that.
She is absolutely adorable.
She is. She's a sweetheart.
I love Kimmy.
I love her.
She's
Yeah.
so adorable.
And she's super sweet,
Yeah.
unless you cross her, and then, she brings her
I'm
own
telling you
show.
right now, she's a redhead. So you know what? I don't mess with y'all redheads. I used to be one. I don't mess with the redheads.
Yeah, we bring our own shovel.
So yeah.
well,
No.
I'm good. Well, I have to run because I got a whole list of things that I want to get done yet today. So, but
Have a good
it
day,
was
Barbara.
nice visiting with you ladies.
Well, thank you for
So-
popping in. It was a joy to visit with you.
Stopping by, Barbara.
Well, take
I
care,
seen
and
on
you have a
show once when you popped in, but that was it. Otherwise, it's just been the chat. So it's nice to put a face to a name and visit with you. Enjoyed it.
I will. So, thank you so very much, and take care, and I'll check back again sometime.
Awesome.
All right.
Take
Okay,
care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Come on.
Well, she's a sweetie.
Oh yeah. I've seen Barbara pop around a couple of times.
I mean, she's been in Victoria's chat a lot, and
Mm-hmm.
Larry's, and she's everywhere.
Well, I must have kept missing her because this is the first time that I've seen her on panel.
Oh, on panel, yeah.
As for this, I kind of figured it because I follow Instagram.
I don't have Instagram, so
Is it Chris the Goose?
Yep.
I wondered. That's awesome.
which is good for both of them, because
Yeah.
and Chris is a sweetheart too, and I can't think of two people that aside from Robin and Devin, I can't think of two cuter people to be together. So,
Yep.
if I had peace, I'd have another cavity. It's so sweet. And I wish much happiness to everyone that finds love, romance, companionship, really good sex, whatever you find. I wish you good luck with it.
Exactly. You find happiness where you can in this world.
Yeah.
In whatever
Currently,
way.
I find it in Pringles.
I'm
You know,
fine.
that's just me. Princess is out of the crate.
Nice to get some good news,
Yes.
Instead of another death notification.
Yeah, people need to stop doing that because I don't like it.
Seriously, yeah. Stop dropping dead people.
Stop it.
Yeah, quit that.
I have a bad heart. It can't take much. I only have one feeling left. So people just have to stop that crap.
Exactly.
Whew. Sorry, I'm always freezing.
And it was like, are you cold?
Yeah.
I'm sitting there in a tank top going, are you cold?
She's in spaghetti straps, for Christ's sake. I'm in long sleeve sweats pants. You're in a tank top. She's in spaghetti straps and shorts. And I'm sitting there going, da, 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 da.
This is my day wear year round. The only time you're going to see me in anything getting heavier is if we have like a blizzard and the wind is ripping and it's freaking freezing and you just can't get the house warmed up. Then you'll see me Eskimo up. But that's very rare.
I'm always cold.
Tina knows when I wear my hoodie, there's a problem.
Yeah. But I am.
Put it this way. I rotate my pajamas, pick up a pair every year or two at the thrift store.
Right.
And when I go to check them,
because you've worn out
the clothing rotation, the elastic has broken down, just sitting in the drawer, it's died. And, if you go to put them on, they're going to fall right back down. So I keep,
I don't own any pajamas.
I keep some around in case it's really cold or in case I end up in the hospital because I hate hospital gowns. If I can wear my own, I'm going to wear them. And I always buy them because they're already well broke in and they're nice and soft and comfortable. And
I barely own any clothes, so
I got clothes. I've been going through my clothes again, culling them.
I don't because Issa stole most of my damn clothes. I don't know why because they won't fit her.
She's smaller. What the fuck does she want with them?
Well, the shorts fit her. That's why she took all my shorts. I don't know why she took my shirts. Just she probably gave them to her boyfriend. Along with all John's clothes that she took out of here, she gave them all to her boyfriend.
It's 27.
Like here, have my dead husband's clothes.
It's 27 degrees. There's no wind to speak of.
I don't know what our high is right now. I will look. I have a
Damn, it's 5 o'clock. You've been on here for 4.5 hours, woman.
Have I really? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well,
We are currently 38 degrees and clear, sunny.
Jason just came and got Princess, so she won't be whining anymore. He's in the truck. He's taking her with them, apparently.
Okay.
So either they're spending the night somewhere else or they're just taking the dog to visit somewhere.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's 27 and it feels like it is 20.
The high today, upper 30s. Tonight it's 20 with 20-mile-an-hour winds. 20-mile-an-hour winds are light and variable here. It's Kansas.
Ow, that was my head.
Tomorrow we have a high of 49, sunny skies. So
Tomorrow during the day says cloudy in the morning, then becoming partly sunny, highs in the lower 30s with southwest winds up to 10 miles per hour. And then tomorrow night, partly cloudy, near steady temperature in the upper 20s. Southwest winds 5 to 10 mile per hour with gusts around 20 mile per hour.
see where you're at, it's called a gust. Around here it's variable, light and variable. Now, Monday, we're high of 49, Tuesday, high of 57, Wednesday, high of 58, Thursday, high of 53, and then Friday, high of 45.
Yeah, I don't care what our weather is. Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, it don't matter to you because you don't go out in it.
Yep. It does not affect me in any way, shape, or form, except for whether or not I'm going to sweat to death in my room because the heat keeps kicking on. But
Well,
yeah, those.
If we hit 50 degrees, I crack a window, let some fresh air blow the stink out.
Those books by Rachel Vincent, I think I read the first 4 series, and I can't remember. I'm pretty sure I read them on Kindle Unlimited, but it might have been back when I was getting books from the library.
Yeah, I have the
my books
back, so
books and time periods they blend, so I can't really say when I've read what. But I remember the covers.
They were written like late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah. But I remember the covers with the 3 claw marks. I remember those. Yeah. And then I started to read like an excerpt. Ow! Freaking Onyx. I read an excerpt and I was like, oh yeah, I've read this. So I know I read the first 3 or 4, but yeah, that's it. And now they're not available on
you haven't read the climax of the series.
No, I haven't read probably half the series because
I think like 6 or 7 books, something like that.
Yeah.
It's not continuing. It's about, it's a series. It ends, which sucked because I love the series. I was like, why?
Yeah, it was. The books were really good. I really got into those books. I was like, Yeah. But yeah, there are a lot of books that I love all of Christine Feehan's series, all of them.
I have all of them.
I had them. I ended up having to, when I was in North Carolina, because the woman I lived with was such a douche, I ended up having to sell a bunch of my books to a used bookstore, and most of my Charlotte Kenyons, my Christine Feehan's. Believe me, I stocked up that store with those books, so they all went, because she was taking all my money, and I didn't have money for cigarettes, and I, had to sell my books, so. And then I had lent her all my Pern books by Anne McCafferty. I had lent her that I had the entire series of Pern books, and she put them in a box, put the box under where their air conditioning was, and the air conditioner leaked and ruined all of my books. And she's like, well, I don't know what to tell you, and walked away. So all of those books were gone, and I had bought all of them, so I was pissed. Because there were a crap ton of books in that series, the Pern books.
Yeah, that is a huge series.
Yeah.
I haven't read it, but I stocked it on the shelves and stuff, and it was massive.
And I love her writing too. That's a series that I would definitely rebuild my, collection of.
Yeah.
And it's funny because most of the books I read have, like Christine Feehan and Sherilyn Kenyon, they all have very detailed sex scenes in them. And I like that. That's fine. And, John liked it when I read those parts of the book because, he always got laid. But but the Pern books don't have that. But I loved those books. And, most books, I'm like, it's not realistic. It's not real life. There's, in real life, when you have couples, there's sex. And none of the Pern books have that, in detailed, wild, kinky, fucking maniac sex. So I just really liked the books. I like the concept of them. I like how they were written, I liked them, and I want to get them again.
Yeah.
But I'd like to get my Sherilyn Kenyon. And what's funny is I got my son reading Sherilyn Kenyon and Christine Feehan and Larissa Ione with her. One of them, I don't know if Larissa Ione has the Demon Lords. Is it Demon Lords? But anyway, it's the deadly sins that escaped from Pandora. They were all angels, and the sins inhabited them. They were actually demons.
I remember you talking about those.
Yeah, and then they, like, one is like lying, and he can't tell the truth, regardless of what it is. One is lust, and no matter how many times he has sex, he's never satisfied. That kind of thing. And they all end up finding love, and they're counterparts that their curse doesn't affect. And the series is really good, and I cannot remember which author wrote the books. I don't know. Larissa Ione has good serious books too. And
Yeah,
it might be her I'm thinking of. I don't remember.
I know the feeling. I have days like that where you just cannot remember shit. And I'm not as knowledgeable in books as I used to be because I've been away from it and I haven't been reading as much. And I worked in the bookstore in the late '90s, so
I suffer terribly from CRS.
oh yeah,
Cressley Cole is another one.
yeah.
I love Cressley Cole books, and that
See, if I want to remember an author, I have to go into my bedroom and look on my shelf and go, oh yeah, that person.
okay. Larissa Ione was the one with the Rider series that my son and I got into. Like Lethal Rider, Immortal Rider, Eternal Rider. It's the Apocalypse, Death, War, Pestilence, Famine. Those guys.
Yeah.
And their sister, which no one was a hidden thing. Those are good.
Yeah, the sister's always hidden in series like that. They always hide the sister. And she's always the baby sister. She's not an older sister. But yeah, I have read a lot of books. And I didn't read when I was a kid because I had reading comprehension. Once that was resolved I was 23, 24. Then, yeah, I started
You did your GED thing, right?
Do what?
It was your high school thing, your GED thingy or whatever.
Yeah, I got a GED, yeah.
The instructor or whatever taught you how.
She wasn't the instructor, she was kind of the orientator. Yeah, she's the one that straightened that out. Young little thing.
Man, see, I do recall certain things from everybody. Everybody tells me certain things, and I'm like, you told me this one, right?
Yeah.
I do retain some things from certain people, and it's like, okay, you told me this, right? Okay.
It's like, why do I remember that, but I can't remember this? I do that all the time. Analyze myself. Okay, I just need a new game. This one's driving me nuts.
New game.
You know how sometimes it glitches? Instead of telling you game over, it just tells you to keep moving these two cards over here and then bring them back over here and then back over here. It glitches and I'm like, ugh. So, new game. Get out of there.
Yep.
Drives me nuts. It's like the simplest game. You cannot get that figured out. I mean, decades later, different programs, and they all still have that same damn glitch.
Right?
Wow. We can go to Mars, but we can't figure out some stupid glitch in a goddamn simple game. Go solve there.
Yeah. Message Cody the other day. I said, going to DG, do you need anything?
She did. That's funny.
I had to go buy me a couple more sweatpants because they carry Bobby Brooks.
Yeah, by men's sweatpants.
It's Gina Showalter. It's called Lords of the Underworld. The series Lords of the Underworld. Huh?
I think I put her in the chat.
Yeah, you did. I just couldn't figure out which author was the one that had the series, and it's the one that they all have a deadly sin that's inside of them, but it's an actual demon instead of just a sin.
Yeah.
Lords of the Underworld, you said?
Yeah, Lords of the Underworld.
Yeah, it's a good series.
It is.
I haven't read them in a while. I can connect the dots.
And I should have remembered the damn butterfly tattoos that were on all of them that marks the series. So you can tell that it's part of the series is they have that damn butterfly tattoo on them.
Oh, fuck, I can't quit shaking. I'm cold. I feel like Tim.
Well, maybe if you stand back to back, you'll counteract each other and you'll both stand still.
He's sitting back there in his spot.
Plugged in, doing his thing.
Yep, with my pink headset.
Styling.
You
Yeah,
betcha.
I was going to say, it's very stylish.
Thank you.
It's getting dark in my room.
Better read that light chain while you can still see it.
Well, it looks not as dark to you guys because of the light from that's on the laptop, but to me, I'm like
Sitting in the dark.
sitting in the dark.
Now, I can still see light from your window.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see a cheek.
Find it.
Blinded by the light, love. And this is why I'm not allowed to sing on Fluffy's channel. I used to be able to
worse
sing
than
really
listening
well.
to that, Brett.
Huh?
I was watching last night that just kept singing, and she was like, "Why am I singing?" But yeah, she just kept singing.
Who?
Laura, Jory's, etc.
Oh.
Yeah, she was.
Oh no, I'm not. Laura has some awesome stones. No. Mm-mm.
Yeah, I said something about Laura going on last night. Cody's like, yeah, no, I'm not going to visit. I also said something about Mr. Jim selling on a Facebook sell group yesterday, the other day. She's like,
I would be broke within 20 minutes. No.
because I was on Facebook and I was watching Mr. Jim sell, and I'm like, I'm not part of that group, but I happen to be able to watch him be selling on that group.
Yeah.
Nope. I'm not going to any more auctions where I know there will be something I want to buy.
I said, well, Miranda's buying up really well. And somebody else was buying up really well too. And
Probably Devin.
that was it. Moonstone Mama 7.
Which is another reason I'm not going to any more Devons for a while. Not when I have money. Mm-mm.
And they were buying at very reasonable prices.
Of course, his prices are awesome. Which is another reason I wasn't freaking going. No.
Oh man, because one of the last things I watched him sell before I left, I'm like, okay, I can't watch this anymore. Is he had laid out a set of like 6 cabochons, all different flavors. They were beautiful.
And this is why I wasn't going. Because I would have bid on that.
And I'm like,
I would have bid on that.
I left. I didn't even wait to see how much they sold for.
I would have attempted to bid on that, and I would have justified it by saying, I'll get my money back when I make something with that. That's gorgeous. No. I know my weakness is I'm not risking temptation. Nope. Nope.
Does he do lots of the larger ones, or are they smaller ones?
In my opinion, they were fairly large. I mean, I got long nails, so I'm looking at nice big cabochons is what they were looking like to me.
If they're nail size, they're not that big. I'm talking like 40 by 30 millimeter.
Oh, no. To me, they were big. To me, that's a big cabochon. I'm not talking jumbo size. I'm talking big. He had a quarter laying down there for size.
40 is an inch and 5/8, and 30 is just a hair under an inch and a quarter.
So I said he had
They're pretty good size.
he had a quarter down there as a
Example.
size comparison.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you're in one of his auctions, you can always ask him, do you have any cabochons, blah, blah, blah size? And I can guarantee you he probably does.
But he had a beautiful rose quartz that was there. I love my rose quartz.
It's because
Really
it's
nice.
But there was this one, I don't even remember what it was, but it was white and it looked like it had some gray or blue through it,
Halide or magnesite.
like a marbling through it. And then there was a chunk of Dalmatian. So I'm just like, yeah, I'm out of here. I'm done.
Those are the Cody gets in trouble auctions.
My problem is I never can find an auction on Facebook. It's on YouTube. I'll find it, but
I just happened to stumble upon it, didn't I, Cody?
Yep. And then tell me about it. You know how hard it was to not hunt that down? Okay.
I even told her who it was, which group on.
Yep. I'm surprised she didn't send me the link.
It's because I wasn't in the link. I just knew the group name.
But I know me, and I'll break weak. I did that. That's what happened when I went into Moonstone Mamas. You know, I was like,
she was weak. She broke.
I did. I broke weak. I was like, oh. And I mean, the boxes that she did with the crystals, there were spheres in them. I got a little soapstone box that it's got a hinged lid, and there's a tube of selenite, like a little thing of selenite, and all kinds of spheres and different, tumbled stones and things, all kinds of stuff, plus one piece of natural stone jewelry for $40. That box, because I'm pricing things in my head, and when she said that this box is definitely worth about $100, she was right. It's worth about $120.
Yeah.
And I wanted that little soapstone box because it was cute. I was like, oh, soapstone.
Yeah. I've had soapstone boxes over the years.
I have one, only it's bigger, and I had it open with some beaded work that I had done. I had that like draped over it, like you see in those pictures, like in magazines and stuff. I draped beaded jewelry over it. It looked really cool, actually. I also have a stained glass box. It's made in a stained glass pattern, the whole thing. It's made in stained glass, and it's actually a rose color and clear and white glass. And in the middle is a kitten.
Oh, that's adorable.
It is absolutely adorable. John found it at a thrift store, and he was like, hey, look at this. And I was like, hey, that's cute. It's mine. He goes, how do you know I wasn't going to buy it for you? I said, you're not getting the chance because you'll hold that over my head. I bought you that kitten box. I said, no, I'm buying it. And I bought it for $1.
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, it's so cute. So I don't know why I like collecting boxes. I don't know why.
Thank God I am not the only one.
I used to. I've gotten rid of most of them and just kept, the few that I really, 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 really liked. And the rest
I mean,
of them.
I even got my son for Christmas last year when I had money for Christmas. I bought him a little resin figure, and it's a dragon sitting on top of books. And you grab the dragon, you pick it up, and there's a little compartment there.
I get it from my mother. My mother liked boxes.
My mom doesn't. My mom, every time you get my mom something, she's like, oh, well, that'll look good in my jewelry box, or, oh, that's something else I'll have to dust. So I stopped getting her shit.
Yeah, I've got a couple of little, like, antique dresser top little jewelry boxes. I've got the trays from back in the day that you would put in your dresser drawers for your socks or pantyhose. The old box for your gloves, your ladies' gloves, for, like dinner dresses and things, the gloves that you put that. Got one of those, the old satin ones. Little satin covered boxes for unmentionables.
Somewhere in all of this stuff is a wood box, and it's probably it's almost about 2 feet long, and it has a hinged lid, and it's cedar inside, I think. I can't remember. But that currently holds all the oils that I had bought, the essential oils and stuff, for my oil burner, my oil heater thing that you put the tea light under it, and it's Dragons, and it holds a little dish. And you put oil in it and heat it up, and it smells so good. And some of my candles, which I'm sure melted at this point. But yeah, so somewhere in here is my essential oils and things. I just don't know where it is. And hopefully it's on that.
in my room too, and I think they're down in a cabinet that I can't get to because 2 huge boxes of, the bookshelves in a box are in the way.
Hopefully,
I can't move those, so I can't get in that
hopefully
cabinet.
it's not in the storage unit that Issa, I have no idea if Issa's still paying for, the one with my tattoo equipment in it. Hopefully my essential oils are not in there because sometimes boxes get mixed up and it might have gone in there and it shouldn't have.
Yeah.
But that's where my Christmas tree went and it wasn't supposed to. So my Christmas tree went into storage and then John bought a new one and I'm like,
Hey, we're traveling with Willow.
and now that one is still, the Christmas tree is still up in the kitchen. I'm like, are we taking this down soon? Because I don't want to look at it.
Yeah.
I didn't want it up in the first place. It's depressing.
Okay.
Because I remembered last year decorating it with John,
This is
and Talon.
a fancy fan. Let's see, where can I set you? Set you on the bed. They've got the cheaper ones that you can get and stuff of the Chinese fans. I love Chinese fans. This is one of the fancy ones.
I love the paper fans.
Hand painted. Get in the box.
Yep. I'm overtired at this point. I'm like, zombie bear.
Come on, open up. There's another one.
Ready?
And this one, on the back side, is covered in Chinese writing.
Cool.
Oh, cool.
And this one is silk. This is not paper. And then I got a mini. And this is carved wood.
Oh, I like it.
It's all filigreed.
Yeah, I see that.
This one is super, super delicate. Can you tell I like Chinese fans?
A little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the ones that I kept. I culled them last year and got rid of like half.
Oh, really?
And these were the keepers. The box has a glass cover. It's the Chinese paper box, but it has a glass lid on it.
Nifty.
This is a really, really, really old tin. It's American made. It's got butterflies. And there was some kind of 3D something because there's a slot, a slot, a slot, and a slot, but it's missing.
Uh-huh.
And then it has the little tab that you can open it up. And I have ladies' hankies in there.
All of my antique lady hankies are in my, what should be my sock and underwear drawer in my actual dresser. But my sock and undie drawer is in my bedside night table.
This is pantyhose.
Yep.
quilted satin. Again, gold satin. It's empty right now. This is the texture jaggered satin,
Uh-huh.
and then it is ladies' gloves.
Awesome.
Can you tell I have a Victorian bent?
Just a little.
Just a wee one.
I like the horses. I like your horsies.
Oh, yeah. Those are for props for the dolls. This is super dusty. This is the politically correct for a bullshitting award. They call it bull throwing. And it was issued to my dad in 1994. Gives you an idea where I got mine.
Imagine that.
Didn't expect that, did you? Oh, let's see. Oh, Cody will like this box. Because of what is in it. This has a copper butterfly nailed on it. It's a wooden box. It's got copper nails and all that. Fancy, fancy. Little buckles. And you open it up. And it's chock full of tarot.
Yay.
Oh. Yeah, as we both. She says, yeah, I'm like, oh.
And it's heavy. Somewhere around here, but I don't know where I put him. I have like the old trees out of like Lord of the Rings. It's like a tree, and underneath it you set this little thing with a cone of incense in it, and the smoke comes out of the tree.
Oh, that'd be cool. Have you seen the incense burners where you put the cones on top and the incense goes down and travels? Travels down them?
I've got this stuff in here because I've been emptying this to be able to move it over there, but then I got stuck and stopped, and some of my witchy stuff is still in this container. She'll like these too, though. This is a wood incense burner box.
Nice.
Nice.
And this one is soapstone.
Sweet.
Cool.
And they've all got the little hole, you know, to
Oh, yeah.
poke your incense, and it burns in there, and then it comes out the holes in the top, you know. This one's got some clanking there, doesn't it? Oh, I got pins in there right now. Some weird bird pen I ended up with. Got a gemstone here, and
That may be why you have it. It had the gemstone.
probably. That was just different and cool. But yeah, the nib pins. My nib pins are in there right now.
Cool.
Here's a candle holder that's all cats. It's a coven of cats.
Works for me.
My fatty gargoyle. My gargoyle looking gargoyle.
There you have it.
I don't know, there's a lot of neat stuff up in here. Just can't get to a lot of it.
Well, everything's in its place.
Crystals.
Yay.
Out the yang. Gem marbles.
You know what's weird is the picture down in the bottom of my StreamYard
Uh-huh.
is clearer than my big picture.
Huh. All I see is my extra skin. At least it don't go lower. The second roll's even worse. That one flaps in the wind. Like it is creepy. No, I don't think I can get to any of the others right now.
But, yeah, like I said, there's all that stuff everywhere.
I don't know. I want to get this place straightened out and get it like I want it. My back is not cooperating. But I keep doing every little bit that I can in those little windows of time that I can. And
We have a visitor. Well,
huh?
we have a visitor. Hi, Tina B.
Hold on, I gotta bring my chat up. Oh, hey Tina. How are you doing, girl? I'm heading back to the living room. Come on, finger, hit the switch. Oh, yep, like puzzles.
Yep, you got quite a few of them there.
That's my winter stack.
Oh, we're hanging in here, Tina.
Okay,
For
I've been
the last
standing too long.
5 hours.
Now. I stand too long and I get cursed out by the cat. What is up with that? She's like, sit your butt down. You hear her?
Yep, she's telling you about it.
Mm-hmm. She's definitely doing that. And Cody's conking out over there.
Well, bring your ass back on. Wake up, girl.
I don't want to wake up. I want to go to bed.
Well, go lay down.
Stay awake during the day and sleep at night.
I do both. Or neither. Go either way.
Well, it's either, or pull a me, stay up for 24 hours and then sleep for 24.
I've done that too.
Tina's
My
not
hours
allowed to
change
do
up.
that.
There's times that this is the time I'm getting up. There's times this is the time I'm going to bed. Today
Yes,
I woke up at about a quarter of 11. So
she looks more
My
tired than she did earlier.
My attention span is like down to like 2% right now. I'm like, I know they're talking, but none of it is getting past here.
go lay down. Get you some rest. We're not going anywhere.
There's always tomorrow.
Exactly.
Considering I said I was probably going to lay down like, 2.5, 3 hours ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're beyond the toothpick stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even think
toothpick's
tape will work.
My eyes are on fire right now.
Tina, I went to bed about 3:30 this morning.
Ooh.
And was back up at about a quarter of 11, which is a long sleep for me.
That is a long sleep.
Mm-hmm.
My blinks are getting longer. Did you notice that? I was like, I couldn't open my eyes back up. I'm like, ah.
I'm sitting here waiting for your forehead to hit the keyboard.
I'm too far away. It would hit my table. Keyboards.
Mm-hmm.
Figuratively
Right.
speak.
I'm gonna go.
Okay, honey. Love you.
You booted me. She's been waiting to do that ever since she started going live. You know that, right?
No,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not.
She enjoyed it nonetheless.
Yeah, I saw that.
I was like, I told you, I said, boop.
I woke up about 7 to Tina, just long enough to go pee, go back to bed, and plonk, gone. Knocked out again.
Now, if I can finish saying goodbye, Tina.
Nah.
Nah. I love you guys. Bye. I'll talk to you later.
Love you, honey.
Good night, Tina B.
Night.
I'll talk to you later, too.
Yeah, we were up until about midnight, just shortly after, with Lenny on his live last night.
He did a live last night? I never got notification.
Yeah, Lenny went live last night.
Fuck, I didn't know that. I was up.
I was wondering where you were at.
Well, yeah. I'll go check and make sure YouTube hasn't disconnected my notification or some shit. I swear, they need to leave that alone. That's people's personal settings, not something for them to play with. Shame on them.
Did they boot you?
I'm looking for him.
Or shut off your notifications? Or
I'm looking. I have a huge long list of subs, so.
all you gotta do is type into search Lenny Baker.
I know. Yeah, but he has that Mavic Pro 2 thing, too. Yeah, see, it comes up as Mavic Pro. I'm subbed and notified. I have no idea why it didn't.
Do a quick unsub and resub. Do a quick unsub, resub,
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now.
and
Then re-hit my bell.
yep.
Okay, hopefully that'll do it.
But yeah,
I never got notification.
Lenny went live last night after Conky's auction.
YouTube rat.
Well, I mean, it wasn't right after Conky's auction, but later in the evening.
Yeah, I get it. But I should have got notification. The only thing I can think of is the short window of time. I was offline for about an hour because Sis and I were watching a show together. It could have happened then. But usually when I go back online, all the notifications come through, and it never happened. There wasn't one. So, because I always go through them when I go online because they all pop up. As soon as you boot the computer up, ding, 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 But he wasn't there.
I don't know.
It came on.
I'm gonna say when you go to his Lenny Baker, because
There's like 20 Lenny Bakers, so I went with the Mavic Pro because I know that's him. But the other Lenny Bakers, I'm not sure what his emoji is now, and most of them were just plain L's or some weird war thing, and that was about it.
let me see.
Sable's getting her butt ringed.
Uh-oh.
She jumped up. Sis she puts a towel out and she puts her legs out to dry on it. And Sable jumps up there and nicks a piece, just to sling it around in the kitchen for a while and then just leaves it, so we find this slimy green thing on the floor. It's kind of hilarious. And I've told her, throw a towel over the top so that they can't do that and it'll still air, but no. And she's always stealing lettuce. Right. Be right back.
But yeah, it was in his Mavic 2 Pro Flare. I mean, it still came up Lenny Baker when it come across my phone for a ding last night. Ugh. It's not been too bad, Tina. Been sitting here yakking for 5 hours, 10 minutes, and 22 seconds now. I look like this all the time.
Okay, I'm back. Sis has decided to run to Aldi's. There's something calling to her from there, so she's gonna grab dinner while she's out.
Woo! A quick run to the Aldi.
Mm-hmm. Well, for us, it's clear cross town, kind of cattywampus on the same side of the street from Walmart now because they just built a new one. It opened right when COVID blew up.
Imagine that, right?
But I would imagine that there's people that probably started shopping there that didn't shop there before because it's cheaper. Because,
Uh-huh.
that and just
I remember
availability. I mean, there were so many things that the shelves were bare on for so long. People were probably hitting every store no matter what it was, whether they thought it was not posh enough for them because just sheer desperation for groceries. Because you couldn't even get stuff on Amazon Market,
Tina's having bacon and eggs for dinner.
I do breakfast food for supper sometimes, but not tonight. I'm craving a burger. I haven't had a burger in a good while here, so.
Are you having Sonic again?
Mm-hmm. Bacon cheeseburger, add chili. If I'm gonna eat a burger, I'm gonna make it count.
Right.
And then I get onion rings, and I get the big milkshake, but I pick at it.
I know. You've told us.
Like 2
Takes
weeks.
you forever.
The last time we had Sonic, that was like 3 weeks ago or better. I just finished that shake. It was like this much in the bottom. Night before last. Because I just throw it in the freezer and then I grab one of the long iced teaspoons. When it gets
Yeah.
down too low, I just chop the top off of the
Uh-huh.
cup, whack the cup off because it's foam. It's real easy to.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I just pick at them forever. A hot fudge shake to me, because
The hot fudge tastes better than regular milk chocolate.
Yeah.
It
so I
really
get a
does.
hot fudge shake, and then I'll sip a little bit of it while I'm eating, but then it just goes in the freezer. It freezes up, and then I just pick at it like you do a pint of ice cream. And yeah, it's good for weeks.
25 miles to Sonic.
Damn. I would not live in an area if there wasn't a Sonic like 5 minutes away. Because, yeah, grew up on Sonic. Sonic's kind of my jam. So, Sonic, McDonald's, Taco Bell. I'm good. Oh, and a Spangles is nice too. I love their turkey club, bacon turkey club sandwich.
I've never had Spangles, never heard of it, honestly, until most recently.
Yeah. We got one here a few years back, and I've tried 2 or 3 things. There's only 2 things that I like from them. Their Philly cheesesteak and their turkey bacon club sandwich.
See, I'm all about a turkey club.
Yeah. They put it on some kind of sourdough thing, though, and I have them do a regular bun instead because I can't do sourdough. It doesn't sit well in my stomach at all. Well, this used to be a small town, Tina. but it's a college and industrial town. The industrial park right up the street here from me is park number 3, and there's 4 industrial parks in town. And they'll have factories, anything from farm implements to steel to pet food, furniture, meat. God, what all do we have? Auto parts. I don't know. There's a whole bunch of factories around here.
See,
And then
we
there's
used to
university.
be, our main factories used to be Capitol Records, which is now closed. Anderson Clayton Foods, which is closed. And Mobile Chemical, which is now Pactive or Reynolds, Tenneco, something like that. Anyhow,
Yeah.
they make the trash bags, Hefty. And your Hefty Ziploc bags, Glad bags, stuff like that.
Well, we have the OG Hopkins Manufacturing. We have VecTech. We have Detroit Diesel.
But
We
we
have-
still also have one other, and that's Nestle. And then they make the coffee creamer out here.
We've got Fanistal. Used to be IBP, now it's a Tyson factory, meat processing plant. Science Diet Pet Food. We have their plant here. Souder Industries. OG here. Hopkins was the first one I said. Souder Industry does industrial metals. I mean, they'll come driving up the road in a rig with a enormous, I'm talking a steel tube as big as my house, and I have a double wide. I mean, we're talking wide load. They make stuff for like NASA and crap like that too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what is it? Cat Implement?
Caterpillar.
Yeah, we've got one of their factories here. I don't know. A buttload of them. The university here, way back in the day, was the Kansas Teachers College,
Yeah.
which was like well-known, world-renowned kind of thing back in the day or whatever. I said Teachers College.
Kansas State.
Yeah, Kansas State Teachers College. This was like 40s, 50s, that kind of crap. Some of the hostels that the ladies lived in when they were going to school are still downtown, and now they're rat holes. But it's a university/industrial town with a population, when school is in session, of about 28,000.
And we used to have a cordite factory.
That's active.
No, cordite was not Pactive. Cordite was out here on Capitol Way.
I remember that.
Um,
UGL,
and we have UGL still.
which is a laboratory paint place thing.
Oh,
UGL
cool.
makes
I worked in
paint.
Subway twice in my life. Love a Subway sandwich.
See, I'm a big fan of Subway. I like Subway sandwiches.
Used to have.
Usually the only thing I get when I go there, though, is a Philly cheesesteak. I don't go in for like, a tuna sandwich. I can make that at home. Which I could make a Philly cheesesteak at home, but I like getting them with double meat and then cut it into 4s, and I get 4 meals out of 1 foot long.
I like a foot long.
But I do the double meat so that the carbs, single meat with the bread there's too many carbs.
Yeah.
So double meat resolves that, and then instead of a half, I cut it into quarters, and I get 4 meals out of it. So yeah, economical.
I like it because I can put all the vegetables on it that I want.
Oh yeah, I load it down with vegetables and meat. Yeah, the thing's bursting when I get done going down the line with it.
If they're like, "Is that enough?" I'm like, "No, add more. Add more vegetables. More vegetables."
Mostly onions and olives on a Philly cheesesteak. I love onions and olives on a Philly cheesesteak. I'll be right back. I gotta grab a water.
Okay, doke.
Give me 5 seconds. That's all I need. 3 of them to just get my ass up off the sofa.
That's me getting up out of the desk chair. It's like, hold on, it takes more time to get up out of the chair than it does to do anything else.
Yeah. Using my arms to get up those painful.
It's not my arms, it's my knees. It's like, hold on, and then once I get up, okay, are my legs gonna hold my fat butt?
Well, my insurance gal, my care coordinator, is trying to get me a
lift chair, right?
Yeah, she's working on it right now. That and the modification, the home modification, so we can get the bathroom remodeled.
Yeah.
Because me standing in the shower for extended periods of time is getting more and more sketchy.
Oh.
So.
More and more sketchy, huh?
Yeah, so she's trying to expedite. My legs will get me up, except I have a knee that's shredded. And using my arms to help get me up is rough because both of my shoulders are shredded. And then I have a disc protruding in my spine into my spinal cord. So I'm looking at a chair eventually, a wheelchair. Rather later than sooner, but I'm preparing as best I can. I'm trying to get the house set up and everything to accommodate it when it happens.
I was working on making dinner last night, so I'm standing at the counter doing potatoes to make fried potatoes.
Mm-hmm. Peeling them, slicing them.
Got so many done, and I'm like, okay, can't do this anymore. So I reached behind me and popped the brake on my wheelchair and turn it around so that I can sit in the wheelchair and finish doing the potatoes and stuff and the onion. So I can only stand for so long.
Yeah, a knife in my hands is getting more and more difficult. I bought a Tupperware mandolin, but the one part is gone that you push stuff through. So I need to try again, basically. Keep that for spare parts. But yeah, some type of mandolin to slice. I've got a food processor that I could probably do it, but me and a knife cutting, peeling, that kind of stuff is sketchy because my hands will jerk and stuff like that. I've even invested in a pair of the gloves that is used by butchers.
Yeah, so the I call them chainmail.
Yeah, that's basically what they are. But it's just harder and harder to hold a knife in my hand. Hold meat when it's cold, that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I definitely need to get a mandolin that works proper. The food processor that we have is probably 30 plus years old. A little sketchy. I know I can't afford to buy a food processor, but I can probably squeak out a mandolin if I can catch a deal. But I want a quality one, and the Tupperware one, I've researched them, and the Tupperware one looked like it would be best suited. The shape of the doohickey and stuff would be comfortable on my hands, because even that kind of thing makes my hands ache. Even holding like the pumice stone and my feet hurts like this.
I have a hard time just trying to get my feet, honestly.
Same here. And I've got a garden bathtub. It's just getting in and out of it. But where I got my shot, I did take a bath the other day and plop my butt down in the tub, and finally got to shave my legs and my buff my feet and do all that, foot care, all that crap.
I can honestly say that I only have patches of hair here and there on my legs. Technically,
Same
I
here.
have.
But man, the crap gets long enough to braid and bead.
Yeah, no, not here. I don't.
I have super fine hair, but what does grow, it doesn't stop. It just keeps going. It's like
Not
hairy Sasquatch leg kind of thing going on.
No.
Yeah, it's got to go. Drives me nuts. And then doing my arms, I have to lift my arms up and hold them and all of that. Even just doing a stretch when I'm bringing my arms back down. Ooh.
Oh.
I'm sure my eyes glaze over. But you can't see it through my glasses. Yes, I was bitten by brown recluse as well on my shin. I have a huge scar about the size of a 3x5 index card on my shin from brown recluse.
Knock on wood has not did the brown recluse. Thank you. Cross his fingers on not ever. But the osteo is not my best friend at all.
So far, I don't have the Swiss cheese bones. My bones are solid. It's just at joint junctions where they're breaking down.
Yeah,
But
I'm breaking down at
solid,
the
thank
joints big time.
Yeah, I have serious joint degeneration, but the rest of the bone is solid. There's no Swiss cheese because I've had the baseline bone scans done, all that crap, and where they could check all that. They monitor it because of everything else I've got going on. It could sneak up, but my spine, the discs in my spine, and pretty much cartilage. I don't have much cartilage. I'm bone on bone almost everywhere. What little bit I do have left is like the discs that are between like but they're shrinking and the bones are, and I'm shrinking, and
I've got
one protrudes in and tries to screw up my world, buckling legs and hands and arms go numb, and substantially increased fall risk because of that. But I do have a walker and a rollator walker and canes and stuff. The rollator walker I bought for myself, and one cane. The others that I haven't kept are from mom and dad kind of thing. The rest I donated to the VFW DME exchange so that others could, I just called them because they had to come and get an item that we had taken on loan for dad. And I returned that and donated everything he had because mom already had her own. And then when mom passed, I called him and I said, I don't have anything on loan, but next time you come to town to drop something off for somebody or pick up or whatever, stop by here because I got more stuff for you to add to your stash from mom. And they came and got what I couldn't use of her DME. And so I've donated quite a bit to the state DME loan program for durable mobility goods and stuff. Yeah, they've gotten a lot of stuff off of my folks, and when I'm gone, Sis will probably call them, have come get all my shit. But
my biggest issues are standing for any period of time and climbing stairs.
Oh, climbing stairs kills me. And a ramp would be rough, but not as rough as stairs.
Right.
I want a ramp on my deck because, when I end up in a chair, I'm going to need one. And also right now, we have a garden cart wagon kind of thing that we wheel out and unload the groceries into the cart. Instead of having to pull it up by the deck, and I've got a little door built in that you can unlatch and open up and set stuff on the deck without having to climb the stairs and then come up and grab it again and bring it in.
Yeah.
We wheel the cart right up the deck and right in the front door and right into the kitchen, unload it, and there wouldn't be all those transfer points.
Right.
From the car into the cart, from the cart onto the deck, into the house. We wouldn't have all that. We could just wheel it right into the freaking kitchen.
Yeah.
As long as we come through this door, the front door here, the kitchen's right there.
Yeah.
Just wheel it up and unload it on the counter. And it would remove all of those phases.
Yep.
Your extra bending and all of that. It would get rid of all that. So I'm hoping when they do
Misdiagnosed for a year and a half, Tina?
do what, hon? Yeah. Yeah. They checked me after mine, and my bones were still good, still solid. No signs whatsoever of degeneration in the main structure of the bone, just at the joint points, calcifications, osteophytes, basically bone spurs. My joints grow bone spurs,
I've
but the
got
rest of the bone's
bones.
solid. But the ends just like to overgrow. And I'm not going to run the risk of going in and having anything ground. A lot of doctors won't do just grinding off the spurs. They want to replace the joint. I can't have that done. So I'm basically stuck with what I've got and make the best of it and modify my house to accommodate a chair because I'm looking at one. So that's what I'm doing.
I think I showed you before on Thanksgiving, but my kitchen is set up where all I gotta do is move all that stuff out from underneath.
You got like a little desk area almost where you can sit down and do prep work.
And that's underneath my kitchen sink.
Oh, cool.
I
You
can
can
wheel
walk to it.
and my bathroom is the same way. It's set up where I can get underneath the bathroom sink with a wheelchair.
Yes, the brown recluse has necrotic venom, yes. Trust me, I know. It ate a fair bit of skin off my leg. They debated on skin grafting, but they were afraid that my body would reject the graft even if it came off of my own body because it likes to reject foreign things, which is the reason why I can't get joint replacement because that'd be foreign matter. And they're afraid that it would reject. And if you run that risk and you go for it and it's rejected, amputation is the only option. They might not work the greatest, but they're still mine, and I'm keeping it that way. If one goes totally slack and unusable, then I could see removing it because it'd just be a pain in the butt having it waving around in the wind. But while they're still functioning, yeah, I'm keeping them.
That was one of the few things that when we bought this trailer that I thought was very nice is that it's handicap accessible. My hallways and doorways are super extra wide.
Mm-hmm. This one is, except for the bathrooms.
Now, even our bathroom is.
They're not friendly in that. And I think probably what whoever had it before did was ran one of those chairs or something in the tub that slides out or something. But I'm not comfortable doing that in this tub. The material it's made of is like 1/8 of an inch thick, and it's molded.
It's
and
one of the
underneath
really
it,
thin,
foam.
old
And when you step in, it squishes. You know,
needs
you can
support
feel
underneath. It doesn't
Yeah,
have.
and you imagine, you
Been
know, legs on one of those chairs popping down through the bottom, and oh boy, you got a mess. I ain't risking it.
Right? Tina Fly.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they never talked about amputating my leg because they were able to catch it, and they used, I don't know, was some kind of ointment called Santyl, Santyl, on it to reverse some kind of something that was going on with it. It was tied to my gallbladder attack, so it was just toxins in my body that was hitting that even harder. And they used this topical, and it took care of it. But it's pretty rough looking. That's why they thought about grafting. And I said, nope, leave it alone. I'll deal with whatever come out of it. As long as the bone's covered, everything seals up, I'm good. I don't care what it looks like. well, this would look better. And I'm like, I don't give a shit. Not if it backfires. It ain't worth the risk. It might look rough, but it's there. And as long as it's covered, there's no padding on the shin hardly anyways, but what little there is gone. But it's covered. So it sealed itself. It granulated in. So yeah, they didn't have to core cut mine. They removed a tiny bit of necrotic to fresh flesh, and then it granulated on its own. So they didn't have to core cut. They just trimmed it up a little bit. Then I had to use these special pads and that special ointment stuff under bandaging. It helped promote granular growth. So I don't know if I can swing my leg up here and show you or not, but I'll give it a try. I'll move my water so I don't kick it over. This could get interesting, but I'll see what I can do. Nope, I didn't have to wear the boot. It was high enough up that, oh, I don't know if I can turn the skin or not. You can see
Yeah, I see your scar right there.
but could turn my flab, but it's not too bad considering. In the big scheme of things, it's not bad at all. It's tender, it gets sensitive, and I have to moisturize it because it likes to get dry and crusty. But other than that, I can live with that. And this was 11 years now. 11 years ago, so it's an old scar. Yeah, I hate a uniboot. When you put it on, if you weren't in pain, you just want to kick the doctor for handing it to you. Oh yeah, yours is on the inside of the calf. A little bit more meat there, so it would go deeper. So I could see where you'd have more issues. With mine, it was limited because it was on the shin. There's not much meat. There's not much padding. There's just bone. And they said as long as it didn't dig into the bone, that they could save the leg, and it hadn't dug. They did all kinds of crap. Sorry, Sis is texting me. Grocery question.
Oh, is Sis out shopping? Oh, that's right, she is. Never mind.
Yeah, when she went to Aldi's, she's asking. We normally get that red diamond tea, but it tastes funky at a lot of the other stores, so we normally buy it at Walmart. And she's at Aldi's and asking if she should grab some there, wondering if keep it in the winter. And I'm like, all we can do is try.
What, they're tea bags?
No, it's a gallon of prepared tea.
Oh.
Like a jug of milk, it's a jug of tea.
I like their tea bags.
They don't even sell those around here.
Aldi's tea bags?
Oh, she buys P&G or Tetley English blend.
I know.
She uses that, and she's got like a tea maker.
Uh-huh.
But before, see, I don't drink that much tea. So usually anytime if I wanted a glass of tea, because I don't like her tea, I would just make an instant cup. But it started getting bitter. I don't know. So every once in a while when I was out and about, if I needed something cold, I would grab a Red Diamond single, you know.
Yeah.
And she was with me a few times to grab a sip of my tea because she'd run out of hers or whatever. And we just kind of got hooked on it and started just buying it already made. She's still got her tea maker and uses it to make some other kind of tea. She's a tea fanatic. I mean, she has hot tea, cold tea, sweet tea. She has like a variety of teas, you know.
Yeah.
But I just drink the one. I just have a glass of tea every once in a while. And I do herb teas in the winter. But they just taste funny from various coolers. I don't know if they're coming from different distribution centers or what. But like you buy one at Dillon's, it just tastes off. And you buy one at Rebel's and it tastes moldy. So we always buy it at Walmart. But she said that they've got it at Aldi's now. And she was wondering about, because it didn't keep well in the summer. She's wondering if it'll keep better in the winter. I think it has to do with the coolers that they use to keep it in.
Probably.
It turns it faster or slower, or it's bundled in a bunch of other stuff. You know how sometimes you got something in the fridge and suddenly it tastes like something else in the fridge?
Hmm.
I think it's kind of that thing going on with tea and the coolers and what's with it and around it. And I don't know, but some of them you buy it and I mean, it's fresh. It's dated like 3 weeks out. Take a drink of it and it's like, ooh, this tastes like mold. I ain't drinking anymore. Done. Down the drain.
I'll say
Me too, Tina.
we brew our own pitchers of sweet tea every day.
I used to, but it's just more time on my feet. So we just buy ready made. It's good.
Every morning when we get up, when we're making the pot of coffee, we automatically start a pot of tea. So
Yeah.
you brew the tea when you brew the coffee. If the tea's not pitcher in the fridge isn't empty, it's already brewed. So when it's emptied, you just throw
rotate
it.
it out. Yeah.
You're good to go.
Well, sis didn't even know, and she had never asked me until recent years. She says, "What is it about sweet tea that you stir sugar into it and it just don't taste like sweet tea?" And I'm like, "It's because when you make true sweet tea, true Southern sweet tea,
There's
you don't
twice
stir
as
sugar
much
in it.
sugar.
You make simple sugar in a saucepan,
Mm-hmm.
then you add it to the tea." Oh, well, what's simple sugar? And I said, "Sugar, water, melted in a saucepan slowly."
Yep.
Um, but yeah, she didn't want to go to all that trouble, so I'm like, "Yeah, we'll just buy a bottle of Red Diamond. We're good."
I'll be back.
Okay.
Time to unload.
Yeah, Tina, I'm ready for warm weather. Literally. New Year's party done January 2nd. The sun is supposed to come out. It's supposed to be spring again, as far as I'm concerned. The tulips better start popping up, but it doesn't happen. But I try. But yeah, as soon as the holidays are over, I'm done. I'm ready for spring. Those 3, 4 months of waiting for that to happen are the worst. But at least we're not too terrible cold right now. We're a little cooler today, but we're going to be 40s tomorrow, 50s for the next 3 days after that. Then we drop back down to the 40s. As long as it hits 50, then I can crack a window, let a little fresh air in, blow the stink out. I'm good. If I can do that just once a week, I'm a happy girl. I mean, more the better, but once a week I'll take. We have a lot warmer summers here in Kansas than we used to. It used to be, like Michigan cold, snow 2, 3 days a week, blah, blah, blah. But it hasn't been like that for a few decades. So now, we've had 2 snowfalls. One was in October, which was early. And we had one here a couple of weeks ago. Grand total between the two doesn't even hit 5 inches. We might have one more snowfall, maybe two, before like St. Patty's Day. Used to be we could have snow clear into May here, and we don't anymore. Usually stuff starts greening up right around St. Patty's. Just not as cold around here as it used to be. And supposedly right now we should be phased into hard winters, but we're not getting them. Don't know why. Global warming. I figure when we have these mild winters like this that the glaciers and stuff are probably melting like mad. What state are you in, Tina? Did you put it in earlier and I missed it, or? Nope, I don't see it. Indiana. Okay. So you're part of the Midwest bubble too, to a degree. don't know, it just kind of blows my mind. I mean, I'm grateful that we have milder winters. Definitely easier on my grumpy bones, but still winters are more painful. You just always have that kind of cold bone ache all winter long. At least I do. It's like the very, very first that ache that you get, like when you're starting to like get a fever from, flu or whatever. That ache that just kind of feels like your bones are bone cold. Yeah, that's pretty much how I feel all winter. And then when we have a cold blast come through, like a nor'easter or um, something like that, then they really start talking. Oh, okay, so it's classified northeast. I pretty much any state that grows crops, um, in the middle of the country ish, I consider Midwest, whether it's official or not. Oh, that don't help. Yeah, you take anticoagulants and you feel bone cold. It deepens it, makes it worse. My dad went through that. Mom went through it for a short period of time. Something's echoing and it ain't me. Yeah, thankfully I've never had to take anticoagulants. At least not yet. I don't know that I would, because it's my lungs that are going, not my heart. My heart's as strong as a racehorse, because I get it checked every year because of heart and lung disease in the family. So I always get it checked. I get a sonogram done on it every year to make sure that it's all working and that the valves are strong and doing their thing and vessels are clear, blah, blah, blah. Ooh, where's this again? I usually am the one that does all the shopping. She just does occasional stops for milk or something. And with COVID, she got all the grocery and dumped on her, and she's kind of gotten shotgun training on how to buy slightly modified from my norm because of COVID. But I mean, it's great that my heart's strong, but it also means that it's going to basically slow my death. When it's my time. It's like getting a pacemaker. A pacemaker will extend your life, but it also extends your death because it takes longer for the heart to shut down. That's just me, analytical me, but it's the truth. I've seen it with my own eyes. My dad had one. I was standing by him with a stethoscope on his chest as his pacemaker did its final attempts to restart when he died. Having to clarify, apparently my question or my answer wasn't specific enough.
Sorry, catching up here.
Yeah. Been talking about grumpy bones and weather in our states and other medical crap.
Yeah.
Oh, so the spider venom screwed up your coagulation. Thickened your blood too much. Makes it harder to. You probably end up thin it to make it easier to process through your system.
Oh yeah, she was talking about the Walmart pharmacy screwing her with her blood thinner before
Oh,
surgery. She was only supposed to get 10 injection needles with the medicine in it. They gave her 20. She called them on it, and they're like, "Sorry, you're stuck with it. We can't take them
yeah, they won't.
back."
Yeah, they won't take them back.
I'm like, I'd be saying, "I don't give a fuck. Here's your other 10. I want the rest of my money back." She's like, "No." But I did call the insurance company and let them know that they got screwed.
Yep. Yeah, anything pre-prepared, compounds, preloads, anything like that. Once it's in your hands, they can't take it back. And they've even been tightening down on tablets in a prescription bottle. They won't take them back. But then they wonder why. What are you going to do with them? If you don't need them, what are you going to do with them? You're going to throw them away. They wonder why there's so many pharmaceuticals in the rivers and lakes and the waterways.
While everybody's flushing shit down the toilet.
Yeah. I mean,
I did happen to notice the other day when I was at Walmart that, at least at my Walmart, there's now a drug per drop box.
I wish ours had one. They may have put one in, but I haven't been to Walmart in a while. And I don't do my prescriptions at Walmart. White Cloud TP, 3-ply 12 rolls equals 48 for $8.99. Nope. I'll get at Walmart. Sent. 3-ply toilet paper is not good for your sewage system. Yeah, apparently they do drop zones like twice a year here, but they don't like keep something out. I think they should, because I always miss them, and I've got a stack I need to get rid of, but I don't know, where do you take them? They're not very kind about that around here. It's a pain in the ass. Oh, you're doing pre-op. Yeah. Yeah, you have to go off of those before surgery. There's several drugs. Even getting my injections and stuff like that, they always ask me, are you taking this or this or this or this? And nope, I'm not. We're good. Well, do you use Motrin or, nope, I can't take that. So you have nothing in your, and I'm like, I hand them the list. I'm like, here, this is my list. I keep it updated. Nope, there's nothing on there.
You've got a
2 pages.
Yeah.
Typed up. Yeah.
And they're all in different envelopes.
Yeah, and then I have another 2-pager that I keep that is all of my diagnosis and then all of my doctors and their contact information. And I keep that in my handbag. There's some in the glove box in the car. There's an envelope with it on the fridge, and then I keep it in my handbag. I keep spare copies in my little file. So
I was going to say, because if you have the one that's with you, one that's in the car in case you don't have yours, or your purse, the ones on the fridge in case Sis isn't with you and you're not in the car.
Mhm.
You know, who knows?
Yeah.
I can't say I blame you. I when you explained that to me, I'm like, that makes a whole hell of a lot of sense.
Yeah, if you know, like if I have to call an ambulance or something like that, Sis is not gonna be able to give them that information. But she knows where those lists are and she can hand them. And that will tell them all of my pre-existing conditions. It will tell them all doctor contacts. It tells them all of my medications, over the counters, supplements. It's all there, and it's kept updated. I keep it updated, and I change them out every time I update. And anytime I get a new drug, I update, reprint, spread them out. It just, you know, it saves a lot of confusion in a time of confusion. Like, well, like when I got rear-ended by that semi a couple months ago. Well, August, 28th of August, got rear-ended by a semi at a stop sign. You know, they had all those questions, and I just jerked the papers out of my purse and handed them to them.
Mm-hmm.
Said, "Here you go. There's everything you need to know. If you don't find it on there, you can ask." But you know, I had taken somewhat of an impact to my chest with the steering wheel. I was leaned up against it, looking, making sure the road was clear, but I still got whomped. And with my COPD, my lungs wanted to seize up, so I'm hitting the inhaler and they're asking questions, and I'm like, so I was just like, papers.
Yeah.
Let me breathe for a minute, people. But it just simplifies things, and especially if I'm unconscious or you know, in a state of delirium or you know, dementia, confusion, or whatever, you know, they have what they need. It's just put it in their hands and make sure that jackasses read it.
That's for sure.
They don't always do that. You hand them a piece of paper and they shove it in their pocket, and then they just keep asking you questions. And I'm like, answers, pocket. I had a rookie EMT. And Dad was having one of his spells with congestive heart failure, and he can't answer questions. I answer all of his questions and took care of all of that, including handing them the packet that I kept on him, which also included his DNR. And I rode in the ambulance with him to the hospital because Sis was going to follow with the car, so I'd have a way to get home.
Right.
That gave Mom time to get herself around. And Sis was going to bring her up, but that way I was there with him because it was critical. He crashed on the way. But anyways, they thankfully he came back around when he's home. But they this little greenhorn started slapping shock paddles, stickers, and pads and whatever on his chest. And you know, I was looking around from the front seat, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" I'm getting him ready, and I'm like, "No, you're not. Look in your freaking pocket. You got a DNR in your pocket, dumbass." He says, but, and I said, DNR, do not resuscitate, which means do not shock. You shock him, I sue your ass. You have got the DNR in your pocket that you did not look at.
Yeah.
Pull it out now, or I'm going to come out of the seat, pull it out for you, and it's going to hurt when I do it. And the driver looked at me, looked at the expression on my face, and turned back towards him for a second and said, "Take them off." And then after it was all said and done, the next day I called and spoke to the current captain at the fire department, who was a buddy of Dad's, worked with him because Dad was a fireman.
Mm-hmm.
And the little greenhorn went away. He couldn't control his adrenaline rush and was getting too amped up and not thinking. You can't do that if you're an EMT. And it's not something that can be trained out of you. If you're that way, you're that way. You just aren't meant for that job.
Seriously.
So I went and found work elsewhere because I also told them, I said, if you keep him on and he shows up in an ambulance at my house again, you're going to be putting him on the gurney. And the dude knows me because I grew
Well,
up in the fire department, and knows that I'm serious because he knows that I am my mother's daughter. And knew that, yeah, don't keep him. That would be good. I mean, sorry, dude, but you're just not cut out for it. But he was ex-military and blah, 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 you know. Give a crap. He was just this little stick dude that thought he ruled the world and could override paperwork. And yeah, he about ate that paperwork. Because if I would have come up out of that seat, yeah. The driver was like, oh, God, please don't do that. And I'm
I
like, well,
don't
then
know that he would have
dude.
taken paperwork, but it would have definitely been coming out of his ass one way or another.
Yeah, there's always the risk that they won't see a bracelet. I've even been known to, before I started doing the papers and I had just one or two things wrong, on the dashboard of my car, I would put a medic alert label that I would make. I'd print it up on the computer and then laminate it of my conditions and literally stuck it on the dashboard of my car. So if I had an accident and I was, stuck in the seat of my car and they're trying to peel me out of there, there it is right there. Can't miss it, because they like to load in the first dark. But yeah, I'm all about establishing notification stuff and stuff like that for emergent situations. And I do have a medic alert little pendant thing now. They have my information as well. But yeah, I would put that. And now if I did that, I would put that and I would include info in glove box and then put the thick stuff in the glove box for them to grab. And when they seen that, they would know to go to the glove box. The only other option to help ensure they see it is tattooing it.
Yeah.
Because bracelets can spin where it'll get missed. Even the little thing on a watch band and stuff, it's small enough it could get missed, because we're dealing with an adrenaline moment. They're busy trying to do their job, but they might not think to see that. But a tattoo, I mean, you could even put one below your blouse line on your breast, above your heart. And that way, if they were popping your shirt open to put pads or whatever on it, they would see it. And you can't miss it. It's a tattoo. It ain't going nowhere. It ain't going to budge. So integrating into body art, but yet making it stand out is another option. You don't want to decorate around it too much or something like that where it's not going to be visible. It's not going to stand out. But yeah, if you just slap, boom, medic alert on your chest, yeah, can't miss it. It might not be the art people want to have, but if it's the art that'll save your life, not so bad. Yeah, I mean, if you already got tattoos, you're not even going to be squeamish about doing it. It's just whether or not you want a part of your body art to be that. But to me, a small section of body art that can save your life, well worth it.
Well, I got tattoos already.
With mine, with all my medical conditions, though, it would start at my neck and might stop at my label.
You have full body art, right?
Yeah, fucking grocery list right down my turkey waddles and everything. Yeah, that'd be interesting. But it is an option to, tattoo it and do it on the inside of your wrist, because when you pass out, either on back or front, it's your inside of your wrist that tends to be visible.
Yep.
When you're laid out.
And when they go to check you, they're always checking your wrist.
If you're on your gut, they're going to roll you over. Your hand is going to lay out.
Yep.
And the inside of your wrist is going to be what's visible. So yeah, inside of the wrist is the best location.
Because they're checking your pulse.
Yeah, they're going to check your pulse. If they degarb you, which is basically cutting your clothes off, they're going to see it when they hit the scissors to do a sleeve. Even if it's a short sleeve, your arm's going to be laid out so they can do that. They're going to see it. That's just, and then if it's heart related, yeah, slap a tat on your tit, and that way, they pop that shirt open to put paddles on you or whatever. They're going to see it. You can't miss it. So, oh, cool. Her hubby's a tat artist, so he can put it on the floor. Sweet. That'll save you a friggin' fortune. Tattoos are expensive. But no, the positioning and stuff like that, I actually learned from my dad, who drove an ambulance, and he said that's where it always shows up, and those are the best places that you can put it to ensure that it's seen.
And yes, ink can definitely be very expensive because it's labor intensive. It's not even so much the fact that
It's worth every penny. It just
it's not even
art.
the fact that the ink supplies themselves are expensive. It's the time, the effort, the detail.
Well, the fact that everything has to be sterilized, the ink has to be body safe. Stuff like that. Those things are expensive when it goes into medical grade. It's not like freaking bottle of craft paint in the craft store. This stuff is for the human body, so it has to be medical grade. Inks, medical grade equipment, blah, blah, blah. The price is $8 But you want that, if you're going to put art on your body, you want it to be done safe. You want it done reputable, blah, blah, blah. If you're going to put the money out, you want the best.
But what you're doing, you're paying for their time, their effort, the sanitation, their expertise, their years,
their artistic bent, yeah,
their abilities,
yeah, their skills, their gifts, yeah, it's well worth every penny. But just they are expensive. But I know why, and I respect that totally.
Oh yeah,
I'm all for it, but I can't get the body art that I would like to have. My skin condition prohibits that. But I love looking at body art. I love seeing body art. I love seeing the art in the body art. Yeah, the IV in the chest is called central line. I've had one. And I got the little pea-sized divot in my chest where it was set because it was there for days. They had to leave it in the whole time I was in the hospital because they couldn't get a viable IV on me. Like in the arm or whatever. Yeah, I blew 4 of them in 24 hours. Finally, they had to put one in my thumb just to get me overnight till surgery the next morning when they put a central line in.
Wow.
Yeah, they were struggling that hard to keep a viable line in me. It's not time yet, girl. Winnie says talk. Which actually, this is about time for her snack, so I guess you can go with me. I need to kick some lamps on and drop curtains because it's getting dark here. The only thing that's lighting me right now is the computer screen. It's my TV. Yes, I have small veins, and even though I suck water like a fish, I'm still hard. I'm a super hard stick. And I also have veins like in the creases of my arms that one day they'll be this way and the next day they're this way, so they have to do a side stick. And not very many nurses can do a side stick. So they always have to bring in one of the upper echelon nurses to pull that off. But they always wait until they've done it like 9 times everywhere else on me before they're like, okay, we're just going to have to go for the side stick. Let me go get whoever. Yeah. Welcome to my world.
It sucks. Sometimes my veins will roll
Yeah, mine do that too.
Or they will sometimes blow, depending.
They're like, "Don't you hydrate? You seem dehydrated." I'm like, "I suck water like a fish. As fast as it goes in, it comes back out the other end." Sorry, ain't my fault it ain't sticking.
Right?
The only place it sticks is in my right leg now. I have kind of chronic edema in that leg because of the knee. You hear her? Oh, she's
Really
ripping me up.
talkative.
She is right.
I hear her.
Right there on the island.
I know.
Switch. There we go. See, here's a little cussy butt.
I hear it.
She's gonna walk away.
Of course.
Like, I want petted, I want food.
Don't talk to me. Don't touch me. Feed me.
Exactly. See, this is. We have lettuce laid out here drying. Part of the spinner, because I don't know why. And then we've got foods defrosting and a jug of tea defrosting. This is how it is on the weekends. And a stray hot pad that I'm putting back in the drawer.
So, have we decided what we're having, Winnie Sue?
Winnie Sue will want chicken savory centers fancy feast. That's kind of been what she's locked in on as of late. And yes, we've got a can going in the fridge. She likes it cold.
You like it chilled?
Most of them like it warmed up, but she wants it cold. Even in the dead of winter, she wants it cold. One weird damn cat. In case you're wondering, Tina, this is Winnie Sue, and she is nearly 20 years old, and she suffers from hyperthyroidism. That's why she's a bag of bones. We feed her about every 2 hours, but it doesn't stick.
I'll say she eats constantly.
Yes. And she's been like this now for 2.5 years, which I guess according to the vet, that's pretty long because a lot of them don't even make it that far. We're not using prescription, we're using natural, and I think that's the difference. We're using Pet Wellbeing Thyroid Support Gold. Another glare going on. But anyway, she gets a few drops of this in her meals twice a day, and she's still with us, and she's still thriving, and even though she's a bag of bones, she's still an ornery little shit. But the last critical we had was Inanna Willow. She was a ticked blue, almost forest cat looking, but yet not quite. Super long hair, but it was zigzaggy. Little tiny zigzags in the hair. It was funny. Weird looking hair. She was diabetic. Apparently most diabetics only make it to 2 to 3 years because at 2 to 3 years, their pancreas suddenly decides to start working again. And when that happens, they go into diabetic shock. And if you're not home or if you don't know the signs, they don't make it through it. I had done the research. I had looked. She was nearly 9 years diabetic before she passed and was 15, 16 years old when she died. She had been diabetic since she was like 8 years old. So, and off she goes. She didn't even want to stir. She just scarfed and ran. She does that sometimes. But I know she'll leave it set up here, put a cover on it, because she'll be back in minutes.
Of course.
So that's what I will do. And
I've been around for feeding time.
they normally eat about 7:30. This is 2 hours before dinner snack. She's kind of weird that way. She's a good kid, though. She's always been the sweetest little fluff ball. And she wasn't fat, but she was just a little round until this suddenly hit. And just all of a sudden the weight just dropped off and she's been a bag of bones ever since. She started dropping weight, so I took her into the vet and had her checked and tested and all that neat stuff. And that's when we found out that she has hyperthyroidism. Oh, I probably ought to turn the porch light on over here because Sis probably forgot to. She'll come to the door in the dark if I don't.
Well, we don't need
Love her
to.
dearly, but she forgets things like that. No, she actually turned it on this time. Good girl. Got 1 in 3 chance that happens. And Sis is 8 years older than me. I have 2 other sisters who disassociated themselves from the family about 20 years ago. So haven't seen them in a very long time. And then I have a brother who is this sister's full blood kin. I'm half blood to everybody because I'm theirs. Everybody else is his and hers. And then I had an older brother from my mom that passed away in 2016. Natural causes. 2 weeks after neck surgery. He was sitting in his recliner. Son came out, checked on him, seen if he wanted him to fix, because like I said, he was recovering from neck surgery. So his son came out and seen if he was ready to eat, and he wasn't. He just wanted to watch the news and drink his coffee. So the son went back to bed for an hour, and when the son woke back up, found him dead in his recliner. He just dozed off and never woke up, which was pretty common. He'd doze off during the news. And he was the oldest of all of us. Can't remember. Let's see. Van is 7 years older than me. Jennifer is 8 years older than me. Edna is I think 13. No. 15 years older than me. Glenda is 16 years older than me. And she was the same age as Randy. So Randy would have been 16 years older than me. So, a 6-pack. His, mine, and 1 ours. Yes, I love my babies very much. I was a rescue foster for years. And Winnie Sue was actually, my best friend found a, she lived in a trailer park on the west side of town, Ruffer Park. I don't even know if it's there anymore. Animal control came through and did a sweep picking up the strays. And the mama to the litter went to the pound. They didn't know who the mama was. So she decided to raise them and find them homes. And I adopted one of the kitties. And that's where Winnie Sue came from. Was an abandoned litter under her trailer after a animal control sweep of a trailer park. You would think that they would figure out with long teats that, yeah, she's got a litter somewhere. Maybe we need to go find it. But no, not here. They're like, oh, gee, bummer.
Right.
She wasn't going to limp starve to death under her trailer because she's an animal lover just as much as I am. The diabetic one came from Williamsburg, Kansas. Was brought to a local private-owned animal welfare system that it's actually a guy that my dad went to school with that started it. And then when he died, his sister took care of it. It's called the Dale Buck Animal something. I don't know. But anyway, she was brought there because the gal in Williamsburg knew the sister. So brought the baby here. She was a lone survivor. So I'm a hick. Who gives a fuck, dude? You get an extra 2 seconds because I got to restart my mouse. Oh, there you go. Thank you. I think my mouse needs a battery because it's getting moody. Anyways, Inanna Willow was the lone survivor of a coyote attack. The mom and all of her siblings died. Somehow she got tucked up under a root, and the woman found her when she found the remains of all the others. And Didn't know what to do if she wasn't equipped or knowledge to raise a bottle baby, and she was tiny, maybe 3 days old. So she was brought here, and we had contacted them and let them know that we were available to foster. And yeah, they were like, well, I got one right now. I need a bottle baby pro. And I said, here I am. And Mom and I went, and she became ours because Mom got hooked on her. She couldn't let her go. So, which was probably a good thing, because with the diabetes that set in later in life, you know, she needed somebody that could take care of her and knew how to handle that. And when her pancreas would kick in all of a sudden and her sugars would bottom out, I knew what to do, and I trained the rest of the family on what to do. And oh, gee, it looks like you've been found.
Yeah.
Oh.
And don't forget to report them as well.
Doing that now.
Cause they were on. They hit Lenny's channel last night. Emphysema lungs and Truac T. Yeah.
Done and done. Shame on them. They should know better. But anyways, yeah, I've taken care of a lot of special needs. I specialized in critical care bottle babies. Basically the babies that have literally started to go toxic in their body because people did, you know, they hadn't been stimulated to get rid of stuff, and dehydrated, whatever. I didn't care. They needed 24/7 care. They needed fed every 2 to 3 hours to build them back up because they're a bag of bones, kind of thing. Saving that tiny, tiny baby. I specialized in those, and did very well with them. And I was set up with the Buck Fund and
again,
a couple of the hospitals and a vet clinic, and you block them, I'm reporting. But that's how I learned what I did about animal care. That and my years of caregiving with my parents. I've gotten pretty good at. Well, I'm as stoic as it gets during drama. The EMTs get the information they need. Dad or mom or whoever gets the protection that they need, the advocacy that they need. I'm the same with my animals. So whether I'm fostering or they're my own, they're all treated as they are my own. So I will go to the mat for them. And even though I'm crippled up, that hasn't changed.
yeah.
I think I got them all here.
Yeah,
So
there were 3 last night, as far as I know. I don't know if there were any more, but you never know.
Yeah, they can have babies. They're kind of like rabbits. They breed fast. It's
They
like,
can
hey,
have.
I like a dickhead on YouTube. Let's all get together and go do it. You know, seriously. We just gang up on them and boot them and turn them in, and they just seem to be dumb enough. They don't realize that, you know, they get reported for doing that crap too many times, and their ISP is blocked. They can use any device they want. They're going to be blocked because that whole internet access, it don't matter if they change carriers. It don't matter. That ISP, that is your address. as far as the cyber world is concerned. And once it's shut down on you, you ain't got internet. You
Yeah.
can't go bug nobody. They just don't seem to be able to figure that out. Oh, I'll just change screen names. No, your ISP is blocked. It don't matter what name you got. Blocked. You can't do it anymore. Okay, Tina. And chances are there are a bunch of kids that don't even pay the bill. Mommy and daddy do.
Yeah.
So when internet gets blocked and dad has an in-home office and work from home or, whatever, and they can't do it anymore because of their jerk little kid. Jerk little kid's going to be around for life. Get their phones and all their neat devices taken away. And it's called repercussions. Repercussions of being a jerk.
Let's see. Nana Tink is still kicking.
Yeah, I don't know who all's on tonight. I don't know if jewelry
Nana
nurses have.
Tink has been going since 11 a.m.
Yeah.
Let's see, Flippin' Crazy is live. Carol's Creative Corner and Donatella is who I've got.
All kinds of options. I'm checking my Facebook to see if anybody has messaged me asking me to mod. Just thought to do that. Nope, I'm good. Cool. You don't have to worry about any of it. Nobody need me tonight, at least not yet. There's a couple of them that call, if they need me, they
Okay,
contact.
it's Sunday. Jewelry nurse usually.
Yes, jewelry nurse. Usually she does a preview for the Saturday auction the night before, after Sandy goes off from her Friday auction. And then she has Saturday auction, and then she has hers and Roberta's where they sell on Sunday. So, and oh God, I can never keep his name in my brain. It takes me a second.
Robert?
Yeah, no, Mike. Roland Picker. He's been coming on and auctioning for Cindy. And I sometimes go in and help from the chat, especially like during drawings and stuff. It gets confusing. And he could get a little overwhelmed. And then if they're not available, sometimes Gianna does it, sometimes Robert does it, sometimes they call me to do it. Past couple of times it was helping hip
Thanks
flipping.
for stopping in and chatting, dear.
Oh, is she leaving?
Yeah, she's going to go make dinner. Hubby's home.
Ah, got to do the wifey adulting.
Yeah, I might pop this one. It's been going for 6.5 hours.
That's fine. If you need to go, I mean, I'm fine. I'll go hang out at the auction, or I need to change my bedding. That might be a good idea. Do a little housework. Sis will be coming home with groceries shortly, and pulling the china cupboard sounds again.
Yeah, well, not that I care about the analytics, but I think that after a certain point in time, it cuts your hours. Out. Doesn't count any longer, really. So.
Yeah. No, that's fine. If you want to cut it. I'm good. Cody's asleep. And just sitting here bouncing off each other.
That's and what we do.
I think there's other things we should be doing.
Yeah. Well, it's going on 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Sis is bringing home supper for you.
Time to just settle in for the evening, watch a show, watch an auction.
We need to figure out what we're going to do for dinner.
Yep. Got to feed the tribe.
So, it is what it is.
Yep. It's all good. Go for it.
Who knows? I might throw it on another live stream, finish out the evening.
You're welcome, Tina. Anything to help, I'm more than willing to share.
She's a wealth of knowledge. I've forgotten so much, and my memory just keeps getting worse and worse. So
Yeah, but you wait long enough and it'll get repeated.
you bet.
You know, situations arise, or I just forget that I said it and I'll repeat it. You know, shit happens. I'm only human.
You
You
can't
just gotta roll with it. I'm a realist. That's all I can say. I'm a realist. I take it as it comes, deal with it as best I can, and you know, try to keep a decent attitude about it, and you know, stay kind. You know.
I try to stay kind, but there are times when it's hard to.
Oh yeah, yeah, like me ripping trolls or cussing about this, that, or the other. I have my moments. I'm human,
Oh,
but for the most part, I try to keep it kind and helpful. I love helping people, so if I come up with an idea and it works for them and it helps them, you know, yeah, all power to them. Go for it.
but yeah. I'm going to go ahead. It's been 6.5 hours. I'll go ahead and cut
Yeah.
this one.
Yeah, go ahead and wrap it. You probably didn't plan on being on this long, but kind of comfortable.
I don't even think about it a lot of the time, honestly. I was like,
Yeah.
we just sit and we talk. Me and Cody, we get on a live just between us on Facebook.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, we've
before
done that, I think.
we've been on there all day long.
Oh, yeah. I just enjoy hanging out and, you know, usually Sis is at work and, you know, I'm sitting here by myself, bouncing off the walls, doing crafts or watching a show or, you know, watching an auction. And, but yeah. Yeah, if you ever get bored, you know, message me. You got my phone numbers, text me.
Yeah.
Say, hey, you know, let's do a, you know, green room StreamYard or Facebook, whatever they call it.
Yeah. That's what Cody and I do. We're just like, most of the time it's Facebook. It's just hell,
Yeah, you just
video
hang
call.
out, spend the day together. I love that.
There's room to throw an extra in on the video phone calls.
Sure.
So, hell.
Yeah, just let me know. You know, I mean, if y'all want it to be y'all, that's fine. But yeah, if you want company,
It's just us.
yeah.
We aggravate Tim or my son.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's fun to tease Tim, Mr. Shake and Bake.
God love him.
I know people are like, "That's mean," and I'm like, "No, it's hilarious."
He's so funny.
He finds it funny, so you know.
Yep, he plays along.
I'm just trying to add humor to a really shitty situation he's stuck in. You know,
It is.
humor goes a long way.
All right, to our 3 rafter dwellers, which I'm pretty sure one was Christy, who's left herself in here while she's down with children. With the children.
Doing wife and kid and mom stuff.
Yeah. And then whoever else left
One
themselves.
could be Cody too. Cody may stayed in the chat.
Talk to you all later. Thanks for hanging in here. Talk to y'all later. Bye.
Bye, everyone.